Your places, please.
Jā, bet kamēr nāk tiešām prieks visus redzēt, sveicu jūs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my huge pleasure to see you and to greet you. From here, from abroad, our international conference, Life Restore, and our conference is entitled Sustainable Management of Degraded Peatlands. We have a number of experts who are willing to share their know-how and knowledge regarding the management of peatlands. My name is Gunārs Rēders. I will be the moderator of today's event. Of course, I'm no expert at all. Although last year I was filming an event in Page Meyer and I lost my Wellingtons there. So that's about all my practical experience when it comes to marshlands. But I'm sure you'll have an interesting time and lots to learn. The project has been concluded and there's a wealth of information to be shared. You'll be able to ask questions and we'll also have a live link, video conference with Mr. Giacomo Grassi from the European Commission. And we hope that this will all work out fine. So the first day of the conference, we will have presentations and panel discussions. You also can take a look at our panels outside. There's a lot of interesting information there. Another interesting thing today will be an installation of an art object which will be donated to the university. Needless to say, it's made of peat, and the artist himself will be here and will present his work of art, which will be, as I said, presented to the university. Tomorrow the program will be somewhere more relaxed. We will visit one of the sites of the project. We will see how the emissions are measured, how reuse projects are carried out. And I hope that you will all be able to attend the event of tomorrow. But today, though, our first speaker will be Mr. Juris Jātnieks, who is General Director of the Nature Protection Directorate.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, scientists, project managers, professionals, experts, business representatives. This is an honor for me to address you today. This feels a bit different because it's not all about greetings. I have spent 20 years in relation to protection of mayas, wetlands, in managing projects, and I have something to show you for it, well, as much as 10 minutes of speaking time will allow me. So, my presentation is in English, but I will be speaking Latvian. I thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak my mother tongue while simultaneous interpretation is provided. So, Latvian Nature Conservation Agency. Nature, Latvian nature. The first thing that comes to mind, well, every shape on this slide represents something that we do. First of all, plant species, wildlife species, flowering plants, all sorts of other protected plants. Next, data, information. We have one of the best nature information systems around that is fully integrated. Next, letter B represents our infrastructure, recreation infrastructure, trails, facilities, and to conclude, letter A, Natura 2000 areas, protected areas, areas that require particular management and protection. The territories under our care are represented here on this slide. All in all, that's not a lot in comparison to other European countries. To be precise, we have 333 Natura 2000 sites in Latvia, covering only about 12% of the total area of the country. Therefore, we have to be extra careful, extra mindful in these territories. Natura 2000 requires our utmost care and attention, regardless of the type of property rights, whether it's public property or private property. Another thing is that around 100, that is a third of all Natura 2000 sites, include mayas, bogs, and other wetland types. Bogs, which we have quite a lot in Latvia, and other types of wetlands. You have the conference book material that mostly addresses degraded peatlands, and as we compare these areas with well-protected areas, we do see a stark difference between the two. But for even for a layman, even for a regular person on the street, the difference is quite visible, and it's well represented by the images on this slide. It's quite hot outside, and it should serve as a reminder that fire safety is an issue. Fire risks in wetlands, in mayas, are very high. The emissions are high as well because they have not been treated well, managed properly. And all these beautiful romantic trails and pathways across bogs that's nice, but that's unfortunately not the reality in many cases. So these are not only aesthetic, romantic values that we speak about. What matters is that a natural maya, a natural bog, is a very valuable ecosystem that provides living conditions for very many protected plants, protected species. Our bogs basically provide for pure groundwater that otherwise would take a lot of investment, while we have our bogs to thank for. And yes, as I proceed, it has been 22 years we have been active in a very target-oriented, focused way of working towards restoration and management of wetland habitats. Our peat industry, our peat extraction companies are there. They can correct me that 22 years is nothing in peat extraction business. An average lifespan of a peat extraction site is about 100 and more years. So we're only getting started, in a way. Here are some images from those early days when we began. Images from 1997 in Teichi Meyer. What we did next, as we improved our methods of working by using felled lumber manually, while now this is mostly construction equipment that we put to good use. But our methods have developed well. They are now being taken over by our partners abroad as well. And here's an image from near Luban wetland complex. And you might ask, what about those structures today? Have they stood the test of time? Here's a good image as a reply to this question. If the theoretical groundwork is done well, the structures persist. If we share our good practice, share our knowledge, our efforts are successful. So holding each other, helping others pass, get over. In this case, these are our Estonian colleagues that we're helping to cross over. That's something. And another thing we see here is that 10 years have passed, and the dams, the structures we have built are there. They have not been destroyed. They're well integrated in the overall landscape, and that brings us true joy. We have started work in Temeri site and other sites. Also, all this experience, all this good practice we have accumulated in wetland management, in mire management, in management of different subtypes of wetlands, it has been translated in clear, very practical guidelines for restoration of marshland, of mire restoration, and can be found online at daba.gov.lv. So this will come in handy not only for those involved in peatland restoration and mire management, but for everyone interested in nature protection in general. So we're happy to share this good practice, this knowledge. It's there. Next, as to wetlands, mires, mapping is crucial, and this is a process that has been underway for quite some time, for 3 years to be precise, which will let us have very up-to-date data on our wetlands, on all sorts of wetland ecosystems. So the thing that I would like you to take away from today's conference is the following. We should be aware of the importance of these efforts. The main thing, the main benefit of mires, of wetlands, is their role in regulation of climate. Those who are older than 70 years, they will tell you, oh, the winters we had, oh, the summers we had when we were young, that was quite something. There was real winter, there was real summer, not the thing you're having now. So that's a clear sign, clear evidence of climate change happening right before our eyes. Floods, extreme weather, and wetlands, mires can help through water retention, groundwater retention, regulation of groundwater level through dry periods, and we can thank our wetland ecosystems for these and other functions as well. And that's that's something that we should care about, and also general public. And restoration of degraded, spent, overexploited peatlands has a role in this process. So, as we enjoy the warm weather, we should also think about fire risks in nature, lightning risks. if our wetlands are managed well with adequate water retention capabilities, the risk of the fire hazard is decreased. So, to conclude, let me wish you a successful and enjoyable and productive conference. Let us listen to each other, let us share our experience. Looking back over the 20 years of my experience, looking at the experience acquired by our colleagues in Estonia, Finland, we have stayed in touch over the years. So this conference is a coronation of all these efforts, of all these contacts. And I would like to thank everyone who contributed to organization of this conference, of making this possible. This is quite something that we have made it here, that we are able to share and exchange and build upon each other's achievements and take a longer term look into the future, addressing not only the natural wetlands, natural mires, but also the areas degraded by human activities. And there's so many alternatives of what to do in an abandoned peatland, peat extraction site, to preserve its ecological function, to ensure that it provides a value added to nature, to public, for the benefit of us all. So, thank you once again. No matter how hot it gets, it's quite okay here. I hope you will agree. So, thank you once again.
Paldies Jurim Jātniekam par labiem.
Thank you, Mr. Jātnieks. Thank you for your kind words. We'll all be able to enjoy the extreme heat tomorrow when we visit the site. The next speaker today is Ms. Ilona Menziņa, who is the Deputy Director of Department of Nature Protection from the Ministry of Environment. The floor is yours. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving me the floor. Now, in the context of this conference and this project, well, I am the contact person of the Life Natural program, and as such, I am participating here in this conference. And I am representing one of the sources of financing, as it were. So before we start speaking about the project itself, what has been completed and what is the importance of wetlands from various points of view, not only from the protection of nature, but also from economic point of view, etc. Maybe briefly about the program itself. And my apologies to those who know it all too well, but maybe for the rest of you it will be somewhat interesting. Program LIFE, it's the only environmental and climate measures program which is financed by the European Commission. You've all heard about the structural funds. Usually they support investments, but the LIFE program is something different. It supports measures which is necessary to implement particular action, political actions. And there's a call of interest which is submitted by the Commission, and then our authorities compete with Estonian, Finnish, or let's say Spanish or Italian projects or calls for interest. And if the project is approved, it means that it's of high quality, and then it will be supported in the particular year. The programs are in place from 1992, so very soon we'll be celebrating 30 years of those programs, and for such a specific program, it's indeed a very long time. When the multi-annual financial framework is reviewed, and it happens every 5 years, many programs are scrapped, but this particular one has survived and is intact. So the objective of LIFE program, well, this formulation is quite complicated, I must admit. But in a nutshell, as I said, it's support for the particular measures of environmental and climate policy. As simple as that. Now Latvia participates in LIFE projects from the year of 2000. And here you can see the various degrees of success of our projects. You can see those graphs here. The projects are dedicated to protected areas, ecosystems, etc. The ones in blue represent the environmental projects. The rest are, let's say, waste management, improvement of various other climatic conditions, etc. And the ones in yellow, you can only see two bars there, those are dedicated to the climate change. And the one here, which I pointed out, is restore. And in this context, it is indeed a unique project because it's the only sub-project dedicated to climate change combating in Latvia. Now, about the strengths of the project, how it has been implemented, what has been done, what has been achieved, I must say that it's one of the, I would say, top projects of this particular area, I should say. So we have an integrated view on the total area. As the Director General said, we work on the nature protection things, but also represent the climate change aspect of this area. Now, we have very clear definition of the rules. We have clear criteria according to which we work. We define our area of expertise, area of action. And what is important in LIFE projects, which is recommended, to include, to bring along all the most important players, academics, public institutions, entrepreneurs. So we try to bring on board all of the most important actors who are partners for this to work. So the project includes various recommendations of what to do with the degraded territories, both the economic and also social recommendations. My colleagues will touch upon them in more detail later. Now, what else are our recommendations? We come up with practical examples of what can be done, and we'll see more of that tomorrow when we visit the site. And also the PR component needs to be singled out. We have really excellent badges here, but I must say that's the lanyard.
Kas nāk no projekta.
The lanyard is somewhat cumbersome. Anyway, there's a wealth of information which will be used as a tool to inform the political decisions later. We also see the practical examples of what can be used to restoration of peatlands. But also when the nature inventory will be concluded, we have to define how areas of various quality will be restored and renovated. Now, the project so far has been quite successful. The implementation has been of top quality. I hope that also the report will be successful. And I wish you a successful conference day today, great visit tomorrow, and I hope that the knowledge that we've gained during the project will be used on a practical level. And I also want to congratulate the project team. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Mentiņa. And now about the project itself. The first climate project was managed by Mrs. Saliņa. The floor is yours.
Labdien visiem!
Good morning, everyone, dear participants. I'm truly happy to be here and introduce you to our project and our achievements. The Life Restore project, as mentioned by the previous speakers, Ilona and Director General, this is the first climate change project in Latvia. This is the first project implemented by the Nature Protection Authority in Latvia that strives to mitigate climate change. The Nature Protection Authority has been our key partner, also Forestry Institute. They are the experts in LULUCF matters. They have extensive experience in afforestation and recultivation of degraded territories. This project is implemented in association with the Latvian Peat Association that contributes its knowledge on peat contents, peat composition in various peat sites across Latvia. They have been in constant contact with us during the project. The association Baltic Coasts have also been there to help us with their expertise in restoration of wetlands, in ecosystem services assessment, and over the past 4 years we have been able to achieve a lot with a focus on developing a decision-making support tool for those operators seeking to restore degraded peatlands and finding balance between biodiversity, restoration of economic potential, and also through bringing about decrease of GHG emissions. Our focus is peat and peat extraction. Peat is a unique material, is a unique restore. Hans Josten, representative of the University of Greifswald in Germany, has admitted that peat is unique because it contains so much water, but you can still walk on it. Our project has been both up-to-date, topical and practical, and will serve as an assistant to environmental and climate policy makers in government authorities. This is also very topical and modern, up-to-date, because it seeks to provide handy IT tools for practitioners. Our IT developments, our IT solutions will be there for you to see here on the sidelines of the conference, on the posters outside. You're welcome to have a look and try them out. The topicality from climate change point of view, we're fully in line with the grand policy documents regarding to climate change in the world. That's Kyoto Protocol, that's Paris Agreement, that's Kyoto, up to 2020, Paris after 2020, and all the current EU legislation. And we paid particular attention to the work on LULUCF regulation on the EU level, 2018/841, which seeks to address the matter of GHG emissions from land use with the time horizon of 2030. This also includes and provides for commitments, for committed action in European wetlands, and that directly concerns our peat extraction businesses. The climate aspect will be further addressed by next speakers, but let me just briefly tell you the following. We address GHG emissions in active peat extraction sites through developing a systematic methodology for GHG emission measurements, and we sought to determine the major key GHG generation factors. We heavily rely on the previous studies work developed in other European countries, France, Germany, but our situation nevertheless is specific geographically. Therefore, we had to blaze our own trail in a way, especially considering the importance of peat extraction in our geographical area. So, what are we actually speaking about? We addressed a total area of more than 50,000 hectares and concluded that a considerable part of this area has not been recultivated, that commercial activity has stopped there. And during the inventory of the project, we noted that in order to ensure rational economically sound peatland management, the best way to proceed is to continue peat extraction as long as these are not protected areas. The top 8 recommendations for recultivation, for regeneration, will and can be inspected in greater detail on the posters, on the sidelines. We have representatives from these branches of activity who will be happy to tell you more about these opportunities. But what are we actually after for is a model for optimized regeneration that addresses ecosystem services, ecosystem inventory, the added value, the public services provided by these natural areas for the general public, for commercial purposes. So, through combination of these elements, protection of nature, the decrease of GHG emissions, public goods, commercial benefit, a solution can be found. Also, please pay attention to the book we have published that contains the conference materials. The English version is available electronically, online, and let it serve as a further food for thought for perhaps policy considerations, policy decisions, how to seek and arrive at the best optimized scenario for further activities in degraded peatlands. Among other things, we are happy that we have been able to have a number of workshops, of training activities, and of course today's conference is a very major milestone in this process. These next 2 slides for the participants who don't understand Latvian. This is basically a list of contents of the English version of our book, which will be forwarded to you, provided that you have registered for this conference. We have tried to be practical in our approach. It's a hands-on experimental approach that we were after by trying out 5 recultivation methods. We have planted berries, we have planted sphagnum, moss, we have sought to level the groundwater levels, we have planted cranberry, we have planted blueberry, we have planted trees, all across 327 hectares, which all in all has allowed us to save the planet more than 2,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. So here are some pictures from what we did in Temeri around a year ago. Here's a neat little thing we did in another site in Temeri, where we planted sphagnum moss to see how it grows, if it catches on, while at the same time taking measurements of the groundwater level there. This is what was achieved in Lauga Mire, where a regulated dam was constructed. So this is a clear example of how far we have gone in comparison with those pictures shown to you earlier by the Director General, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it? To conclude, we have achieved a lot, both on practical level, both on methodological level, and also by bringing all these key policy areas together. The project will be concluded in August this year, and the things we have taken home, we have taken away, is that cooperation matters. Cooperation between businesses, between the stakeholders, in relation to Mayas and peatlands, academia, NGOs, and the way of working should be through raising of awareness through seeking points of common interest. So, thank you. I wish you a successful and productive conference. Let us network, let us exchange ideas, and see how far we go.
Thank you very much, Eva. I'm sure we'll hear from her and her team a lot more today, but now we have first opportunity to get in touch with our partners via video link. We'll be joined by Giacomo Grassi, representative of the European Commission. We'll have a video conference, video call. Let's see if it works. Now, the topic of our conversation.
Yes. Fine, very good. Riga is greeting you.
Okay.
If you are ready, you can start. Floor is yours. Ja kādam vajag tulkojuma austiņas uzlikt, ja tad asvēl var dabūt.
The interpretation in Latvian is also available on the second channel. English on the first channel, Latvian on the second channel.
Can you see?
We can hear you. Yeah, we can see as well.
Okay, good. Can I start the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this very interesting and important workshop. I work at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, located in Italy. The Joint Research Center provides technical and scientific support to policymakers for any European policy, including climate actions. In today's presentation, I will provide a general overview of the LULUCF sector in Europe in the context of climate change mitigation. Specifically, I will start with a general introduction of what does it mean, including LULUCF in climate policy, an overview of greenhouse gas emissions removal from the LULUCF sector in the EU, and then I will conclude on an overview of the new LULUCF regulation. I will provide a broad overview, not specifically on peatland and wetlands, but of course these are somehow embedded in the LULUCF regulation and all the slides I will present. So please interrupt me if there is any problem with audio or slides. First of all, this is an overview of the global carbon budget, so how the scientific community look at the land use sector, specifically carbon. On the left side, you can see the greenhouse gas emission, anthropogenic emissions, mainly from fossil fuel combustion, but to some extent also from land use change, especially in the tropics. On the right side is where these emissions go. Not all remain in the atmosphere, likely only half remains in the atmosphere, creating the global warming. About a third is absorbed by ocean and another third is absorbed by terrestrial ecosystem, Mainly forest, but also peatland to a large extent, at least in some area. From this graph, you can already see that the land use sector is part of the problem on the left through emission from land use changes, but also emissions from organic soil, for example, and also part of the solution through CO2 absorption. This slide shows how the policy tried to incorporate land use emissions removal in the greenhouse gas reporting framework. On the right side, we have agriculture, which includes mainly no CO2 emissions. These emissions are all human-induced. The anthropogenic nature of these human emissions is quite easy to identify. On the left side, we have the so-called land use change and forestry sector, which include mainly CO2, not only, of course, but mainly CO2. And the difficulty, especially for the carbon component, is that the fluxes are bidirectional, and not only emissions, but are emissions and removals, and are partly human-induced because are partly linked to a natural carbon cycle. This raises a number of complex questions about the uncertainty of these estimates and the additionality of actions. This difficulty makes the LULUCF sector much more difficult compared to any other sector, and we'll come back later on that. Despite a large mitigation potential from the land use sector, till recently the land use sector has been often seen as a secondary mitigation option by climate policy. I often use the metaphor of LULUCF being treated like the ugly duckling compared to other greenhouse gas sector. And the concrete risk was that in the face of the challenge put forward by the Paris Agreement, the other sector moved forward to the Paris Agreement and the land use sector is left behind because it's more complex, because policymakers have difficulty in trusting the LULUCF sector. So this is the challenge we have in front of us. In that context, the Paris Agreement has been a true game changer for the land use mitigation. This is because, according to country pledges, LULUCF is expected to provide a quarter of the planned emission reduction by 2030. So countries themselves see LULUCF as quite important for their pledges, mainly through reduced deforestation and conservation enhancement of sink. On the other side, the Paris Agreement required to reach a balance between greenhouse gas emissions removal in the second half of the century. In that figure on the right, you see the historical trajectory till 2020, the growing rise of greenhouse emissions, and then you see with different colors various scenarios leading to different temperature. And essentially the IPCC says that if you want to stay within 2 degrees, or even better, within 1.5 degrees, we have to reach carbon neutrality in the second half of the century. It means that anthropogenic emissions, any residual emissions, will have to be compensated by anthropogenic removals. At present, LULUCF includes the only CO2 sinks that human can manage, waiting for, hopefully, future technological solution to absorb CO2 from the atmosphere, which at present are not available at a manageable scale. So without LULUCF, we can say that the Paris Agreement cannot be reached. We'll now give an overview of the greenhouse gas emissions removal in the LULUCF sector in the European Union. These are the trends from 1990 to 2017 in the latest EU greenhouse gas emission inventory, based on the sum of 28 member states inventory. The LULUCF as a whole has a sink of about a bit less than 300 million tons of CO2, is slightly increased compared to 1990. In the last couple of years, the sink has decreased mainly because of fires in the Mediterranean region. The most important category is forestland, which has a sink of about 400 million tons of CO2. Another important sink is due to the carbon stock built up in the HWP, in harvested wood products. Cropland and grassland are overall a source quite stable over time. Wetland is also a source of about 20 to 30 million tons of CO2 at European level. In terms of area trends, the total reported area in 2017 in EU was about 450 million hectares. You can see that we have an increasing share of forest area, which is compensated by a decreasing share of cropland and grassland. And settlements is also increasing. The area of wetland is also slightly increasing, but very slightly. This graph shows the emissions removal on LULUCF sector in different EU countries. The blue bars indicate the absolute numbers in terms of millions CO2 per year. Negative numbers, as you know, indicate removals, and positive numbers, emissions. Negative numbers is a removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. What is also important is to see the red numbers close to each country. The red numbers indicate the percentage contribution of LULUCF to the total greenhouse gas emission in each country. This indicates that the importance, the relative importance of LULUCF varies a lot from country to country. In some countries, LULUCF is almost negligible in the share of total emissions, like, I don't know, Belgium, Malta, but also Germany, where there is a significant sink of LULUCF, but relative to total emission from our sector, this sink is really is pretty small. In other countries like Finland, Sweden, and most of Baltic countries, including Latvia, the LULUCF sink is pretty significant. Overall, in the EU 28, LULUCF offset 7% of total greenhouse emission. Forests alone offset about 10% of total emissions. This indicate LULUCF as a whole in the EU is important, and is especially important in specific countries. There are then some LULUCF hotspots, how we usually call them. Hotspots are an area of emission, relatively small area where there are high fluxes in terms of removals or emissions. For example, land use changes represent 9% of the area, but account for nearly 30% of absolute emissions removal of respective subcategories. For example, the sink from conversion to forestland and to grassland have been such hotspots, and these have been compensated by emissions from conversion to cropland and to settlements. Another important hotspot, which you are discussing today, is area of organic soil, mainly in forestland, to some extent also in cropland and grassland. This area represents less than 5% of total area of cropland, forestland and grassland in the EU, but their emissions account for more than 30% of total LULUCF fluxes, total LULUCF emissions, not removals. Another hotspot is biomass burning, which is very much dependent on the year. In 2017, we had an exceptional year in terms of fires, especially in the Mediterranean regions. In this table, we illustrate the completeness of reporting of land uses under the UNFCCC inventories for the main four land use categories: forestland, cropland, grassland, and wetlands. You can see that in general the completeness is greater for forestland than for cropland, grassland, and then for wetlands. And then the land use conversion are usually more complete in terms of reporting than the land remaining the same. You can see that much more can still be done on wetland, especially in wetland remaining wetland. Even if some of these estimates for most pools can be assumed in equilibrium under Tier 1. But then, of course, the challenge is to identify if a category is key, is significant within the total greenhouse gas emissions in the country. In that context, I will now show an overview of the new LULUCF regulation, how all these that we have seen before relates to the new LULUCF regulation. First of all, let's have a general review of the historical greenhouse gas emissions in Europe. Since 1990, we reduced emissions by about 20% in 2016-17. We are therefore quite on track to meet the minus 20% target that we committed to in 2020. But then we have a new target, which is minus 40% in 2030, which requires additional action. And therefore, and then we are, as you know, we are now discussing the long-term strategy, and will be discussed again in the coming months. The long-term strategy is to reduce emissions between 80% and 100%, so carbon neutrality by 2050. A snapshot of scenario which is compatible with 1.5 and 2 degrees is that one. The communication A Clean Planet for All by the Commission is now being discussed by member states and various stakeholders. And in this scenario, you can see that a significant reduction of emissions is required by all sectors. And at the end, you can see the column on the right. You can see that in at least the most ambitious scenario, the LULUCF sector and also agricultural sector represent the most important sector in the overall share of total greenhouse emissions. So essentially, emissions in all other sectors are minimized, and the residual emissions are compensated mostly by LULUCF. So the relative importance of LULUCF in future is expected to increase dramatically. In this context, in the last 3 years, a long discussion has been held on how to include LULUCF in the EU 2030 climate framework. As you know, the objective is to reduce, the commitment is to reduce emissions by 40% in 2030 relative to 1990. There are essentially 3 pillars in this framework. One pillar on the left is emission trading. And then in the middle there is effort sharing, including transport, buildings, waste, agriculture. And on the right there is the new pillar, the LULUCF pillar. So this LULUCF, this regulation 2018-841 brings for the first time LULUCF into the EU climate target as a separate pillar. The main feature is that LULUCF, there are the LULUCF country rules to reflect the impact of additional mitigation action, and we'll come back on that. Essentially, country rules are rules which are aimed to filter the fluxes of greenhouse gas emissions from to the atmosphere from managed land, and this filtering aims to reflect better the impact of additional mitigation actions, so that to factor out the impact of past management effect and indirect and natural effects. A very important rule is the so-called no debit rule. So once country rules are applied in the LULUCF sector, the LULUCF sector in each country shall not be a debit. To that aim, additional flexibility are granted. But within LULUCF, for example, if forest is a debit, it may be compensated by afforestation or from additional credit from cropland and grassland management. There are flexibility from and toward the effort sharing regulation, are essentially the two arrows that you see between effort sharing and LULUCF. For the effort sharing, there is a full flexibility. It means that any debit from LULUCF shall be compensated by extra emission reduction effort in effort sharing. There is some limited capped flexibility from LULUCF to effort sharing. So at the EU level, a maximum of 280 million tons of CO2 over 10 years will be allowed to help meeting the emission reduction sector reduction in other sectors. So LULUCF, for the first time, to a limited extent, may help the other sector to reach their objective. And then there are flexibility among member states. There is a specific flexibility for the managed land in relation to the forest reference level. The key element of the LULUCF regulation, as we have said, include, first of all, a specific LULUCF accounting rule, which are to some extent in continuity compared to what we had before under Kyoto, but there are also some changes. The agricultural land, for example, so cropland and grassland, are accounted with a net-net approach. Net means that we essentially take the difference between emissions in the compliance period, for example, 2021-2025, and the average emissions in a past period. In Kyoto, the past period was 1990. Now it has been updated to 2005-2009. So emission from 2005-9 will be compared to emissions in the compliance period. Wetlands is a relevant addition, will be accounted from 2026 onward, relative to, again, as cropland and grassland to 2005-2009. Forest conversion, like forested land and deforested land, will be accounted fully with a gross net, means that all sink or the all emissions is accounted. So there is full incentive to increase the sink or to reduce emission from deforestation. Land conversion to forest may stay in this category for 20 or 30 years. Existing forests that we call managed forest land are accounted with forest reference level, which are projected assuming the continuation of forest management practice documented for the period 2000-2009, taking into account age-related dynamics. And this is a major difference compared to Kyoto. And this reference level, as you know, has been one of the most discussed issue, complex issue in the whole regulation. As you know, all member states have submitted a reference level. This has been reviewed by a panel of experts and stakeholders, including those nominated by member states, and the Commission will soon release technical recommendation based on this technical assessment by experts. Overall, the regulation aims to introduce a simplification because accounting will be based only on land use category. We will not have anymore the double reporting tracks that we have now under Kyoto. Under Kyoto, we have to report activities under Kyoto reporting and land use categories to UNFCCC. So the accounting will be based on the convention reporting. So this should simplify the effort for reporting by the greenhouse gas inventory compliance. Another general aim is to improve the quality of greenhouse gas inventory. Of course, we will use the EPC guidelines, including any updates of the 2006 guidance that will be approved under UNFCCC. We will follow the UNFCCC reporting principle, including transparency, accuracy, completeness, consistency, and comparability. And member states are encouraged to use the best available methods and data, including being geographically explicit, reuse existing data sets, including INSPIRE, and provide synergy with other policy, including the CAP, the large amount of information collected in the context of the CAP. And any information used, remote sensing information used, collected in the context of Copernicus. So essentially, member states are strongly encouraged to become especially explicit to improve the quality of their inventory, also maximizing synergy with other data collected for other purposes, like from remote sensing and from the CAP. A greater completeness should be ensured in terms of reporting. This matrix shows all the colored cells indicate the mandatory fluxes that have to be reported and accounted for. Essentially, all the fluxes from managed land will have to be reported and counted unless a few cells on the right side regarding settlements, remaining settlements, and other land, remaining other land. All other fluxes are to be estimated and reported. And these metrics indicate the overall philosophy behind the need to improve the quality of greenhouse estimates and improve the coverage and the representation. So on the left side, on the y-axis, we have the tiers. Tiers is a level of methodological complexity used by the greenhouse estimator compilers. Tier 1 is essentially IPC default values. Tier 3 means having model and high resolution data. On the x-axis, we have the approaches for representation, for land representation. Approach 1 is just national statistics by land uses. Approach 2 is a land use change matrix. Approach 3 is a spatial explicit land use change matrix. And we like to move from a situation where most countries have an approach 1 or 2 and tier 1 or 2 for most land use category, to an approach where all countries have an approach 3, hopefully, and tier 2 or 3. So the direction should be to move to higher tiers and higher level of approaches. In conclusion, the Paris goal cannot be met without LULUCF mitigation. In perspective, the balance which is required to meet the Paris goal requires a significant effort from LULUCF, including all categories from LULUCF, not only forest, also agricultural land and wetlands. However, some steps are still necessary, including ensuring better greenhouse gas estimates from LULUCF and more credible accounting in mitigation action. The challenge, as you remember, is to avoid the LULUCF is perceived as the ugly duckling, because we cannot trust the estimates and we cannot trust the way the mitigation is accounted for. The LULUCF regulation therefore aims to start filling those gaps, to avoid that the ugly duckling is left behind, and hopefully that will become a nice swan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grassi. Would you take some questions from us as well?
Yes.
Yes? Kurš ir?
Yes.
Kam ir kāds jautājums? Yep. Just one moment, we will give you mic.
Hello.
Hello?
I have a question about ugly duck. Okay, you say that LULUCF sector sometimes is regarded like an ugly duck, and how we can change to this beautiful swan from ugly duck? This is a question. The question about completeness and uncertainties. And in your presentation, it shows that wetland sector specifically, it is not comparably so complete as other sectors, and also uncertainties in land use sector is quite high. And how can we deal with it? And probably it is about investing in science and becoming more complete. So we know that the land use sector is characterized by uncertainties and in the context of policy targets. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the challenge of transforming the ugly duckling in a nice one is exactly as you said, to increase completeness and quality of estimates. This is what was the main motivation behind the self-regulation. And I think a project like the one you are discussing now, Life Restore project, are extremely important, because especially on an area like wetland, where there is an enormous variability, where fluxes may vary spatially from one country to another, where often the LPC factor are not the best, not necessarily the best solution. I think that investing more in the research is really what is needed. Therefore, these initiatives are very much welcome. And I think you should then also try to advertise as much as possible the result of your efforts, so that also some other countries may benefit from any findings from this project, including emission factors from drainage or rewetting. So I think the direction is investing to the extent possible on better estimates of factors, like you're doing for wetlands. And again, I see you as in the forefront of this effort as a good example, also for other countries. And then the other efforts are for becoming spatially explicit, and this may require a significant effort in integrating information from remote sensing in the current structure of greenhouse metrics. So the main challenges again is to estimate better the fluxes from land use, including wetlands, and in becoming spatially explicit through a better use of remote sensing information, and also using more the huge amount of information collected in the context of the CAP for estimating emissions removal from cropland and grassland.
Thank you. More questions? Vēl ir kādi jautājumi? Jā, lūdzu.
Hi. If emissions from wetlands are so important, and they will become more important in the future, why is it we're still having to use money from the public purse to restore these areas? You would think that the private sector would be more connected to this and needs to be in the future.
So is the question, did I get it right, why we have to spend money to restore this? Right. Is this the question?
No, just a moment.
No? Could you repeat?
The question is that right now, most of the restoration money comes from the public purse, from the EU Commission, from national governments. It comes from public money. The money needs to start to come from businesses, from big companies like Amazon or whatever it is. Why? How can we make that happen, do you think?
Okay. I think that communicating the climate benefit of restoration project like the one you are discussing there may and showing the climate benefits of this initiative may raise the possible interest by other stakeholders, non-public stakeholders in this project. I mean, the road is somehow set by the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement has very ambitious objective, which required a strong action not only by government but also the private sectors. And of course, some private companies is more sensible than others in that. And to make the restoration of peatland of interest for those sensible private companies, I think that you need to convince them that they can trust estimates and they can trust that there is a real climate benefit. So the collection of data, the collection of scientific information is absolutely needed. I think that the ugly duckling metaphor applies also to them. If they didn't show much interest to these activities so far, is that they say, but can we really trust estimates behind that? So the more data we collect and the more we increase the general trust on these estimates, the more it's likely that also the private sector will look at this initiative with some interest.
Thank you. Vēl mums ir vieta jautājumiem.
Any further questions from the audience to Mr. Grassi?
Already a bit, you said that the LULUCF sector is very significant in Sweden, Finland and Baltic countries as well regarding emission reduction. What are main challenges actually to achieve this LULUCF regulations in this region and these countries in terms of Paris goals and...
Sorry, again, which is the challenge?
Main challenges here in these countries to achieve these goals of Paris goals to implement these LULUCF regulations.
Yes, I mean, the main challenge, I mean, I just mentioned some. In terms of greenhouse gas inventory, the challenge is to increase the quality, as I said, and to become spatially explicit. Wetlands is one of the areas where less information is available. For that reason, the accounting of wetlands become mandatory only from 2026 onward, with some delay compared to other sectors. In terms of policies, policy measure, challenges are again related to wetlands, as also the previous speaker noted, to find necessary money not only from the public sector to incentivize restoration, so to raise awareness on on the need to restore degraded peatland. Other challenges are in the forest sector, for example, to reconcile and to find the right balance between the need to between the raising demand for bioeconomy, so the raising demand for wood to be used for a number of purposes, including energy and material substitution, and the need to conserve and enhance the sink. So the balance in the forest sector is between multiple functions of wood, including climate and non-climate. Everything should be seen in a somehow holistic way. We should not be obsessed by the sink in the forest, and not even by the accounting of LULUCF sector as a whole. Because at the end, a country may legitimately decide to harvest more compared to the past, irrespective of the age structure, and to incur in a debit in LULUCF, but this will be partly compensated by energy substitution and material substitution that wood may provide. So the challenge is to design policy which look at the LULUCF sector not in isolation, but integrated in within an effort which includes all other sectors. So LULUCF sector will contribute significantly to emission reduction in other sectors. Wood bioenergy is fundamental for that. More than half of renewables in Europe come from forest wood, and this estimate is much greater for Baltic countries.
Giacomo, thank you. Ir vēl jautājumi, komentāri?
Any further questions from the audience?
See you later in panel discussion. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jā, aplaud. Jā, tātad Giacomo Grassi.
That was Giacomo Grassi, who will join us in a short while. We are on schedule, friends, which is good news. Before the conference, it seemed to me for a moment that we would have to rush and hurry and stick to speaking minutes. I had a little gong prepared to take along to let you know that you're over your speaking time. I will just play this sound so that you know what you're missing. Where was it? Yeah. So I had this idea that I would play a short little jingle. Can you recognize what that is?
Jā, tā ir purva tilbīte. Ja?
That's a bird that lives in Mayas, and my idea was to play this record when you're approaching the end of your speaking time. But now let us welcome Ilse Pruse from the Latvian Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development.
Hello. Well, I'm a bit frustrated now. You kind of scared me with this jingle, and but the moderator says I'm sure you're going to do just fine and make a presentation in time. Right. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to see you in such encouraging numbers. The topic of my presentation is quite complicated, but I think that results are quite clear. And during the course of today's conference, we'll of course hear more about the results of Life Restore project and how to use them. I will address this subject from the point of view of our ministry, how these results can be used to work on the climate change policy, to particular measures and implementation of those measures, how the data from Life Restore project would help there. Now, I have a slight technical glitch here. The slides would not roll on. How does it work? Oh, right. I think there's a slight delay in time. Anyway, the context of the project, as we know, is wetlands, peatlands. From the point of view of climate policy, the peatlands are one of the main natural CO2 sinks in the world. The wetlands in Latvia indeed capture huge amounts of CO2 emissions. When we start managing the wetlands, when we start using them, the CO2 and other GHG gases get back in the atmosphere. And this is an interesting point in the climate policy because, of course, one of our objectives is to curb the release of GHG gases and to improve the way those are captured. And the other aspect where the wetlands play a significant role is from the point of view of climate change mitigation. Climate change is happening. This is a fact. And especially here in our region, one of the clearest signs we see is the amount of rainfall which increases from year to year. Or maybe it's a bit sort of confusing this year and last year when we had a severe drought. But historically in Latvia, the amount of precipitation has been steadily growing from 1940, including periods where precipitation is rather severe. And wetlands here serve as a natural sponge. It allows us to curb the water being released in the nature too severely. Also, climate change, of course, doesn't only mean the severe fluctuations in temperatures, but it also means the frequency of natural catastrophes or significant events. Like this week, for instance, the storms have been ravaging Europe, and this is one of the signs of the climate change, of those extreme weather conditions which we'll experience in the future more and more often. Other manifestations of that could be prolonged periods of drought or unexpected periods of cold weather. But generally speaking, we're heading towards more warm, wetter climate, and that's the way we're heading. Now, the climate policy in the EU, where are we heading there? What are the next steps to be borne in mind, speaking also of the wetlands? Last year, at the end of last year, the European Commission has come up with its communication on how Europe should develop there. And this communication concerns not only climate policy, but it's wider. And its aim is to direct the development of our economy towards the climate-friendly context. And to meet the climate challenges on the one hand, and to retain our competitiveness on the other hand, in the view of the Commission for this development, we need to work towards the climate neutrality. And climate neutrality, or CO2 neutrality, means that all the emissions that we can curb are cut down, and the ones that we can't are compensated by the CO2 sinks and carbon capture. And the communication of the Commission provides for 8 scenarios, and when it comes to the climate neutrality, there are 2 of them, which aim at 100% GHG emission reduction. This objective, of course, is not accepted yet. Discussions are ongoing, but it's quite we can believe that the legal text will be adopted at the beginning of the next year. Now, what do other countries believe, and what are those plausible scenarios? 80% reduction, 100% reduction? Well, actually, many member states have voiced their support towards the complete climate neutrality. Even member states such as Poland are kind of open towards the discussions in this vein. This Tuesday, Latvia has adopted its national position at the state level, where we support the drive towards climate neutrality, which means that all of the ministries, all of the various areas will work on developing the actions so that we can achieve those goals. Well, the ambitions are quite high, and it's clear that we don't have all the answers yet how to achieve the objectives, but we need a vision, we need an objective where we're heading, and with that in mind, I'm sure that the activities and tasks will follow. Now, technical details perhaps on how this climate neutral scenario pans out in the context of wetlands and also the LULUCF sector, which we discussed previously. This graph shows the emission trajectory as of 2005 up to the middle of this century, 2050. And we see here that we're close to 2020 now, and emissions have clearly gone down in many areas. But the curve of reduction has been quite slack, but in future we need a more drastic approach in all the areas. Close to 100%, with the exception of several areas where, because of physical constraints, it is not possible. For instance, agriculture. Agriculture provides us with food, and of course it will be necessary also in future. Emissions will be there from agriculture in future as well. There's nothing can be done about that. But this concept of climate neutrality envisages that the emissions that are unavoidable will be compensated with bioeconomy, will be compensated by the carbon capture, and if the natural solutions alone are not sufficient, then we will use the carbon capture and sink technology, which are quite expensive, but the so-called CCS system. Now, on the right-hand side of this graph, you see two bars. One of them shows the technological solutions for reduction of emissions and improving the carbon capture. The other bar, however, shows what can be done by changing human behavior, because a lot of emissions are created by our consumption patterns. Our daily decisions inevitably either stimulates the production of certain products or, as it were, excludes the further production of those products. It's basically up to us, the human choice. Now, the EC communication on the wetlands and peatlands, what are the main aspects there? First of all, we have to curb the use of organic soils and peatlands in the production of agricultural produce. So it is clear that due to the management of those peatlands, the amount of emissions due to those factors is higher than in other areas. We also have to encourage the renewal of peatlands and wetlands, for instance, by raising the groundwater level. And I know that within the context of Life Plus project, other scenarios are also played out, and the data from there will definitely be taken into account while thinking of further solutions. And also, the resources that we can obtain from the wetlands, i.e. mostly peat. In EC communication, peat does not feature as one of the energy resources to be used because it's fossil fuel, one of the fossil fuels, and the emissions created by using this type of fuel is rather high. And in this graph we can see that in the EU in general, and in LULUCF sector in particular, the emissions are going down up until 2050 in order to encourage the development of bioeconomy sector and also to meet our growing needs for food production and development of agriculture. Now briefly about the situation in Latvia. We touched upon the long-term vision of the EU, the EC communication, and I mentioned that at national level we support this EC drive, but our policy measures right now does not go as far as 2050. We have specific objectives up to the year of 2030, objectives to be met. And we have twofold objectives. One of them pertaining to emissions, and the other pertaining to LULUCF sector. And speaking of wetlands, right now, although they are included in our projections and calculations, they don't have a specific objective to be met in order to arrive at the necessary reduction of the CO2. But as of 2006, wetlands will be, they are included in the inventory, and the objective is that the accounted GHG emissions should not overshoot the accounted GHG, which means that not all of the emissions feature there, but a specific proportion. And also only the emissions from those wetlands are counted, which are anthropogenic. Of course, there are natural processes which create emissions without human activity. Those are not included in this inventory. So that's the natural wetlands, the protected areas. There are natural processes taking place there, and emissions rising from them are not accounted for. Now, in the context of 2050, after 2030 approach, those objectives is likely to change. Last week in Latvia, High Representative from the EC was here, and he explained how the long-term vision on climate neutrality should be tackled. How do we calculate? What data needs to be taken into consideration? The entire LULUCF sector, or just bits and pieces of it? And the question the European Commission representative said, and I asked him 3 times whether I understood it correctly, is that the entire LULUCF sector has to be taken into consideration. So after 2030, the current approach of accounting for specific areas will no longer be in place. The entire LULUCF sector will be accounted for. This will be a new approach for us as well, and we'll have to analyze what to do, and we have to start doing it now, because it clearly changes the rules of game in our remit. Now here, the overall emissions from LULUCF sector are shown here. In blue color, the balance is shown in blue. At the beginning of the century, in layman's terms, we captured most of the emissions. And at a certain point, the balance went negative. The emissions from the area were rising, but in 2017, which is the last year for which we have complete data and calculations, we can see that the emissions are captured more than released. In long term, the overall LULUCF balance, of course, is important. And short-term perspective, specific categories are more important. And the small graph on the right shows the so-called forest reference level. And this red line indicates our current position, situation, which will have to be reviewed at the end of the period. And the indicative level will be the one pointed out in the red dotted line, which means that we're actually not that far away from reaching this objective right now. Now, speaking of wetlands, here in this graph, wetlands are the ones that generally account for the emissions. This a light blue line depicts the wetlands, peatlands. Now, what is the dynamics of the emissions from the wetlands? From the beginning of the 90s, you can see that the emissions after independence was restored in Latvia, emissions went down drastically. Then they gradually crept up again, and now over the course of the last years, the amounts are more or less stable. Speaking of the future, we forecast that emissions will be relatively stable. Of course, if something changes in the policy, policy visions, etc., it may change. But as I said, from 2006, this sector is completely included also in evaluation of overall climate objectives. Now, emission factors, national emission factors, were calculated within the scope of this project, which is a highly necessary thing. And we also explain how these factors can be used to inform the policy. All the calculations regarding the GHG data from, let's say, also from the wetlands, from LULUCF, are calculated by our institute, which is called SILABA, the Institute SILABA. They do it based on the methodology approved by the Cabinet of Ministers that provides for criteria and deadlines, and also, which is essential, also in line with IPCC or the guidelines from 2013. Actually, two editions from 16 and 13. Guidelines from the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Now, the national factors which were calculated within the framework of this project, we often are asked, now, are they applicable at the international level? Are they compatible? No, well, actually, the guidelines I mentioned allow us to use our national emission factors, which are used in line with this methodology, if they're based on objective information, if they're correct, adequate, and just, so well, they can be used. Well, before that, we have used the so-called default factors, because we didn't use this methodology. Now that we have the national emission factors, thanks to this project, after they will be published in international magazines and the international academia, and politicians will ascertain the adequacy and truthfulness of our data, then the next step will be to include those in our inventory. And the sequence here is quite simple. The institution SILABA, which I mentioned, will inform the Ministry and the Environmental and Geology Center, and they will agree on the methods to be used and will calculate the new factors then. And this will also include the justification for the new factors. It will justify that the factors are adequate, that they're precise, and that they more precisely reflect the situation in Latvia than the default factors. Then they will be included in the GHG inventory. We'll discuss it with other institutions, and then it will end up in the European Commission and UNFCCC Secretariat. Of course, it's not the end of the story. The international auditors will audit those data on the two levels. One will be the European Commission, the Environmental Agency, and EC experts, and then also international international audit. I'm not quite sure which countries they represent. There's 195 member states in the UNFCCC, and experts can come from any of them. And if the auditors at both levels agree that national factors are adequate and can be used, then there we are. We will. And it will essentially change the way our emission inventory looks now. If not, then auditors will come up with recommendations and then have to adjust. What will be those recommendations? Well, too early to say, but if if we have done our job adequately, then I don't think any problems will crop up. And in view of our ministry, this is indeed the main contribution of this project, which we anticipated for a long time. And I would like to wholeheartedly thank again the project team that in the end we have those results. It's not quite the end of the road yet, but the finishing line is already in sight. Well, this is it from me in a nutshell. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question before the jingle with this lovely marshbed sounds, we still have time for some questions. If not, then we can address them later. If there's no further questions, then actually there is one question.
Man ir jautājums, kā jūs redzat?
My question is as follows. How long would it take, according to you, to have these national factors before they are approved and ready for use? Well, in our case, what we are interested in is the publication of study results, of audit reports, etc. We want these factors to be verified, acknowledged as proper and accurate, and then we're ready to move on and make the next steps and do the calculations that are necessary. I really don't know what's the current status of publications. A year, 2, 3 more years to wait before they're ready. Eva, I think it's Andis who knows best. But there's one publication I know of. Andris will tell you about the rest. All right. Let's leave it for later. It's coming. It's there. All this Americ's. This Tuesday, the government approved some policy document on climate neutrality. Is it available for consultation? And has there been any public consultation of this position? That's a national position you're talking about. This is a document of limited accessibility and is not accessible to general public. But our website contains a brief summary of this position, and it has been discussed with Latvian Employers Confederation, with the Latvian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. There has been consultation with the public, with the industry. Is this answer acceptable? Partially. Okay. We have time for another question.
What is the position of Latvian officials towards use of peat in energy sector and in horticulture sector? You mentioned that peat is considered as fossil fuel. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, peat can be used in the energy sector. However, if it is used in the energy sector, of course it creates emissions for the energy and burdens compliance with those targets that are there for the energy sector. And with regard to future, I can say that we have received also recommendations from the OECD that have pointed out that we have very favorable tax regime towards peat, and we are applying exemptions which we would normally apply to sustainable fuels, which in case of peat is not quite true. Therefore, there might be some changes with regard to the government's approach towards peat.
It's okay. With answer. Vēl kādi jautājumi, lūdzu, komentāri?
Further questions or comments? None for the time being. Ilse Pruse, thank you. Let us move forward and hear from let's hear on something about the contribution of Life Restore project to improvement of activity data for accounting greenhouse gas emissions in Latvia. And this Lazdiņš, Life Restore expert. Hello, good morning. My presentation is in English, but I will do my best to address you in my mother tongue. I hope this does not lead to any problems. We have heard it being mentioned several times, the Institute Silava. We are the ones doing the calculations on GHG emissions from the LULUCF sector in Latvia. So we are quite interested in better performance, in better data, in better calculations, in more accurate, more up-to-date calculations, and Life Restore was a fantastic initiative in this regard. It was exactly what we were looking for. And back in 2013, we were perplexed about the data coming in, and then having no data over an extended period of time from this sector. So this all made the Life Restore project twice as welcome, twice as necessary, and we're looking forward to the final results and conclusions very much. I wouldn't call it a miracle, but still it feels like one. I would like to thank the Latvian Peat Association, the Latvian government, the Baltic Coast Association. We were able to come together, put aside our differences, our differing interests, whether they are commercial or policy grounded, so as we can arrive at a clearer picture on the current trends in land use, on the current trends in GHG emissions. So the four names here on the slide, including me, but in fact it was more like 8 people were active. It was an interesting process. It took creativity, it took effort, which may partially explain why some of us have left for other sectors. Which key was it that I should press to advance in the presentation? Nothing's happening. Any key? Some particular key? All right. So what the GHG inventory is a major undertaking that involves practical work on the ground. Here we see an image of a partially recovered peat land where peat extraction takes place in part of the site, the other parts being submerged underwater. So several types of land use on this site with different GHG emission profiles. And our mission, our objective was to collect data that would give us a clearer picture on the practicability of certain restoration methods and changes in land use. For the time being, I will be addressing wetlands only, peatlands only, but further on we addressed other LULUCF sectors such as perennial grasslands, forested lands, etc. The data we had at our disposal, our input data, when we prepared our submission to the call of interest, we were naive in hoping that we would have high resolution LiDAR data, which we didn't eventually. They are still forthcoming. We are looking forward to that very much. But since we didn't have those data back then, we had to change our approach to hydrological profiling, etc., and instead resort to some rather unconventional methods of data gathering. We did have our national forest registry and a series of more data sets as time progressed from 2015, 2016, which all in all has let us arrive at one of the most complete agricultural land registry in Europe. And these are freely available for statistical purposes, study purposes, inventory purposes. We also had the data from the Environmental Ministry, aerial imagery, satellite imagery, including Landsat, which is one of the oldest satellite data sets around as of 1970s. Also Sentinel-2 data, which were higher resolution data, which we appreciated. This data, Sentinel-2 data, is clear enough to tell the difference between different types of forests, deciduous, coniferous, etc. Latvian geographical information data set that helped us differentiate between different types of peatlands, spent abandoned peatlands, peatlands in active use, and we had this data from early starting from 1990s. The data processing procedure we implemented. The first step was to get a general idea of the total area of abandoned peatlands in our country, starting from 1970s. The data from 1990s were more reliable. So we put together a map of probable peat sites where different types of extraction were used, starting from more primitive ones that were used in 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, and ending up with more advanced machinery in the last decade. And the VI, that's a vegetation index, which was really useful, that let us clearly see the presence of different types of vegetation on any given site. So we could clearly see if a former peat extraction site has been afforested naturally or manually, etc. Thereby being able to tell the difference between a forest, that is a forest in the true sense of word, and just an afforested territory. Also, we were able to split farmland in several subtypes, arable land, grassland being the two most popular and widespread types. And also another category we were able to develop was areas used for berry cultivation, cranberry, blueberry, etc. Another category we were able to establish was active peat extraction areas. Also, aerial photography came in handy to assess the subsurface, to assess the differences in subsurface water levels and surface water levels. We decided to use aerial photography only to get us a clear picture if a territory is more or less dry or submerged or humid, that is somewhere in between. Also, we set ourselves a lower limit for an area to be included in our calculations, this being 0.1 hectare. And we were able to create a data layer with more than 10,000 separate data units, where our Myers peatlands, former peatlands, were clearly visible. So this GHG inventory let us use their categories: forest land, farmland, and its subcategories, settlements, built-up territory, flooded areas, which is a major part of wetlands in Latvia, territories with unusually high level of groundwater, such as ditches, drainage ditches, and a number of further subcategories that we couldn't get any further data on. These are abandoned peat extraction sites, naturally afforested sites, likewise, we were able to distinguish other sites where peat extraction was supposed to be taking place, but in fact territories that have been abandoned. And also, of course, areas where active extraction currently takes place, therefore the emission profile stays the same. A major question that we're asking ourselves, and we will not be able to answer next year or even by 2030, that's the issue of anthropogenic emissions when it comes to wetlands. I hope Giacomo will help us in this regard later on, how to quantify the emissions from our wetlands, whether they can be treated as anthropogenic or not. And this is quite important for such a humid country as Latvia, where humidity, where water is never too far. Another example of what we did: Cana peatland site, not far from here. There, as you can see, this patchwork of land use types is very, very different. There's forest, there's a forested land, there's land, peatland under active use. So it's not insignificant to be very precise when it comes to such territories. We cannot resort to a one-size-fits-all approach. It takes nuance, it takes persistence to agree on the best scenario for further reclamation. Afforestation will not be an answer that is valid in every given situation, even if the territory itself is not that large. The distribution of abandoned and existing peat extraction sites, that's a category on its own, whether the extraction operations are still ongoing or have been abandoned quite some time ago. Next subcategory is forest land, forested land. Then we have some infrastructure objects such as roads, paths. Here near Riga, these are small cottages where people live, in fact. Summer homes, summer cottages, flooded lands. Another major issue that we were facing was the high level of emissions from organic land. So the natural processes are over in a couple of years and the emission level decreases. But nevertheless, this is a process that takes place that cannot be avoided in lands such as these. drained so 87% of area in question is affected by this process. There's high presence of organic soil. Mineralization has not taken place yet. So we have no way of avoiding emissions in this category. So all this data, all this information has allowed us to arrive at some conclusions that in relation to groundwater level, we have been able to model the natural processes taking place in such abandoned peat extraction sites. And it also informs policy making as to how to account for these emissions, whether to qualify those as anthropogenic in origin or not. I'm looking forward to this discussion with the EC representative later on. And if we have a look at the situation starting from 1990, a certain part of these lands have been forested. Some part of it is flooded now, and in the most of the area extraction continues, or there is no clear visible presence of vegetation in these areas. So further action, anthropogenic involvement is necessary, is required to transition this area to a more environmentally sound and friendly category. Another way to look at this is presented here on this table. So our inventory covered the total area of 55,000 hectares, and we can see the distribution of this land in different subtypes. And you can see where the areas where active peat extraction is still going on. So this slide represents the reality of today. Area that is reported under the category of managed wetlands of the GHG inventory. What's new here is the category of flooded land. What emission factor to apply? Well, I'm not so sure about that, but I suspect it might be the same as in the case of natural bogs. Well, that's the best guess I can make at this stage. My conclusions, they are known to you. You have heard about those. We will have on-site inventory next year, where we will travel to these sites to take measurements. So it's nearly complete. And looking forward, looking to the future, considering that this is quite a considerable source of emissions, and at the same time the considerable potential of emission capture and emission sinks, we will have to stay on top of these matters for years to come. Our linear approach will probably have to change at some point, while for the time being it's the best we can do. This is something that is used in accounting of farmland, of agricultural land, and I can only agree with Ilse is that it doesn't matter if we are able to agree on this particular occasion, we still may differ and arrive at different conclusions the next time. The high presence of organic soils in Latvia is an issue that will need to be addressed soon. using this methodology or an improved one in a larger geographical context on the Baltic, Balto-Finnish context. And the first steps have already been made in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lastinch, who worked hands-on on the sites. Real expert then. Any questions or comments? Please.
Thank you. Am I understand right that you consider forest land separately on organic soil and on mineral soil? If it's so, and what about grasslands and croplands? Did you also count them separately? And the second question is concerning flooded lands.
Sorry?
Flooded lands.
Yeah.
And because flooded lands are not the category, they're inside wetlands, they were not considered under IPCC guidelines 2006. Now they will be considered, they will become compulsory according a new version of IPCC guidelines. But did you map the areas of flooded lands before?
Regarding the first question about organic and mineral soils, yes, we are separating them in forest lands and in croplands and in grasslands also. We are considering that all managed wetlands are organic soils, and regarding flooded lands, we are using IPCC 2013, so there is a method for calculation of emissions from flooded lands, and we are not relying on 2006 at the moment. And we don't have good information. For Latvia, actually, these flooded lands is not a big, I guess it's not a big source of emissions, but we can get a lot of complaints about them because we had several hydropower stations which are definitely flooded lands with artificial emissions. And I don't know how it will go in future. We don't have any complaints up to now about flooded lands, but probably somebody will go further in evaluation and will get some questions about them. But the idea is to implement emission factors also for flooded lands, mainly because of a lot of these anthropogenic ponds.
Thank you.
Paldies. Ir vēl jautājumi, komentāri?
Any more questions or comments? Yes, please.
Man ir metodoloģisks dabas jautājums. Tur bija par...
About the methodology. Aerial photos have been used then. Why? Because the satellite pictures are also available. And why generation 4 and 5 have been used, not 6? We know that generation 7 is already planned, speaking of aerial photos. Speaking of Sentinel, well, the answer is quite simple, actually. We carried out the works in 2016. And we could hardly scrap up the pictures that would cover the entire territory of Latvia. The Sentinel-1 data, the radar data, initially was planned to be used, but we couldn't really single out the flooded areas there, let's say, drainages, etc. And then commercial radar data was planned to be used, but it's a methodological challenge, and also costs are high, so we didn't go as far. Speaking of aerial photos, well, we assumed that the situation in those trenches will not actually fluctuate year from year. Well, the data we used was as it was simplest, and it gave quite a comprehensive idea of what is happening. And we could only use generation 5 and 6 Sentinel data at that point in time. Thank you. Any more questions? The last question from this session.
Distinguish abandoned peatlands, because now you talk about those 50,000 hectares, right? While you have still a lot of other peatlands used in agriculture, forestry, and so on. And here's only a small piece of peatlands. So, are you sure that you don't miss some of a band of peatlands? Which, so, if you maybe can tell what you mean by abandoned peatland.
They are concentrating on areas which are formerly in peat extraction. We are not doing anything on, trying to avoid doing things on agriculture and forestry lands. And these abandoned peatlands or temporary abandoned peatlands we have a frame of peat extraction area. More or less it can be quite easily identified where the peat extraction went. And these abandoned or active peat extraction sites, we are separating them by license. One thing, we have a license, but also within licenses, not everything is extracted actively. So we are manually separated those areas under licenses where extraction takes place. And yes, there were some cases where licenses were not accurately drawn. They're manually by hand drawn, and it means that we had to add some areas which are outside license, but still, according to visual inspection from satellite, we see that there's some active management. I hope it sounds clear.
You got the answer. Okay, thank you. Vai visiem ir vēl kādi jautājumi vai nav?
Any other questions? If not, then thanks a lot once again to our last speaker. Thank you, and right now we have a coffee break. Right there, through that door which will be opened. We will continue 5 minutes to 1. If you not finish your coffee, that the wider audience is following the proceedings, not only the ones sitting here, or perhaps in the whole world, who knows. And also Mr. Grassi is still waiting our panel discussion, which will follow shortly. So, exciting.
Kamēr visi vēl nāk, ir man viens.
And while we're waiting for the audience to fill up, a small announcement about tomorrow. We're heading to a bog site. You don't need to take wellies with you. It's not going to be wet, so hiking, simple hiking boots will be all right. We'll be treading on dry paths. You do not need your wellies with you. No rubber boots. Well, you can take umbrella with you, so, I mean, you never know. But it's about tomorrow, concerning tomorrow. And today we continue in the shadow of air conditioner, as it were. We'll see what the weather will be like tomorrow. Well, I think that we can gradually proceed. We're slightly behind the schedule. Mr. Lupitis is ready to carry on. And we'll be speaking about the results of the project, particular data. Now, in the previous presentations, we tackled more or less theoretical things, policy, etc. And I will briefly touch upon that as well. I mean, it's hardly possible to avoid it. But the main emphasis in my presentation will be on the measurement of the emissions, results of those measurements that we've obtained during this project. We're slightly behind the schedule, but well, I'll try to stick to my time as far as possible. Now, I start with a sort of a classical theoretical points, we've spoken at great lengths about peatlands, why they matter, why we speak about them. And here's why. Here's the reason why, briefly explained. Well, first of all, the soil is the biggest carbon store in terrestrial ecosystems. If compared, for instance, with let's say forests and soil, then the soil stores a lot more carbon than the forests. About 30% of our soil can be defined as organic soils. Mostly in the northern hemisphere, where we are present right now as well. And my apologies, this is 3%, of course, 3%. And those 3% store more than 30% of CO2 emissions, which means that organic soils are peculiar in that in a very small territory, large amounts of carbon are stored. And therefore, any management activities that we carry out will leave a relatively large impact on climate processes. And the problem we encounter by managing those organic soils is that usually to manage those lands we first need to drain them. Also in the forestry, in agriculture, also in peat extraction, all these activities actually require drainage. And after the drainage, those activities can be carried out. At the same time, the balance between the capture of CO2 and emissions change. Now, how does it work? On this picture, you see the natural bog ecosystem. How does it work in a natural ecosystem? There's a technical problem.
Šajā gadījumā zaļās bultas piesaistes to, kas no atmosfēras tiek.
For interpreters, apologize. This is not possible.
Šitais varētu. Es varbūt varu mēģināt ar... bet tur vai. Šis ir atslēgas. Un otrs, mēs varam iet tur pie tās mikrofona. Un pamēģināt. Jā, pagaidām ir labi.
Seems to be working now. So far, so good. Right. The green arrows indicate carbon capture. What the bogs or the soil attract from the atmosphere. And the red arrows indicate emissions, the greenhouse gases emanating from the soil. And it is widely believed that CO2 is more attracted than emitted, but methane is quite the opposite. The methane emissions from bogs are quite high. After the drainage, the methane emissions sort of get more or less balanced. And the drained bogs or forests are not essential emitters of methane. Well, it's quite on the contrary with CO2 after the drainage. Both the emissions and the capture of CO2 increase, but emissions are usually higher than the capture. Then the carbon sinks, and therefore, from the point of view of climate change, the verdict is actually negative. And this is what the GHG inventory tackles. Well, I must actually say that the inventory is not exact science. The data that we obtain is not really absolutely watertight and correct. So we must handle the data with a pinch of salt. Now here, we can see the dynamics of CO2 emissions in organic soils as per various accounting years. A long time ago, when we used 2003 IPCC guidelines, the total amount was just above 1.5 million. Now, after we started using 2013 IPCC guidelines in our inventory, the emissions rose tenfold, almost tenfold, and not because, in practical terms, anything changed. It was business as usual, but the methodology, the emission coefficients, etc., those changed, and those led to those drastic results. Now we're going in the opposite direction. From more or less 10 million, we have stepped back, well, actually, we've taken quite a big step, and now the amount of emissions from the organic soil accounts to approximately 6 million, down from 10 million. On this graph, it is not exactly indicated. There cropland, forest land and wetlands, they all account for those emissions. But 6.5 million tons, well, it's actually quite a high number if compared to other sectors, other areas in this GHG inventory. For instance, the energy sector. In 2018 reports, the energy sector accounts for approximately 7 million tons of emissions. Now, if we compare it to organic soils, 6.5 tons of emissions, so you can more or less see the context that creates a picture. How big is the impact that improperly managed organic soils can leave on the amount of emissions? And you also see here what is the impact from, let's say, lack of the knowledge about the LULUCF sector. Mr. Grassi spoke about that. Before that, the LULUCF sector was tackled separately from other areas. Now we're heading towards more homogeneous picture, so that all the sectors are tackled together as one single process. Now, we have to bear in mind, though, that these balances in the LULUCF sector may account for disparities in reporting and may lead to somewhat faulty conclusions as well. Now, our project, Life Restore project, well, we tried to analyze various means of land use, organic soils, areas from where the peat was extracted. And we analyzed the areas where the peat extraction was discontinued, and also where the peat extraction was done, but nothing has been, no follow-up measures have been taken, and bare peat remains. We also tackled various croplands, forest lands, also natural bog ecosystems. Well, in this case, maybe it should be put in inverted commas, as they were, the natural ecosystems, because the bogs where we took our measurements, one could actually debate whether those are 100% natural ecosystems or are they human affected as well. We also tackled blueberry plantations and cranberry plantations. Now, sampling methods. We used the closed chamber method. The idea is that there are 5 those chambers on the sample plots, and together we had 41 such plots, all in all, in our project. 5 chambers on each of them, where we measured the GHG emissions in each of those chambers. The measurements were taken during the period of time of 2 years, once a month, every plot. And we used 2 types of chambers, transparent and opaque, or non-transparent. Why? Transparent chambers are needed in order to capture the CO2 which is attracted via photosynthesis. It is important in order to calculate the CO2 factor. We need to know how much is captured by photosynthesis and how much is emitted. Hence, transparent chambers. Opaque chambers, on the other hand, were used in order to measure also those CO2 emissions which take place in wintertime. Was the equipment that we used in summertime cannot be used in winter. If the temperatures drop below zero, it's game over. And also the bake chambers were used to measure CH4 and N2O emissions. Now, the results. A simple graph that shows how the CO2 emissions are changing during various seasons. Well, this graph may not have an essential value in itself, but it gives us a sort of a sense of security, sense of objectivity, as it were, that we're able to see the objective picture. And indeed, it reflects that up to, let's say, April, there's almost no emissions. Then they go up, which is quite logical and indeed was expected. And then from October to April, again, emissions go down drastically. Now, to sum up the CO2 emissions per various land uses, you can see the results here. But I have to say that the forest biomass is not included here. And therefore, pine forest and birch forest, those two bars here, we only speak of the soil emissions there, which include also the vegetation, let's say fern, etc. But the forest biomass as such is not included then. Right. So what was to be expected is that the highest emissions are in arable land and also cropland, grasslands. Also, I'd like to draw your attention that this spread of results is quite high, actually, and those black bars on top stand for margin of error. The lowest emissions, which is, as a matter of fact, in contradiction with with what we thought so far. Those of you who have seen my earlier presentations, you may have observed that the results are different from our previous data because we recalculated a number of factors. And so the lowest amount of emissions come from the raised bog, for instance, and good results also come from the blueberry and cranberry plantations and also from the forested areas. Now, those results are heavily impacted by the fluctuations in climate, in weather conditions over the last couple of years. If you remember, then 2017 was a rather wet year, untypically wet. The level of precipitation was drastically high. The next year, 2018, was quite contrary, extremely dry. And that, of course, left an impact on the results. The comparison between CO2 emissions in 17 and 18 are depicted on this graph. And in 17, in several land uses, we can see that the carbon capture actually took place in a number of areas. In this case, again, this margin of error needs to be taken into consideration. And in some of the categories, the margin of error is below zero, which means that at least on some of the plots, the carbon capture was recorded, i.e. the carbon capture is more significant than emissions, which is actually the objective towards which we have to head in order to cut down the overall emissions. Now, the results compared to IPCC emission factors. Well, we clearly see that the results obtained by us are quite a bit lower than the IPCC emission factors. And this result, or at least we expected that this indeed will be the end result. The previous research that we've carried out by the Institute Silva, about which we heard earlier, so Silva's previous research shows that the IPCC emission factors are not quite in line with our geographical position, because according to IPCC indicators, we're in moderate climate zone, where France, Germany and Poland actually also are included, and they are quite a way further south from Latvia. And the IPCC emission coefficients, they show that if we move from boreal to tropical conditions, the further down we go, the higher are the emissions, and therefore these results here is depicted on this chart, that emission factors recorded by our project are lower than the ones suggested by IPCC. Now, when we include those results in the GHG inventory, the emissions from the organic soil will go down by about 30 to 35% as a result of this. Well, apart from CO2, we also need to speak about the methane, or CH4 emissions. Now, no major surprises there. The highest emissions, methane emissions, are in transitional and high bogs, where the groundwater levels are the highest. And it's quite clear that the methane emissions leave a serious impact on the groundwater levels. Also, in perennial grasslands, the emissions have been relatively high, and also the ensuing groundwater level. In croplands and forests, the emissions have been negligible, which is more or less in line with the scientific data, also in IPCC guidelines. Now, as opposed to CO2 emission factors, the methane emission factors have quite a contrary picture. The emission factors obtained by us in most cases are higher than the IPCC emission factors. Well, we have to get back to the climatic conditions here, which I already mentioned, the last 2 years, especially the first year, because a large part of those emissions occurred during this first year, when the amount of precipitation was higher than usual, and hence the methane emissions were also higher. And then N2O emissions, the third gas that we measured. No surprises there. Croplands account for the highest amount of emissions. In the croplands with cereals, especially maize, for instance. And so emissions are highest there. Also, relatively high emissions have been recorded in croplands where legumes are produced and grown. And also, unexpectedly high level of emissions was recorded in the so-called transitional bogs. Let's see, the bar there is relatively high if compared with other means of land use apart from the cropland. And the explanation why so in transitional bogs is that actually because of one single month in this 2-year period. Why exactly, I don't know, but in March of 2017, the emissions that you see from the transitional bog, 90 to 95% occurred in the March of 2017, when snow was melting and ice was melting in the rivers. Why exactly so? I don't really know, but that's what happened. And a similar situation has been recorded elsewhere as well, but the explanation is unclear. Now, to sum up all the gases in CO2 equivalent, in order to assess the impact of various land uses on the overall amount of greenhouse gas emissions, we see that the highest amount of emissions come from croplands. specializing in cereals and corn or maize. Also in croplands covered with legumes, perennial grasslands as well. Quite unexpectedly, transitional bogs stand for a rather high number of emissions, regardless of the fact that they are considered to be natural ecosystems. And the methane emissions is the factor that accounts for such a picture. And it was, I must say, quite unexpected. And the lowest emissions come from forests and also plantations of berries, blueberries and cranberries. And I'd like to briefly tackle the last two categories, the blueberries and cranberries. Now, speaking of the greenhouse gas emission inventory, two things are the most important. First, whether the emissions are going down, but ideally we should aim for the emission neutrality. And Mrs. Bruce was speaking about that, emission neutrality or climate neutrality. In order to arrive there, we need to find a specific type of land use which not only brings down the emissions, but allows us to capture more than to emit. And then quite good results were achieved by using the planted cranberries. You can see the picture in three various plantations, three various bogs where cranberries were planted. And you can see that in two of those bogs there was more carbon captured than emitted, at least especially Ushuru bog stands out where emissions are higher than in the other two, but there's an explanation in it because the groundwater level is higher. The dark blue bars indicate the groundwater levels there, and the groundwater level is actually the lowest. Our apologies. Minus 70 centimeters. In other bogs, the groundwater levels were higher, and that actually explains the difference in carbon capture between these three bogs. And as with cranberries, relatively good results are also shown by the blueberry plantations. You see that Kalnen, now the Kalnen bogs in 17, which was quite a wet year, more emissions were captured than emitted, which gives us a hope that if we pay sufficient attention to the groundwater level in those bogs, if we regulate groundwater properly, then theoretically, in specific cases, more CO2 can be captured than emitted, and that's actually the goal, isn't it? Now, conclusions. Main conclusions that we can draw from our research are the following. First, compared to the IPCC emission factors, our measurements show a significant disparity, significant difference, and therefore I believe that thanks to this project, in the future, our GHG inventory will improve significantly, at least in LULUCF sector. We should definitely avoid the intensive agricultural production in these areas, because this is by far the worst use of land that we can apply to those areas. And also we have to pay the attention to the fact that afforestation and berry cultivation can potentially reduce the GHG emissions. Maybe not to come to the climate neutrality, but at least drastically reduce those emissions. Thank you. Questions to the speaker?
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting. And talking about polyculture, actually, when you start talking, everyone is asking, can we grow berries? And then usually the answer is only cranberries, no blueberries because they are emitters and so on. And interesting, did you analyze the yield, how much berries comparingly, for example, because one of the box had a really high water level, so was the yield much lower comparing to other box with lower water level?
I didn't analyze that. Maybe some of my colleagues may have answered to that, because we had in this Life Restore project we did also this economical analysis. So, but I'm not informed about that very well.
Paldies, ir vēl? Jā, lūdzu.
Further questions?
A couple of questions. First, how you consider the diurnal flux? So, how many times during a day and night you are measuring? The first question.
I didn't understand very well your question. Can you repeat?
How did you consider the diurnal flux?
Diurnal fluxes. I considered it by using temperature as a parameter for modeling. During night, usually temperature is lower, and actually this is the only the temperature is the way how I considered those night fluxes.
And how often you are measuring? During a day?
Per day?
Yeah.
We measured 1 hour in each sample plot.
At once?
Yeah, in month, yeah.
Thank you. The second one, you are referring to IPCC supplement.
Yep.
And comparing emission factors. But both Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 in IPCC wetland supplement are giving default factors, very crude ones, very general. But you compare rather specific types. So how you are doing this? Maybe you take figures from initial papers which are referred in these chapters.
No. The reason why I used this approach is that if we don't have any information, for example, about berries, but we need to report them somehow. So that's why before this project, okay, not only before but also now, we are using this emission factor for berries. We are using emission factor as it is for croplands, because berry production is a little bit, there are some similarities with croplands. This is my approach, how I compare them. I understand that this is very rough comparison. Yeah.
At least your position is much better than in IPCC guidelines.
Yeah.
I can support this as one of the offers of this both IPCC.
Yeah, and actually that's why I showed this comparison, that when we will include our results in inventory, we will get better greenhouse gas inventory. More
and the last one, if possible, what are your ideas how to bring tree vegetation into these calculations?
It's not difficult, but we need to consider that in greenhouse gas inventory, tree biomass and soil is separated. So it's not a problem. It's quite easy to estimate also tree biomass. But in this case, I showed only this soil emissions. So tree biomass, this is something different. This is a different pool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vielä jautājums, pēdējais jautājums, un tad iesim tālāk.
One last question from the audience and then let us move forward. Yes, thank you. My question is this. A bog is a huge carbon sink. It stores considerable amounts of carbon, and for it to be released, it first has to get there, no matter what the soil type is. So, we have, as a result, bogs that have a somewhat positive role in the overall balance. And your selective approach in taking measurements makes me wonder if longer term, more permanent, more regular measurements are necessary so that we can be really certain of the storage and accumulation capabilities and facilities of our wetlands. I have an information here from the University of Tallinn where they present the results of their 10-year study of in bogs in Estonia. So my suggestion and my question is that don't you think that more measurements are necessary? The answer, yes, indeed, absolutely. More measurements is always a good thing, but marshes and mayas were not the primary objective of this project. We were more after a more general picture. So when it comes to mayas in particular, they themselves will not change or alter the overall inventory results. And also we have to indeed admit that bogs are accumulate CO2 in general, but the exact level or the balance cannot be certain for sure. One of the possible explanations is poor data, of course, there's no doubt about that. But another possible consideration is that both in bogs and mires, there always was a particular location with a particularly high CO2 emission indicator. Let me just return to the sliding question. And here's a distribution of CO2 emissions, and it's quite considerable. So what this tells us is that at least in bogs, at least in 2 bogs where we took measurements, carbon capture was larger than emissions. In bogs, in high bogs, the situation tends to be the same, except 2018, which was an unusual year due to the extended drought we had. So yes, I understand the nuance. I understand the issue at hand. Why we have these results? Should we have more measurements? Yes, indeed. There's more and more issues to discuss and measurements to take. But let us move forward now. Let's thank Ainars Lupitis and move on to Bernd Hofer, representative of the International Peat Society. He is the chair of Peatland and Environment Commission.
And thank you very much. So my title is Paris 2015 and Peatlands Vision and Reality. And first, some background for my person. After my study of landscape ecology in Münster, I founded my own engineering and consultant company, what I still do up to now. And last but not least, I'm chair of Commission Peatlands and Environment of the International Peatlands Society. So Paris 2015 and peatlands, vision and reality. This is a real wide scope to this topic, and there's a subtitle, Experience in Europe with Different After Uses, and this is much more concrete. So I have the feeling when I started to think about this topic that these are two issues or presentations, but I will try to bring it in one complete box, and hopefully it will success. So let's start with Paris Declaration 2015, and most of you will certainly know that this means that we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions down to 80 or 95% until 2015, and we heard today from Italy that for 2030 we have to reduce down by 40%. And in the end, what means this for our peatlands? That they have to be revetted or brought back to natural situations until 2050, more or less generally. And that means, on the other hand, that peat extraction, for example, but as well agricultural use of peatlands has to stop more or less until 2050. So this was Paris in 2015, and meanwhile we have some political statements and plans about the measurements, how to reach this. One example is about the new cars. The Europe states agreed that they have to be reduced in the emissions compared to 2021 until 2030 by 37.5%. Another example is from Germany. There is a coal phase-out plan until 2038. Germany wants to stop the use of coal for energy production. This, of course, is a plan, and we are waiting for the action, what will happen until 2038. And on the other hand, we have a lot of other examples, especially from UK. A lot of cities declared themselves as a climate emergency. No one knows exactly what that means, and there are no clear definitions about that. And my home city, Münster in Germany, was a big university, and the faculty I studied declared themselves some weeks ago also as a climate emergency case. One point a lot of the cities figure out is that they want to be carbon neutral by 2030. So, but on the other hand, we have alarming facts. This is the loss of the rainforest from last year. We see that it's increasing, the loss of the tropical rainforest, and it is strongly connected to tropical peatlands, what we are talking about here, with very high greenhouse gas emissions. So the facts show in a different direction. But we have also good news, and this is from Germany. Last year, first time for a long line of years, the greenhouse gas emissions were reduced. Oh, sorry, this was too fast. And here's a bug in my presentation. Sorry, this is wrong. It is reasoned by the warm summer, and for this reason, for the warm summer in 2018, the use of fossil energy use was lower than in average. So this red line, sentence is not correct. So it is not because we changed something in our system, in our way to use energy or produce or traffic. It is just because, an effect of climate change, if you want. So maybe this is a way to offer self-regulation in some cases. Okay, if we look to our greenhouse gas emissions today and take this as 100%, we have to reduce for reasons of climate protection down to less than 15% until 2050. But on the other hand, we know that there are developments that make this very difficult because we expect 10 billion people on Earth until 2050. And we know that we have to increase food production. And we know that, for example, growing media are a part of this horticulture industry that delivers especially vegetables, which are used more than average in African and Asian kitchen, needs a bigger supply of growing media. So this is visible conflict in future that we have a definitely higher demand for growing media and, by the way, for peat, because at the moment peat is the biggest part of the growing media. And on the other hand, the requests of the climate protection that shows directly in the different direction. So how can we reduce greenhouse gas emissions from peatlands? For this reason, I think we should have a short look to the structure of the greenhouse gas emissions. And if we do it geographically, then we see that Southeast Asia is the biggest part or the biggest point on the world, is the hotspot of greenhouse gas emissions from peatlands. Western Europe or Central Europe is, compared to that, relatively small, but has its own part. So if we look to different uses of peatlands, then we see that the hotspot is agriculture use, with 87% of the greenhouse gas emissions from peatlands. Peat extraction is more or less meaningless, but if you look to Germany, that gives a little bit different situation. Agriculture is 76%, the main emitter, and peat extraction is by 6%. So if we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from peatlands seriously, then we have to find solutions for the situation in the tropical peatlands, definitely, and solutions for the agricultural use peatlands. Without that, we will not solve the problem. The phasing out of peat extraction is, compared to this, of minor importance, but everyone has to, every issuer has to contribute. That means that we have to find solutions for the emissions of peat extraction as well. So, what are the consequences for peatland management and after-use planning? Looking first to the options we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture-used peatlands. This is a research or the result of a research project of the Geological Service of Lower Saxony in Germany. You see this graph, it is a connection between, or a relation between the dewatering level of the peatland and the greenhouse gas emissions. And if you go to the right, the water table is near to the surface, higher, and the greenhouse gas emissions lower. So what this research project analyzed was or the idea behind was to use the drainage system to bring in the water during summertime. Not to drain, but to steer the level in the peat body down to 50 centimeters below surface. And the result up to now, this is not the final result, is that it is possible to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by that down to maximum 30%. This is, if we look to the aims we have, reducing down to 40% or down to nearly zero, then this is an option for a short time, but not in the long distance. This is a second, let's not say a research project. This is just out of practice what still happens in Germany, that the farmers, the owner of the land, deep plough or using hydraulic excavators to turn around the whole soil. Means that they dig the sand from underneath and put it above the peat. So by this method, greenhouse gas emissions are stopped more or less completely from one day to the other. But on the other hand, this is not in line with our goals for these areas and peatlands. So what I want to explain with that, what really happens in a bigger scale today in our peatlands is that this is just from the point of climate change, let's say suitable measurement, but on the other hand, it is not in line with our goals for biodiversity protection or nature conservation. This is a research project what is running since 2 years now. It is a project named Optimor, and it tries to find out how to restore grassland back to natural bog situation by different methods. And at the moment is an article just in the review process. I hope that we will have it soon. But I will show you some figures out of this project. You see the control side of a running grassland use with a methane balance of nearly 70 gram per square meter and year. And if you compare this with the version 4 down to 7, you see that if you replace the topsoil layer of the agricultural use and re-wet this up to the surface, then you have real reduction of methane emissions from that side. So this seems to be a very successful method to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural sites, but it is very expensive because most of the agricultural used peatlands in Germany, for example, are in private property, and if you just want to buy it, you need, let's say, for 100,000 hectares, 3 billion euro, and then you did nothing, you still have to do the whole job. So it is real expensive to go in this direction. So we will have this is an advertisement for a meeting we have, or a symposium we will have at the 21st of November this year to show the results of this research project in Germany. You are warmly invited. Okay, let's conclude this. The red line is our goal, what we have to reach, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions down to 95% until 2050. And these are the greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural and forestry used peatlands. I'm not sure where the palm oil plantations of the tropical peatlands are covered, if they are covered in agriculture or forestry. So for this reason I put those both figures together. And these are the greenhouse gas emissions from the use of peat for growing media. And this is what we can reach if we start now. You see the range of minus 30% if you want or if you are able to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by subsurface irrigation of grassland. And as I know from articles from Susan Page and Jack Riley, it is possible to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from palm oil plantations by 50% by responsible management. But what is clear for me in this diagram is that it is not possible by these methods to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions down to the goal we have until 2050. So looking to the peat extraction, we have to differentiate the emissions from the extraction sites itself. We saw figures at the presentation before, and the greenhouse gas emissions coming out of the peat itself, the carbon content of the peat, by using it in the growing media. And the question is often from industry that they ask who is responsible for what. So is the oil industry responsible for the greenhouse gas emissions from private transport? Are peat producers or companies responsible for the emissions of the horticulture industry? But I think in the end, in the consequence, it doesn't matter because we have to reduce this greenhouse gas emissions anyhow. So for this reason, it is not a question who is responsible. Looking to Germany and the development we expect, Germany is again the nerd of the class in Europe. We will do it quite properly. Our peat extraction will run out until 2050, and we don't have to expect emissions from there. But this is just half of the truth. The other half is what we import. And our imports of peat in Germany are increasing every 10 years by around 1 million. And if you, on one hand, expect that we will have other recipes in the growing media and less percentage of peat in the growing media, we have in future higher greenhouse gas emissions by the longer transport ways of the imported peat. This is another result of a study case I want to show you. It is also from the Geological Service of Lower Saxony and shows the development of greenhouse gas emissions of revetted extraction sites. And what you can see is on the left side after 5 years revetting, in the middle after 25 years revetting, and compared to this at the right side a natural situation. And what we can see is that we have it is split in methane. These are the green pillars, and the light blue, this is carbon dioxide. And we have, after 5 years, an uptake of carbon dioxide, but still emission of methane. So the blue dots show the sum of the emissions, and we see that it takes a long time until we reach a neutral situation of this revetted sites. Compared to the values of the extraction site, I take this number from Germany, with 5.1. We just heard some other figures, but this is comparable to the research study sites in Germany. We see that, it is after 25 years a reduction by 50%. So if we would have started in 1990 with our revetting project, we would reach the goal in 2050 by exactly 80%. But if we start tomorrow with our revetting, we will as well in this revetted extraction site not reach our goals. So coming to my conclusions. Greenhouse gas emissions from peatlands can only be significantly reduced by revetting agriculture and forestry use peatlands. With forestry, I refer to the tropical peatlands and the palm oil plantages. And for me, it seems not realistic in the time frame of Paris 2015. One point I explained, looking to the private property in the northern hemisphere of agriculture used land on peatlands. And the other point is if we look to the tropical peatlands, there are definitely more than 10 million hectares which have to be revetted. And Indonesia started with a real there's a program to revet 1 million hectare until 2020, and it is clear that those 1 million hectare are not to reach. And on the other hand, it is even not clear what is defined by restoration. In some cases, it is just that the burned area, the burned peatlands, are back to use that is defined as restored. So there are many differences, and 10 million hectares is really a big area to handle until 2050. So another point is that we will need growing media in future in an increasing amount, and this is a point that leads to the next conclusion, that the percentage of peat in growing media has to be reduced in future if we want to reach this game. But this is only possible with material that exists. That means that we need these volumes, these increasing volumes, and it has to be a proper, suitable quality. At the moment, we don't have these materials, not in the volume. And of course, this has to be with a responsible price. We cannot look for solutions that are not payable for the people which want to buy these foods. So, and the last point for me is that revetting of cut-over peatlands definitely reduces greenhouse gas emissions, but it is more in the mid-term that we reach these goals. Thank you very much. Paldies.
Paldies Bernam Hoferam. Ir jautājumi, komentāri?
Mr. Hofer, any questions or comments from the hall? Let's start from this side.
The importance of peatland restoration will fade as we start looking at things like more efficient heating systems around the world. And for example, in the UK, they estimate the UK needs 25 million new boilers but we currently use gas boilers in the UK. So that's about £100 billion that somebody's going to have to pay to replace all the boilers in the UK. Do you think that peatlands will fade in importance in terms of their carbon potential?
Hopefully I understood your question right, but I will answer with example from Germany. From the last governmental period, we had two green ministers in Lower Saxony for environment and spatial planning and agriculture. And they started to change the spatial planning for Lower Saxony and skipped out priority areas for peat extraction, and instead of that implemented priority areas for peat restoration and mire development, or peat conservation and mire development. And this was in the size of 100,000 hectares. This was real spectacular. And after 1 year, agricultural sector recognized what this would mean to them and started to lobby against it. And in the end, successful, because first of all, it was reduced down to 40,000 hectares from 100,000. And the second point was that the mire development was skipped out, just peat conservation. And the third thing was that they had an introduction in this law that everything is allowed related to agriculture use, even to renovate the dewatering system. So nothing changed. And maybe this is the reason why I'm so pessimistic in my expectations. I see that it is maybe easier to invest in a technical thing like new boilers and new heating systems than to buy out 100,000 hectares from private property. So the LULUCF sector is quite more complicated than technical problems.
Paldies. Lūdzu, vēl jautājums.
Thank you. Any other questions?
First question concerning that peat extraction is driven by customers, and gardening and landscape business is based on peat. The only opportunity is to replace peat by growing sphagnum. But as I know, only Germany is supporting such small projects. And still the price of grown sphagnum is not reaching the competitive level. So what do you think about perspectives?
Yes, you are right. I think sphagnum farming is one of or Germany is more or less leading in investing with sphagnum farming projects, and the projects are running because they are funded by government. So in that sense, they are successful economically. There was one big research project and to analyze the economic or the economy of sphagnum farming, the economic options, and at the moment it is more than 10 times too expensive. This was the result as far as I know. The point is that the idea behind, of course, is very smart and clever, to have use for the agricultural sector on those peatlands and ongoing use, to have material for the growing media industry, and to have the positive effect for climate protection. But at the moment, at the practice, it is not possible because of our subsidy system in the European Union. because these sites have to compete against the subsidies for agriculture use on the same peatlands. So for this reason, at the moment, there's not a chance.
Thank you. And so I think for the nearest future, I mean several decades, up to 2050, we shall need peat as a growing media. But another possibility to reduce emissions is to replace milling method by so-called wet extraction. Because up to 10% or even more carbon is released from dry peat extraction sites.
Yeah, what I wanted to show with this one slide, that 5 tons are coming from the extraction site and 140 something from the use of the peat, shows that the extraction sites themselves are not the real problem. But I agree we should rise the water table as high as possible in that sites. The other part, at the moment, this was the result of this study case of the University of Wageningen, which did this analysis of the expected volume needed in future for growing media, taking into account that we reduce peat in the percentage in the growing media recipes, but at this moment, it is not possible to reduce it to any figure you want. 20–30% are critical at the moment. Maybe it will come in near future down to 40 or 50%. But if you speak to the horticulture sector, they need a definitely safe growing media, safe for the production. Otherwise, this sector gets in serious trouble with the production.
Thank you for your thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Horner. Very nice, and you can take your seat in front, like time for panel discussion. Ilze Prūse, Andis Lazdiņš, Ainārs Lupiķis. Arī lūdzu ieņemiet vietas, mums ir paneļa diskusija laiks.
Right, so the members of the panel discussion, please take your seats. And hopefully we'll be joined by Mr. Grassi from Italy. He will join our panel discussion. We'll try to concentrate in our panel discussion on a specific issue.
Ko es varētu šobrīd uzlikt tādu vienu
We will see how this discussion develops. Mr. Giacomo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very good, very well.
Okay.
Okay. Mēs varam sākt, un mūsu pirmais jautājums.
So let us kick off in our first question.
Translation. Do you have a translation if we're talking Latvian?
Let's check. Mr. Giacomo, can you hear English translation, English interpretation? Yes, you can. Oh, wonderful.
Pirmais jautājums, ko es gribētu visiem.
And so the first question that I'd like to address all the panelists is as follows. According to the research, there's a disparity of results, and they can be interpreted in various ways, but what should be the further steps? At which conditions those degraded territories might be considered to be renewed, reduced? Which is the point at which you can say that this particular bog or this peatland has turned back to the normal, as it were? It has been regenerated, and therefore it can be reclassified, and its importance in nature and ecosystems can be changed as well. Is there a particular point in time where you could state that?
Yeah. Mr. Horner, you are ready to start? have a push a button, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. It works.
Oh, this was too close. So, a wonderful question, and I can answer with some experience from let's say Europe and Canada. I would differentiate in three different phases. First is to bring back the hydrology of the peatlands, and this is a situation to rise up the water table, and of course it depends on the geohydrological situation if it will be successful or not. But normally after 2 or 3 years we have a refilling of the whole pore volume and amplitude of the water table over the year that is more or less similar to the natural situation. The second phase is that we get back pioneer vegetation of the bog. These are more the species of hollows that we have Sphagnum cuspidatum or cotton grass, Eriophorum vaginatum or Angustifolium, and this is the start of something like a second or a replaced or regrowing acrotain that buffers at its own also the hydrological situation. The last phase is the phase where we get back carbon accumulating vegetation. That means that we have sphagnum of a hummocks, this sphagnum species that build new peat in a bigger scale. Of course, Sphagnum cuspidatum is also accumulating peat. We see this if we just do a stratigraphic drilling in our course, that there's also Sphagnum cuspidatum peat. But the biggest part of our peat layers is built by this hummock species, and so if we have this third phase of sphagnum of hummocks in our vegetation, then definitely we can say that we have the natural situation again, positive restoration.
Thank you. Mr. Grassi, do you hear us? And which conditions an area can be considered as rewetted from your point of view, or from point of view of the European Commission?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
At which conditions an area can be considered as rewetted, as a return to natural conditions, let's say?
Yeah, I mean, I will provide, I'm not a specific expert on wetland and peatland, contrary to previous speakers. So we provide an answer more from a greenhouse gas inventory perspective. So beyond the more biological explanation given in the previous answer, essentially from a greenhouse gas inventory perspective, once a land is managed, any action occurring on that land are considered anthropogenic and therefore should continue to be reported. So even if eventually the land is returned to natural condition, this is anyway reported as anthropogenic greenhouse gas flux. So from a greenhouse inventory reporting, everything occurring on a land that had been previously managed will continue to be reported as anthropogenic.
Ja jūs dzirdat 1, 2, 3, tātad šobrīd ir situācija.
I hope you can hear me, right? So after those measurements, let's say the emissions have gone down by 17% against the overall backdrop. In view of what we had, the disparity, the margin of error, etc., what will be the consequences, the results of this project on a national scale? in view of the overall objectives that we need to reach. Thank you for the question. Well, I'd like to point out that the change of calculations and methods as such does not bring down the emissions. The methodology changes and thus result change, but the emissions don't. And speaking of the emission factors of wetlands, we need to understand that by changing the emission factor, not only the forecasted emissions of 1 year are recalculated, but all the following, the data around it, and this will leave an impact on the future objectives. So once more, the calculations do not change the emissions; they only make the data more precise. When it comes to this particular project, as I pointed out in my presentation, we welcome the results of this research, but after listening to the presentation of these results, I couldn't fail to note that the differences between the data of 2017 and 18 were strikingly different. There were quite a lot of differences with the IPCC data, etc. And this raises a question, probably will raise a question to international auditors who will work with this data as well, I think. And also our scientists who carried out the research. We need to be ready to justify those differences so that there is no room for disbelief, as it were. Otherwise, those newly calculated factors will not be able to use them. Now, Mr. Lopidis in his presentation mentioned that, of course, we need to carry on making measurements in this area to consolidate our database and to make the data more trustworthy. And we'll definitely do just that. But I do hope that the results can be used to improve the GHG inventory data in line with the process which I explained in my presentation. But again, I'd like to point out the different calculation methods do not change the emissions. All right, let us turn to the scientists, to academics. There's two of them here at the panel. The emissions have gone down. Now, can you verify the adequacy of your calculating methods? The answer, of course, I believe that our methods are adequate. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that when it comes to organic soils and wetlands, we've used the coefficients from IPCC guidelines. And the results that we've attained do not really correspond with the IPCC guidelines, as I said. And so, regardless of the margin of error of our results, in any case, I think we are heading in the right direction by including our results in the GHG inventory. So I believe that the results of our project are valid and adequate. We need to use the factors that correspond to our conditions and situation.
And on that, are you aware of results of this project of measuring, of new measurings of situation in Latvia's wetlands?
Sorry, could you repeat? It's a question for me?
No, did you hear this discussion?
Yeah.
Do you have any comments on new measurings on this project as a whole?
No, I can just reiterate what has been already told, that any project like this one are very much welcome, especially in an area where there is such high uncertainty and where country-specific circumstances may lead to different estimates. So country-specific estimates are welcome. The IPC default factors are, as the name says, default factors. So if you develop your own country-specific estimates, I think it's it's justifiable, and if you're ready to defend it during the review process, I think it's anyway should be seen as an improvement of the inventory.
Thank you. They said they are ready to defend these results. Jautājumi, komentāri, lūdzu.
Any questions or comments from the audience, please? Yes, go ahead. I have a somewhat general question. Why the inventory of GHG emissions in countries differ? We base ourselves per ton of the peat extracted. In Germany, it is per hectare of the extracted peat. Don't you think that the system should be sort of homogeneous?
Of course, this would be the better solution to have a homogeneous system. The situation in Germany was that the geological survey geological service tried to have a greenhouse gas emission factor by area per hectare comparable to the agricultural use. And this was the reason why they measured the emissions from the extraction site itself and at the annually yield of Germany divided by the complete extraction site and came down by this way, by this method, to emission factor by hectare. Of course, it is not the case that this emissions coming from that hectare, the peat will be oxidized somewhere else, maybe even not in Germany, because there's a lot of export of growing media to Europe or globally. So I would prefer to have emission factors in the same methodology in Germany than we see it here today.
Paldies.
Thank you. The next question, please.
Numbers for Latvian greenhouse gas emission reduction, about 2 million tons, if I remember correctly, by changing land use in abandoned peatlands. But my question is, as Mr. Bernd Hofer showed, that agriculturally utilized peatlands are the most, that's the headache for all countries. So my question to Mrs. Bruce is, what other measures do you foresee in organic soils and under which financial, actually, if you could briefly answer, and which financial instruments will be used?
I think data about those emission reductions were not coming from my presentation, but from another one presentation. But answering your question about measures that could be used in order to reduce emissions in agriculture from organic soil harvesting and other type of activities, definitely similarly as many other EU countries, we are looking towards precise management, precise farming methods, because a lot of emissions are coming from harvesting land, and there are possibilities how to reduce those emissions to a certain extent. Of course, neither of those measures are easy, but if we are gradually changing our approach, it is doable, definitely.
Paldies par atbildi. Vēl jautājumi, komentāri?
For your answer, any other comments or questions from the audience? I actually have two more questions. The first, what do you think? Is it correct that the use of peat in agriculture and the emissions are calculated by using the direct oxidation method, meaning that all the peat extracted eventually ends up as GHG emissions? This is the first question. Can you answer that? Well, I can try. Says one of the panelists. Maybe it could be addressed to the ones who come up with those guidelines of calculating. And if one of the member states deviates from those calculation methods, then the auditors, of course, are free to ask why. But I mean, this method, as far as I know, should be followed. well, maybe peat is the lesser of our headache. What happens with timber, with the forestry products, that is unsatisfactory. The wood exported for our country is lost to us and others. In European context, we should really take into consideration the forestry and peat products as one, let's say, type of product if it's consumed here in Europe. Okay, and if the product is used in the Netherlands, it's still used there. It's still used in agriculture and still accounts for the emissions. But currently, at the national level, it is not being taken into consideration. I'd like to comment this issue about the exported produce and how it's being reflected in our GHG inventory. I understand that if you look from the perspective of one area, let's say timber export, it might look that Latvia might actually benefit if the timber exported from here should be accounted for in another state, let's say. But we also import a lot of products. Actually, most of what we consume, we import. We import domestic appliances, food, electricity, etc. And if we add up all this and the emissions of all those products, if they are taken into consideration in accounting, then our emissions will be twice as high as now. So if we can presume that in one sector, if we export and it is taken into consideration in our inventory, other member states might claim that, hey, we're importing products to you, so how about us? And the bottom line will be that we will not fare much better then. And also, it's not the Latvia's or European choice to account only for emissions that originate here. And, import and export factors are not taken into consideration. This is a worldwide system. It exists elsewhere at the UN level. And to try to revisit it would be quite complicated. We risk opening such a Pandora box that it will create a whirlpool of other problems. Now, additional question. In peat extraction, especially in the Latvian context, 98% of the peat extracted here is used for horticulture. So 95% of this material is exported both to Europe and elsewhere. And there it is used as a growing medium, and those attract the emissions, which means that in principle, I mean, again, speaking about how we account for the emissions, if the peat is used for horticulture, maybe sometime in the future it should be treated otherwise, because it is one of the sources which actually attracts the greenhouse emissions. Let's say 30,000 trees are grown from 1 ton of certain amount of peat, and so it does capture a lot of CO2. I'm not speaking about the energy use of peat, but its use in gardening and horticulture. Well, it's more of a comment. Maybe you can say some words about it. But I also want to speak about the IPCC guidelines, which stipulates that if the content of CO2 in peat is around 45%, then certain steps follow. Maybe it should be revisited, because this content of CO2 in various states certainly fluctuates, doesn't it? Right. Brief comment. The content of CO2 in peatlands, in peat, well, this factor certainly can be changed. We're carrying out a research here, and we can recalculate whether or not it will be beneficial for Latvia or not. That's an entirely different question. I think that Latvian peat, on average, contains higher amount of CO2 as in other countries, but it's our choice. Of course, we can choose this methodology if we choose to. All right, next question, please. Perhaps we could set a wider objective here about the self-regulation of ecosystems, self-balancing of ecosystems, and how does it pan out in a global context. Also, the human health is dependent on how our brain works, the hemispheres of the brain. And by way of metaphor, we could say that those metaphorical hemispheres in the world are interconnected, as it were. So we should strive for self-balancing and self-regulation. And if so, then the greenhouse gas regulation is a sort of secondary factor. The main thing is to strive towards the self-balancing of the nature. This is how to address the climate change in the long run, to strive for the self-regulation, the balance in the nature.
Es varu mazu komentāru, varbūt ne tik ļoti nopietni, bet tad, kad tas arī pieminēta.
A comment on my part. The forest reference level was quite an issue some time ago. Member states found a number of creative ways around it to show themselves in a more favorable light by bringing down the total amount of emissions while still continuing to cut down forests. Thereby getting less trees, but somehow finding this mythical point of balance with nature. Well, we've been there. Another question? I'll begin with a comment and then a question. First of all, we hear it from the media and from the politicians that Greta Thunberg is all the rage these days, that we should act drastically. But there's another kid out there, a German youngster named Felix. Some years ago he proposed a number of steps. So a German youngster, Felix Birnbauer, I think, a school kid who proposed that by 2020 the world should plant 1 trillion new trees. And this is what he set out to do some 6 or 7 years ago. And this is a way forward. This is a way towards a solution, because we know that trees, tropical rainforests decrease, and in this context, peat could be the resource we use to replant our forests by using it as a substrate, by thereby returning to this point of balance. So indeed, this is not beyond the realms of possible. 3-4 years of active peat extraction, and we will have enough substrate for replanting the world's forests on a global scale. And my question, would you say it would be possible that the emissions generated by peat extraction in horticulture could perhaps be excluded from these calculations, because the potential is there, the positive contribution is there, the capture. And besides, this is a matter for a few countries of the world. Latvia, our neighbors. On the global scale, this is nearly irrelevant, while the potential is huge. What would you say if we were to exclude peat extraction for use in horticulture and agriculture from these inventories? The reply is simple: no, we won't like it. We know the global context, we know the way the system is built. This is impossible. Wetlands, peatlands are CO2 storage sinks, considerable storage sinks, and in order to mitigate climate change and to stay on target, we have to consider the carbon stored over centuries in peatlands, in bogs of the world. Another comment. Microphone is off. Now it's on. Yes, as to farming, croplands, if peat is used in agriculture, then I would too say no. The answer would be negative. This wouldn't work. Because what agriculture uses, eventually it ends up in the atmosphere. But when it comes to forestry, use of peat in forestry, using peat as growing media for saplings, for new trees, where this can be the only feasible medium. It sounds great, it sounds promising, but I'm afraid it won't be implemented, at least not in the extent you mentioned.
To exclude, it's like kūdras ieguvi no emisiju aprēķina.
If we were to exclude peat extraction from GHG inventory, I mean peat extraction for agricultural purposes.
Is it a question for me?
Yeah, you could answer.
So, yes.
Jā. Jautājums par to, ka mēs iespējams varētu kūdras ieguvi neiekļaut. Tātad jautājums ir par to, ka kūdru iespējams varētu neiekļaut sega izmešu uzskaitē tieši kūdras ieguva lauksaimniecības vajadzībām. That is correct. Yes.
Well, I think as already said by previous speakers, we have set up a greenhouse gas inventory system with rules which is now operational at global scale, also in the context of the Paris Agreement. Right now, peat used for agricultural purposes is reported in the producing countries. Of course, you may argue, and I would be happy to discuss possible alternatives on how to report and account this emission. If instantaneous oxidation, for example, is the best approach, or maybe a tier 3 decay approach, like harvestable product could be considered. Should be the producing countries or the importing country that is responsible for that. As a matter of fact, it is difficult right now to change the current system. So we may bring some discussion in the debate, but right now we have a system where these emissions have to be reported and accounted in the producing country. In the short term, I don't see likely that this will be changed. Even, of course, I recognize some problems associated with this approach, which is, for example, not fully consistent with the approach followed in other part of the greenhouse gas inventories.
Thank you very much. Paldies par šo atbildi, Giacomo Grassi. Es teikšu lielu paldies arī Aināram Lupiķim, Andim Lazdiņam.
Thank you, Mr. Grassi. I thank everyone on the panel here. Thank you for this discussion. Thank you everyone for your questions and comments. Now, let us move into the lobby where we will see the unveiling of a piece of art. The artist himself will be there. A photographer will be there. So let's go outside in the lobby and then let us meet at lunch. Thank you once again for this productive discussion.
Thank you very much for this.
Of peatland management in Latvia after peat extraction. And Mrs. Krieger is the member of the board of Latvian Peat Association. The floor goes to you, please.
Jā, man prieks jūs redzēt visus pēc pusdienu.
I'm glad to see you after the lunch break in relatively high numbers. I hope that this will not be a graveyard shift, as it were. Now, I will give the first 5 minutes of my speech to my Estonian colleague, who will inform us about the Peat Congress, which is scheduled to take place in Tallinn next year. Please, our Estonian colleague.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name
Labu pēcpusdienu, man sauc Kāja Krista, es esmu no Igaunijas Kūdras asociācijas.
The International Peatland Congress taking place in June next year in Tallinn, Estonia. The main theme of the Congress will be peatland ecosystem services, and the topics will include several subjects, for example, peat science, economy, technology, peat production, peatland protection, restoration, and so on. The Congress program includes several parallel sessions, keynote speakers. We are going to have field trips and several social and networking events for both delegates and accompanying persons. And there will be some new approaches next year. For example, we are going to organize peat talks in the format of TEDx talks. There will be many special programs for the industry, for the students. There will be a movie program, public lectures, and so on. We have created a web page for the Congress, ipc2020.com, and the web page is being upgraded on daily basis. However, in case you do not find information you are looking for, you can always contact me in person. Some important dates. The registration will open next month in July, and abstract submission opens in September. And of course, we are looking for sponsors, so if you have anyone in mind, feel free to contact me. Paldies, thank you, and I'm looking forward to meet you all next year in Tallinn, Estonia.
Thank you. Paldies, liels, un tagad kārts.
Thanks a lot. So bear this in mind, pencil, it's in your calendars. Tallinn next year then. And now the floor goes to Mrs. Krieger. Yes, good afternoon, everybody, once again. Boys, you heard, next year this conference will take place in Estonia, Tallinn, which is not far away, and I do recommend you went there. Such types of events are always quite interesting. Now, I'd inform you about the situation in Latvia when it comes to the management of peatlands after the peat extraction and various types of recultivation of degraded peatlands. But first of all, what is the current situation in Latvia? Well, there are 2 types of peatlands which need to be managed after excavation. So there are areas where no recultivation measures are carried out at all. Those territories remain more or less intact from the previous century after the peat has been extracted. And the second category are peatlands where extraction is ongoing, which is the least problematic area because this particular type of land is quite well regulated. Its use is regulated in law. So in a nutshell, if you're not familiar with the area, there's a law on these subterranean depths which stipulates that the landowners must recultivate lands after the extraction, according to the term provided for in the license. And the Cabinet Minister's Regulation number 570 stipulated recultivation must be started within 1 year after the extraction, or it can be carried out also in parallel with the extraction. And the law I mentioned on subterranean depths stipulates that the license can be issued up to the period of 75 years, which means that if the extraction is started in a particular place, if the peat is being extracted, then the owner of the license will be responsible for the whole period for extraction and recultivation. There's also a law on preventing this squandering of public property, which stipulates that the landowner cannot unilaterally waive the conditions of the license, which means that he will still be responsible for recultivation even if his legal status changes. Now, what is the end of recultivation? What is the point in time in which the recultivation is deemed to be finished? Well, the extractors must work in line with the project of mining or the recultivation draft. There's a number of technical measures which need to be carried out so that the land can be used for other purposes after the extraction. The extractor also need to provide for a certain layer of peat which remains on top. The depth of the layer depends on the type of recultivation which will be chosen. And recultivation conditions usually feature in the land lease agreement, whereby the land is leased for mining. And the peat extractor, if he carries out those conditions, then he's supposed to have worked according to the law, and the land plot is supposed to have been recultivated for further use. And then the landowner carries out the recultivation measures, if, of course, the land lease agreement doesn't stipulate otherwise. Now, the other side of the coin, as it were, which creates more problems, is the recultivation, and whether recultivation should be carried out by the landowner. Our results show that there are 18,000 hectares where the recultivation has not been carried out and where a decision needs to be taken what particular type of recultivation would be appropriate for this particular land plot. And speaking of those land plots, additional research is necessary to identify what are the economically viable measures. Maybe the land should be further extracted on specific land plots and only after that's recultivated. Some plots, however, are already ready for recultivation where there's not enough peat resources remaining, so maybe it's hard to extract them. And then, of course, the particular type of recultivation most appropriate for the given area needs to be chosen. And now, how to identify the best recultivation type? First of all, the natural conditions, then the conditions set by the landowner, then also the municipality plans and documents. Those need to be taken into consideration. And finally, whether or not the recultivation type is in line with the mining prospectus developed initially. Well, the last two can be changed because the extraction usually takes place over the course of 70-75 years, stipulated by the license as well, and so these conditions may change. And conditions could be entirely different after, let's say, 70 years. Now, what is recultivation? It's the set of measures which need to be carried out after the extraction so that the extraction area is ready for further reuse for other purposes. We have 8 different recultivation scenarios, and 2 of them have sub-measures. Renaturalization, first of them, which can be natural, entirely natural, or targeted renaturalization by planting species. Then deforestation, which again can be natural or targeted. Then setting up of water bodies, growing of pellicultures, cranberries, blueberries, arable land, or finally the permanent grasslands. 8 types. And so, depending on the area, landowner can decide which of the particular types of recultivation he or she will apply. Now, our project, the results of our project help to choose the recultivation type depending on the amount of GHG gases, because they differ against the recultivation type, and so the responsible persons can see which of the particular type of recultivation will help them to bring down the emissions. And in our posters and also in the book, all the 8 types of recultivation are pointed out, and they all have a brief overview, conditions under which recultivation is possible. It depends on the topsoil of peat, the depth of the peat layer, also pH level, the groundwater level, and the number of days per year when the territory is underwater, and also the degree of decomposition of peat. Then also the planning, the melioration or drainage system, and also, if necessary, the planting plants, and as with cranberries and blueberries and other crops. Also, then number 7 is the potential of climate change reduction. To what degree recultivation type chosen is in line with this criterion. Then also the signs that can be used as benchmarks for judging whether the measure is successful. Then benefits and minuses, and finally costs. Well, that's the kind of a matrix that you can use to identify how much the given type of recultivation will cost you on a given area. Of course, the data is only indicative, and it will greatly differ by type, etc. And you know that the peat extraction areas are quite different. Conditions vary, and also, consequently, costs differ. So this is only an indicative material that kind of gives you a rough idea of what you're going to expect. This is a web-based instrument, web-based tool which you can use, and you can also model this tool according to your peculiarities by choosing the most appropriate recultivation type in line with the conditions of your site. And you can use this tool to quickly calculate approximately how much recultivation 1 hectare will cost you. You already saw this graph before, but it is very useful for our industry. And you can see that depending on the type of recultivation, what are the expected outcomes, the amounts of emissions in future. Yeah, and for our industry, this is a huge benefit, the project itself and the results. We highly welcome them. We can see how many degraded areas are there, although in several cases the peat extraction there has ended more than a century ago. But okay, we know that there's 18,000 hectares that we need to take care of. We need to think what to do with them. 18,000 of degraded hectares. Of course, it also depends on the landowner, his or her attitude, what he or she is ready to do. And then we have submitted this list of degraded areas for the further analysis, so that we can identify indeed which particular recultivation measures will be most appropriate. And we welcome the fact that as a result of this project we have our emission factors. We hope that internationally they will also be approved, and we will have to be able to work on the basis of them. And as I said, those 8 recultivation types are developed, and there's this matrix based on the internet which we can use. This is it in a nutshell. Any questions or comments? Thank you, Ingrid, as the moderator. Any question? We have time for one question or comment, if any. I don't see any right now, but I'm sure that further on there might be some questions. Next speaker is Mr. Andris Širos, who will address the topic of importance of ecosystem services provided by Latvian Myers. Mr. Širos, who is the director?
The Nature Conservation Agency of Latvia, Pierīga region. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here at this conference and tell you more about the ecosystem services provided by Latvian Myers. What do we... let's untangle the title of my presentation briefly. I will do my best to stick to this layout and provide you with some detailed information. This is actually something quite popular, while some things will sound new to you. As we speak about ecosystem services, we should first take a look at the map of Latvia. The total area of mires and bogs in Latvia differs according to different sources. Here's one source, one map that we can use. So these are different types of mires, including bogs and fens. And what we see here is that mires of different types are present equally across the whole territory of the country. This is on average 5 to 7 to 10% of Latvian territory, according to the way you account these areas. These areas are there, they are present, we have to take them into account, while in the same time they exist there in our conscience. We are aware that there's a bog, there's a fen nearby. So we speak of three basic types of mires: bogs, mires and fens. And each of these types of mire provide us with different set of ecosystem services. What are these services? I will keep that for later. But before I do, since bogs are so well represented across the Latvian territory, we can speak of a considerable contribution to national economy, to national awareness. This is true about the greater Northern European region, Southern Europe less so. But what are these ecosystem services I keep talking about? Let us address the definition of what an ecosystem is. This is not a bog, but still, an ecosystem is a set of living and non-living environmental elements who are in mutual influence and dependence position, whether it's a lake, a forest, a pond. So that's the eternal cycle of life, of elements, of chemical elements. It's the eternal circle of creation and destruction, as it were, which we hope will go on spinning eternally. But what are these services that these ecosystems bring? There are several definitions, some of them more popular than others. To put it simply, an ecosystem service is a term used to describe all the benefits derived by people from nature, and we can use. Let us look at this particular ecosystem, a pond. So food chains, plants, flora, fauna, the environment itself, that people have learned to take advantage of, to extract some benefit for them, for their livelihoods, environmental quality and other benefits, as it were. So an ecosystem service is the totality of benefits derived by human beings from nature, from the natural circle of life, of creation and destruction in nature. In order to address the benefits we actually derive, we have to take certain steps, 3 stages in evaluation. Biophysical, we identify geographically an area by its type, a forest, a mire, whether it's a biotope or a whole ecosystem. So, after we ascertain what grows there, what lives there, we try to conclude what is the exact benefit for human beings. Carbon capture, production of oxygen, mushrooms, berries, plants, fish, game, etc., etc. So this is the social benefit provided by an ecosystem. Third, the most complex one, economic assessment. If there's a service to speak of, if there's a benefit, then we can apply the economic method whereby we can attach a price to this service in question. We can quantify it in monetary terms. And normally, we as biologists are more interested in the biophysical aspects of an ecosystem. Municipalities are interested in the social benefits provided by, let's say, a forest or a mire, while politicians on national level are more interested in the business aspect, in the economic aspect of a particular biotope ecosystem. So, it is not only us biologists, but also statisticians and other professionals tend to classify everything according to a certain nomenclature, and we are not an exception. We therefore can speak about several basic types of ecosystem services. These are provisioning, regulation, and maintenance, as well as cultural services. When it comes to the provisioning services, this is basically food, drinking water, raw resources, energy we derive from the nature that we extract directly to provide for our livelihoods, for our families. Whether it's used as food, as drink, as firewood, as construction material, perhaps material for production of herbal medicine, or firewood or energy we derive from wave activity or wind. But when it comes to the Mayas, what are these services? Let us take a look at Lauga Mire, because in this particular site a natural protection plan is in force with a set of annexes including an assessment of ecosystem services provided by this particular Maya in Lauga. And this approach, this method can be replicated in the case of other Mayas or bogs across the country, depending on their type, on their features. But the method is sound. So in this study carried out in Lauga Mire, the provisioning services that were found, these were cranberry plantation, artificial plantations of cranberry, also wild berries which are present in the mire, sphagnum moss that can be used as material for different purposes, as well as water itself. The cycle of water in this mire is a service by itself. Lauga mire is multifaceted. It contains lakes, it contains forest areas, and the mire itself finds itself at different stages of bog development, and there are several biotopes present in this mire. So what are the services this mire would provide or does provide? We have colored it pink, depicting the intensity, the value of ecosystem services provided. So the color code goes from pink being the lowest up till green being the highest. This mire is hard to reach. There's not much timber to collect. Any cranberry plants that are available are few, and it's not feasible to harvest these cranberries. The mire itself is hard to access. So this, in this sense, the value of services provided by this mire is quite low. Besides, it's a naturally protected area. As to the regulation services provided by this mire, we have a different picture. So this is the circulation of water, of gases, pollination services, and general overall regulatory influence on the local climate. In this sense, the mire is very valuable. The experts chose to mention these. You can have a look at this list. It's the absorption capacity of the soil, its anti-erosive qualities of the local vegetation, exchange of gases, capture and release, of course, as well as the impact of particular chemical characteristics to local groundwater. So these are valuable services provided by this Maya, and in this sense the Lauga Mire is quite significant, quite valuable. It's no longer pink all over, it's more green than anything else. It's not dark green, but still. So the mire acts as a capture site of heavy metals. It provides a living environment for a number of protected species, being a protected area. Species of plants, insects, birds, and of course it's this general influence on local climate, on the exchange of gases, circle of gases in the atmosphere. And in these terms, the mire is a very valuable contribution. And to conclude, the third major group of services provided by this Maya is cultural services. So first of all, we speak of physical, material services, intellectual services, and spiritual, mental services. By this I mean us going there, soaking it all up with all our five senses, including taste. There are berries to taste. It improves our mood, it improves our well-being, we feel better. These are all quantifiable services, quantifiable benefits that we derive from this Maya. And in case of Lauga Mire, experts particularly noted bird watching, active recreation, sports, leisurely recreation as one of the major services. And in this sense, in this regard, from the point of view of cultural services provided, we conclude that this is quite a valuable area. And this, I'm sure, is definitely true about other Mayas in Teichi, for example, in Kemeri. The nature trail across the Kemeri Mire is one of the most popular nature sites over the past few years in Latvia. There are more than 100,000 visitors per year, people hiking, bird watching there, and the activities are getting more varied. We can use special footwear in summer, snow boots, snowshoes during winter. SUP boarding, stand-up boarding is becoming more popular across waterways in Mayas and bogs. So there's a huge potential when it comes to the cultural services provided by Mayas. What conclusions can we make regarding the services, ecosystem services provided by Mayas and Lauga Mire in particular? Provisioning and regulation. In the terms of provisioning and regulation, the amount of benefits provided by these Mayas is the lowest, while the number of these services in regulation and provisioning amounts to 3 to 5 different services. On cultural level, these are 1 or 2 services on average, and provisioning the direct deriving of benefits, of material benefits from Mire. Here the benefits are not so extensive in comparison with grasslands or forests where the benefits are much more self-evident. But as I mentioned, A mire is usually a part of a greater whole. This is not only a mossy area, this is not only a watery area surrounded by little trees or something. It's a part of a bigger whole, thereby adding to the value it provides to population through this diversity of landscape, of materials that can be derived. Also, we see that we must be very, very careful and attentive when dealing with mires. This is a very delicate ecosystem that is easy to disrupt by messing with the hydrological plane. We can launch a cascading process of irreversible change in this area. So any activity must be very well thought through in order not to leave a negative influence on the biodiversity, on the number of and intensity of services provided by this mire. Another thing that we should keep in mind is that this whole business of ecosystem services is not only something theoretical. In line with the Latvian Sustainable Development Strategy, these services, ecosystem services, are a considerable part of our national heritage, of our national wealth. This is something that is right there next to renewable resources and non-renewable resources, and this should make us think twice before we dismiss or think about ecosystem services as something not that significant. And also I should remind that investment in ecosystem services, in restoration, do bring return. By restoring a bog, a post-extraction peatland, we can invest in much value, much return later on. These investments produce return over a longer period of time. But it is a huge return. It's a tenfold return, and I hope I've given you a brief insight in the ecosystem services provided by our mires. Let's take good care of them because they are so good to us. They provide us with numerous benefits. Thank you.
Tas bija kultūras pakalpojums. Pura Tilbīt, paldies jums.
There's an ecosystem service for you, wood sandpiper, for your enjoyment. Our next speaker.
Elena Konstantinova, Life Restore developed optimization model for sustainable management of territories affected by peat extraction is the topic of her speech. Welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm from Association Baltic Coast, one of the partners of this project. We're responsible for the development of a smart optimization model for sustainable management of territories affected by peat extraction. So our objective was to come up with a tool that would help to inform the decisions to be taken regarding the long-term management of territories affected by peat extraction. Now, when choosing a particular means of after-use, we need to find a balance between the reduction of greenhouse gases, the environmental benefits, and also socio-economic and financial aspects of the land use. So a delicate balance has to be struck. The target groups is the owners of peatlands, the managers of peatlands, in order to help them to find the most appropriate means of recultivation, and also the special planners and other actors who work on the potential scenarios for the development of this area. Now, Our model accumulates various activities under the umbrella of LIFE projects in a single instrument, in a single tool. We identified the territories affected by the peat extraction, so we carried out the peatland inventory. We analyzed the potential for the recultivation. We made the greenhouse gas emission measurements. We also thought about ecosystem services, and it all comes together in this optimization model, optimization tool that we developed. Now the model presupposes those means of smart recultivation, which was mentioned by my colleague earlier. And of course there's a number of varying preconditions for carrying out those measures. This hydrological regime, the remaining peat, and the conditions of the peat. And it all affects the decision on what particular type of recultivation to use and what are investments necessary to carry out those reuse measures. And our model includes all the possible means of recultivation and the requirements that go hand in hand with those measures. And so before you carry out the calculations and before you identify the most appropriate after-use model, our tool allows you to assess whether this particular scenario is viable on a particular territory or not. And only after that you calculate the economic benefits of particular solutions. Optimization model includes the detailed financial calculations and other economical calculations, but it's essential to bear in mind that our model also provides a possibility to identify the optimum amount of the public financing which needs to be applied to those areas. In other words, our model allows you to calculate the necessary amount of public financing for the scenarios which will result in positive benefits, both in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions and other factors, although they may not be economically viable for the owners. And these especially apply to those degraded peatlands which have not been used for a long time, like a century or so. Now, to assess the financial benefits and financial return, we need to take into consideration both the investments and also potential benefits. Now, we use the greenhouse gas emissions carried out by the project, and the captured or emitted amount of gas emissions was recalculated in CO2 equivalents and then reported as the CO2 equivalent per ton, and the price was set. And speaking of the environmental benefits, our approach was based on ecosystem services, and the monetary value was euros per hectare, based on particular services. The algorithm we used presupposes linear correlation between the areas of recultivation and financial and economic benefits of the area. Thus, if you input the area indicators in our tool, you have to choose the area of the recultivated area, the fields, which are financially, economically justified. Then you also pick a recultivation model, and in order to compare the viability of those models, the area should be the same. It presupposes, of course, that the data are fed in correctly. We suppose that all the areas have been assessed geologically and that the owner of the territory knows of all the specific conditions of the area. The financial economic calculations in the model are applied to various life cycles, 5, 10, 25, 50 and 100 years. And also the owner of the model can make corrections and to input specific costs relating to this particular model. The model, this tool offers three sorts of costs ranging from the minimum up to the maximum. And depending on the circumstances, the user can also feed in its own data, financial indicators which reflect most properly the given situation. Now, what data we used to develop our model? Well, the main source of data was results acquired under the Life Restore project. We also worked with the Rural Consultation and Education Center. They have information on various costs. Also, Association of Fruit Growers, the data from the Institute Silaba, and also the Peat Association and Latvia Agricultural University, which have a wealth of data on peatlands. Then we also tested the model based on the data that we've acquired during the inventory process and analytical process of this project. And as you heard during the previous presentation, as a result of the inventory, we found out that approximately 18,000 hectares are the territories which can be defined as degraded peatlands in Latvia. And so, as my colleague Ingrid already mentioned, in parts of those territories, perhaps the peat extraction could be carried on, but most of them call for recultivation activities. And so you can use our tool, our model, to make calculations and to come up with the most appropriate, economically viable way of restoration. But of course, our calculations are only indicative. To have precise data, you need to carry out a more precise geological survey of particular areas. Now, speaking of possible means of recultivation in areas where peat extraction has been discontinued, based on geological and hydrological conditions, we've stated that in most cases the renaturalization can be applied in 96% of the cases. It can be explained by the fact that to carry out renaturalization, there's the least amount of limiting factors exist there. Also, the project data shows that arable lands and perennial grasslands cannot really work on the degraded peatlands. So those means of recultivation don't really work. You saw less than 1% there. That's 1% of cases. Now, the benefits from various ways of recultivation. This shows the benefits on an area of 10 hectares across the period of 10 years. But as I told you earlier, you can also see the benefits in the period of 100 years, let's say. This example concerns 10 years. You can see that the plantations of blueberries is the economically most viable, best solution. Although the investments are necessary, but you get your return on investments already in the 7th year. Also, growing of cranberries can boast similar results. And it is only natural that financial benefits from setting up water bodies or forestation, those economical benefits, of course, require a longer period of time to be seen. Now, speaking of afforestation, though, the revenue there largely depends on the type of the trees, the tree species that you use in your model during the recultivation. In this case, birch trees were used in this model, and birch trees within 10 years you can't speak of a significant mass of timber that will be grown, but you can also put in other tree species there. And if the objective of recultivation is to reap economic benefits, then you can plant such trees as aspen, for instance, and others which grow faster and will allow you to gain economic benefits faster. But speaking of the afforestation, it depends on the period of time, really. If you look at those factors across 30 or 50 years, then of course afforestation can be an economically viable solution. Then the types of recultivation, depending on the potential of reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions. I already saw it in the previous presentation that here afforestation, blueberries and cranberries, those three types of recultivation really rule. Forestation, especially growing of pine trees, in long term significantly bring down the GHG emissions, and we believe that it is indeed the most effective means of recultivation from the point of view of environmental benefits. Still, on environmental benefits, from the point of view of the ecosystem services, in this context, renaturalization is the preferred means of recultivation, and polycultures and afforestation follow. So these types of reuse ensure the best return on ecological services. And also the growing of cranberries and blueberries is also a viable solution then. In general, in long-term perspective, we see that the highest economical benefits in terms of revenues, forestation and blueberry growing are the best solutions. But it is important to have a global overview of the development of the area, bearing in mind also the possibilities and needs of the owner, municipal aspects and also climate aspects. We've developed an interactive tool, optimization tool, which you can see the address where it's available online, and you can have an Excel spreadsheet for more detailed, serious calculations, and also guidelines with general recommendations and an overview and general comparison of various recultivation means. We also have a guidebook and also the guides to using this tool. Thank you.
Paldies, liels.
Thank you very much. Now, the blueberries then, after all, yeah? Okay. Blueberries rule, so to speak. All right, any questions or comments? Please.
Hello, thanks for your presentation. I would like to ask about the berries growing, because you growing alien species, and if we talk about Vaccinium macrocarpon, we know Lithuania, but we have problem because they escape from fields, which was been created in the end of 1980s. So we have now in the normal bog forest about 31 hectares of such plants, where according to Zygmantas Gudzinskas in the paper, somewhere we are covered about 50% of ground or 70% in some places. So do you think it is sustainable, it is not goes to natural habitats with nice, tasty berries?
But you speak about cultivated berries, yes?
Yes,
Not, yeah?
because I think you cultivate cultivars, not natural species.
it's
Yes,
cultivated.
and why is maybe it is invasive species?
Ah.
No, but we have in Lithuania this problem.
Actually, I don't know exactly, because I'm an environmental economist. It's a question maybe more for biologists, or I don't know. Is the cultivated berries could be as invasive species? I can't answer on this question.
But you have such kind of problem. Okay. Okay. Maybe later Nerijus will say a few words on this. Okay, paldies. Paldies milzīgs.
Thanks a lot then. And let's move on to the next speaker.
Paldies liels. Elīna Konstantīna un Aleksejs Nipers, Latvijas lauksaimniecība.
Thank you, Elīna. Now let's give a floor to Aleksejs Nipers from the Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies, and he will speak about functional land management model, a tool for planning of sustainable land management policy.
Paldies par iespēju.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm happy for this opportunity to tell you about the results of our study. We carried it out together with the Latvian University of Agriculture and with the help of our own researchers, and we were supported by the Latvian State Forest Authority. And let me share with you briefly the model we have developed without dwelling too much on details. Nevertheless, I hope this will give you a rather clear idea of what it's all about. The initial idea came about during a discussion we had a while ago, where we concluded that a country has differing objectives when it comes to land use. We want to earn more, we want to produce more, we want employment, which in turn leads to further use of land, more extensive use of land. We have very ambitious climate change and climate mitigation goals. And it all comes back to land use, where we, by the way, want to preserve the biological diversity, at least in the current extent. So there are various competing objectives in different policy and planning documents. And our hypothesis was to see if these can actually be aligned and harmonized, as it were. Our methodology was basically to establish a database with polygon being the least unit of quantification, that would give us a clear picture of what's really happening in this particular plot. And then attaching some categories, some dimensions to this polygon: the economic benefits, social benefits, climate benefits, and biodiversity benefits. The economic implies profit, social implies employment, climate implies carbon capture, biodiversity implies quality of ecosystems present on the site. So we established a database of around 10 million polygons covering the whole territory of Latvia. 2.8 million of these are forest areas, or land not in use, not in active use. We derived our information from a number of sources, from the Rural Support Service, National Land Service, State Forestry Agency, digital soil maps, so used quite an extensive data set to create our own database. And we applied a number of algorithms which allowed us to create this polygonal map of the country, being able to evaluate each polygon's benefits, type of use, whether it's in use or out of use, what cultures, what crops are there, what fauna is present, what's the living life area of fauna present, what are the adjacent fields, soil type, whether it's biological or organic soil. So a number of parameters that give us a clearer picture of the value and benefits characteristic to each particular polygon. Let me share some examples with you. So we have a farm, farmland, cropland in active use, where cereal is grown, and this is a visualization of the data from our database for simplicity's sake. So let's say here we have a hectare of arable land where some type of cereal is grown, and this is one of 40 hectares under active farming. It's a homogeneous landscape, and we here see the benefits derived by the owner from this particular polygon. Profits 115 euros per hectare, inputs 15 hours of labor per annum on average. CO2 emissions, this is a negative value in the overall balance. 800 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per annum, while it gets score 1 out of 10 in terms of biodiversity. So this is not, clearly not the best type of best value when it comes to ecosystem value. Here, another example, organic soil. In the first instance we had mineral soil, in this instance we have organic soil. Here, the picture is different in terms of emissions. 3 values remain the same, while CO2 emissions approach 7 tons of CO2 equivalent. And the method of calculation implies that they are separate for agriculture and LULUCF functions. If we add both agriculture and LULUCF at current price of 40 euros per ton of CO2 equivalent, which is the estimated price in the near future. As we toy around with the parameters, decrease the soil quality, we have less profit, more labor, better quality soil, more profit, more heterogeneous landscape, more points in the biodiversity score. But this is only regarding cropland. Let's cast a wider look. Still cereal, but the other examples are now land used for dairy farming. The prospects of profit are more considerable, but at the same time emissions grow. If this is used for intensive horticulture, the picture is different again. So intensive agricultural production of fruit and veg, while the biodiversity score is much lower. Beef farming at the bottom, the situation is very different. In a small farm, that would imply certainly more inputs, less profit. In a bigger, more intensive farm, the values change again. So I brought these examples to illustrate the fact that this is a great tool to attach these values to any given plot, any given polygon of Latvian territory. We used further calculations using accounting data where we merge it with the economic aspect of agricultural business, the profit, as it were, and the benefits derived from agricultural activity. So the actual profit is negative. If this is the case, if the farmer were to pay himself a salary, as it were, the average salary in the country. So in the end, the farmer would end up losing money and then investing his effort and time in this production. This is a tool that allows us to merge these land plot information with profitability across the Latvian territory. So here we see the most beneficial, most profitable parts of the country for different types of agricultural activity. So the territory is marked in red or bright red. They are not the most economically viable, where we are not so sure about the continuation of agricultural presence in the next decade or so. Labor inputs. So here we see the most profitable, most beneficial areas when it comes to labor inputs required. We can also apply the same algorithms and arrive at a picture of GHG emissions per plot on quite a granular level. The cattle farming, beef farming regions are lighter, while the darker areas imply higher GHG emissions. Biodiversity, another map we can derive. Three parameters: the variety of species present, the type of land use, grassland, non-used area, the type of use, its cultural value, landscape value, its homogeneity or heterogeneity from the point of view of presence of wildlife. So this all allows us to arrive at this picture that shows us the quality of biotopes for birds in across Latvia. So this was our approach. We intend to keep developing it, continuing this effort of 3 years now. We believe this is a good opportunity to objectively assess the benefits of each particular area of Latvian territory. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the audience regarding this methodology, these maps? So what I took away is that if you're a bird, it's better you move to the eastern part of Latvia, because there's less people, there's less agricultural activity. Yes, that's correct. But what does it let us do? This methodology, as any other model, it provides an opportunity for simulation, for modeling. By inputting certain values, by inputting some activities, types of use in any given area. Let's say if we change the type of use of a poor quality soil into grassland, what possible benefits can we derive? What could be the possible consequences in terms of biodiversity, of labor input required, or some other parameters? So if we change X, what does that give us in terms of Y? What is the relationship between different parameters in any given area, any given territory? Thank you. There's another question from our Lithuanian colleague. Tātad jūs...
How you... It's okay, you need translation.
Es izslēdzu, nezinu, kādu faktoru ielikt.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I ask without slide.
Yeah.
Just I wonder if you can apply the same method for the farms. I don't know if you are familiar with the carbon farmer concept, but actually, if you foresee payments for the storing carbon in the new cap, so for example, farmers are supposed to be paid for storing carbon, and the question is how to account how much carbon is stored in the farm. So your model could help to assess the carbon in that farm. I understood that you come to the farm and you can make this accountancy, yes?
At this stage, we are not calculating sequestration and the reason is because we have no such specific data at polygon level. So if we will have, I hope that in the future we'll have more detailed information so we can calculate also sequestration, which is related with land use at very detailed geographical level, but at this stage there's not, we don't have that.
Okay. Thank you. Nīperkungs. Jautājumu vairs nav. Paldies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nipers. Let us move forward.
And our next speaker is Ms. Kristina Gagan. Comes from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development, where she is a senior expert in the Department of Environmental Protection, and she'll be speaking on the topic of linking the Life Restore recommendations for after use of degraded peatlands with guidelines for sustainable use of peat. The floor is yours, Madam Gagan. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference for the opportunity to speak here. Since we're well behind the schedule, I'll try to be as succinct and efficient as possible. Now, my task today is to share with you the methodology which was developed by my ministry regarding the sustainable development of peatlands and how it sort of tags along with recommendations from the LIFE project. Now, the guidelines of the ministry, many of you have seen it already. We started working on this already in 2015, when a working party consisting of various partners and institutions was set up. And in the meantime, several meetings took place, carried out a number of consultations, though the document has not really have been concluded yet, and so the drafts that you've seen in circulation and the deadlines featuring that may change in the future. Now, the guidelines are developed in order to facilitate the sustainable use of the peatland resources. That means that we need to balance both the environmental and economic requirements or aspects, which includes recultivation, which is an obligatory requirement for the extractor, for the enterprise, and therefore the main focus is put on the sustainable measures. Now, the guidelines include several problems that need to be tackled. First of all, identification of various degraded peatlands, and also developing of guidelines so that those degraded areas could be appropriately recultivated. And speaking of recultivation problems, the guidelines set out 3 political objectives. One of them is to create preconditions for sustainable management of peatland resources, which includes also preconditions for recultivation. order to achieve those political objectives, we have 4 performance or resultative indicators. First of them is to develop measures to recultivation of degraded peatlands and also historical extraction sites. So a number of measures for recultivation. And in order to achieve those performance indicators, the guidelines set 3 particular actions. First is to identify the possibilities for recultivation, including the historical sites. By that we mean the sites where the peat extraction has been carried out, but no valid license or permission for extraction is still in force, and recultivation has not been carried out, and those sites are still in the register of mining sites. And the task, the objective to achieve, is to analyze the possibilities for recultivation of degraded peatlands and carry out those measures unless the peat extraction is carried on or is planned to be carried on then. And the Life Restore project has partly already implemented this objective and has achieved this goal for us. And the data from the project will certainly be borne in mind when we develop the further guidelines. Now, hand in hand with recultivation goes the activity number 2 of the guidelines, which speaks of improving the legal framework of the peatland management and also to build the institutional capacity. And here we need guidelines to make sure that the territorial assessment is effective and that recultivation method is chosen appropriately. And also, as I saw, the guidelines are under construction, but this task is actually more or less already carried out and completed, because the Life Restore project, as we just heard, came up with the optimization model and also a description of possible recultivation methods that is available to the landowner or manager, and which will help them to take an informed decision on which particular means of recultivation to choose. Well, actually, that was it in a nutshell. Thank you for your attention. And to conclude with, I'd like to say that in the development of those guidelines, we really appreciate the work done by Life Project. The methodology and recommendations developed by Life Project will definitely be taken into consideration further working on our guidelines. And I also encourage you to use the peatlands and peat resources responsibly. I think that the peat with the added value is more valuable than gold in Latvia. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And Christina Gaga will get a special prize on the most succinct and the shortest presentation. A special prize for that. But it was crystal clear as well. Now, before the coffee break, we have the last speaker, Mr. Uldis Ameriks, who is the chairman of the board of Lafora company, and he will speak about the responsible peatland management in Latvia. Mr. Ameriks, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I'll be a little bit different. This is a great opportunity. Thank you for inviting me here. I first heard about the Life Restore project when my company was at a crossroads, when we were giving a long hard thought as to what would happen in my property, in our property, and this was a fantastic coincidence, opportunity that fate brought us together, my company and these beautiful, fantastic people of the project. So we deserve a round of applause. That's one. Two is that this is actually some sort of a quintessence of what all the previous speakers have said. So I represent a peat extraction company. operation, a particular site, and let us see a brief video, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions or reply to your comments you may have.
Purvkopība – atbildīga purvu apsaimniekošana Latvijā. Uzņēmuma koncepcija.
The Laflor company is ready to respond to global and national challenges. Laflor company is ready to take up these challenges by realigning its strategic objectives through production of high value added products and responsible use of national resources under its care. We see ourselves as a provider of a valuable product, but also as a careful and responsible manager of land, our own care, by providing a growing medium for forests, berry plantations, decorative plants, paludicultures. We also will build a wind energy park on our territory, thereby contributing to climate neutral economy in Latvia. Responsible peatland management is our motto. Sustainable use of land, resource efficient business, sustainable post-use measures in former peatlands. The Laflor company is a management of natural resources in order to obtain raw material for high value added products. The prerequisites for successful business is, first of all, feasibility, absence of protected status, approval of local government, geological survey, positive conclusions by independent experts who certify the presence of commercially viable amounts of peat resources, preparation of areas for peat extraction. As we receive a license for development of subterranean depths, we are ready to begin the preparatory works for peat extraction. And the production of peat products themselves. Extraction of peat is a major prerequisite for production of further products for horticultural, agricultural and forestry use of our products. For horticulturists and garden keepers, we contribute to efficient production of valuable produce with high nutritional value. Our peat products are also addressed to Latvian farmers in cooperation with the University of Latvia. We have tweaked the recipes for our peat products that are particularly appropriate for Latvian climatic and geological conditions. For forestry clients, we are happy to offer peat products for use in forestry as a growing medium. Responsible post-use, when a decision is made that a peat land is spent and extraction activities should be stopped, we observe the relevant regulation and decide on one of the following steps. First being recultivation. In our properties, we consider the potential environmental impact, socio-economic repercussions, and other considerations. In territories of recultivation, which is currently at 13% of our total area of operations in Kaigi Mire. As to the types of recultivation, we employ several for maximum efficiency and economic viability. This includes berry plantations in cooperation with local farm operators. We have set up a foundation for plants and seeds innovation, where berries are grown in 5 hectares large experimental site. Rhododendron, heather, and other similar species. We have an experimental field where we grow acidophilic decorative plants with the objective of commercializing these new species and hybrids with a view of expanding this area up to 50 hectares. Forest land improvement. Under the Life Restore project, we have planted new forest in the total area of 10 hectares in spent peat fields that are in our property. Apiculture. From 2016 onwards, in cooperation with the Latvian Apiculture Society, we carry out a study on pollination in post-use peat fields, where berries are planted. Growing of sphagnum and other paludicultures. This is an experimental activity we carry out with the Lakes and Myers Research Center. We intend to commence planting of various paludiculture species in an area that would cover 15 hectares. Blueberry, high bush blueberry. From 2003, we have a very successful cooperation with Arrosa R company in growing high brush blueberry bushes. Cranberry is another species that feels good in post-use territories in Kaigi Mire long before recultivation became an issue. First cranberry plantations were set up in 1970s. Since 1991, the total area of cranberry plantations is 14 hectares and is currently managed by Kaigi agricultural company. Green energy, extraction of peat, is a waste-free process if carried out properly. Use of mayas provides endless benefits in the form of forest biomass, also providing the physical space for construction of wind farms. In 2015, we put up our first wind generators in spent peat fields. Forest biomass, extraction of peat, as I mentioned before, is a waste-free process. Even the subterranean parts of tree trunks can be used as firewood. These are extracted from the soil and chopped up. Our mission is to be a responsible and most efficient manager of natural resources under our care for the benefit of Latvian people. Land and people are the prerequisites for long-term existence of a nation. The government has to play its role in planning this over longer term. Our mayas is a valuable resource that require a complex approach. La Flora company sees mire management as a specific sector of national economy with its own peculiarities and unique benefits, so that we can maximize them, requiring a carefully thought out plan.
Jā, es ļoti gaidu jautājumus.
I'm eager to hear your questions and comments. This was a nice little presentation we did some time ago on our company, but perhaps you have something that you would like to know more about the way we conduct our business. Thank you. Interesting indeed. But my question is this: your company, you take pristine mayas and turn them into an artificial, somewhat beneficial territories. I mean, Drabiņi bog, which is of great natural value, and look at what you've done to it. Well, the response is simple: sustainability. Indeed, this is a high value bog, but my argument is the following: by purchasing this maya, by extracting peat in the Drabiņi site, by being responsible managers, we always have to be measured in our approach. What we see, when we look at the map of this area, there is Kaigi, there is Temeri, Natura 2000 sites. So, in a greater context, let's say we have to have a balanced approach, and if there is then we should definitely consider that. Before we were issued a license for extraction operations in this site, we thought really well. We considered the adjacent territories. We had a good long conversation with planners, with government authorities, with municipal authorities on how to best ensure the protection of these protected areas. And this is something that should have been done on a national level. Us as a company, we want to be economically feasible. We want to stay on top in our business, and of course we want to be the good guys, as it were, even if you most probably would say that everything needs protection in nature. But we have to consider both nature, both environment, as well as the economic and social aspects, and this is what has guided us in acquiring this site.
Yeah, I'd like to
a follow-up.
New mining sites opened now or will be opened, because you as a state you will face big problems in reaching Paris Agreement. That's impossible actually if you open new sites. But my question is about when I see these it is polyculture what you showed, and half of them are working against. It's not sustainable. It's even bringing invasive species like rhododendron in peatlands. That's something I don't know, where you can tell that you do polyculture and restore peatland by growing rhododendrons. Then macrocarp, this cranberry, this is also invasive species. So I don't know what is your baseline, how you treat saying that you are doing so good things, but where is your, reason behind them, argumentation?
Paldies. Īsais tulkojums. Īsais tulkojums ir apmēram tāds, kā...
Brief summary of the question follows. Well, you say that you're doing great things, but then you plant rhododendron heather and blueberries, which are invasive species, and how do you justify such activities, and why do you think they're good? That was in a nutshell the question. Now, well, one might argue that a human is a somewhat invasive species in the universe, you know. And in my presentation, what I argued was that land use policy is the focus of my presentation, and the landowner is not only owner, which of course sounds great and grounded. I own the property, I own a peatland, but ownership also means responsibility for the management. And the management should be so that it's in interest of both the owner, of the society, and in the nation at large. And if we plant cranberries or what might be, all this gives new life to the peatlands. Of course, the natural habitats need to be preserved as well, but we also have to think about the other side of the coin, the well-being of humans, the economic aspects of the area. And somebody mentioned the southern part of Latvia, Latgale, which is the richest in peatlands, but also the unemployment is the highest there. And so this opens up certain possibilities. The marshlands constitute about 10% of the territory of Latvia, and we can use it more efficiently for the benefit of humans. And also with the view of the future as well. I mean, the area is complex, I admit. It's multifaceted. There's no simple answers. One of the previous presentations mentioned that we have lots of various programs and objectives, but they don't really tally. They don't come together, as it were, and there might be some slight contradictions. Yeah. Another comment from the hall. I follow up to the previous question.
species in our nature, species but you have mentioned, they are not invasive. We have invasive species like Rosa rugosa and have even some documents to combat Sosnovska latvanis. Biologists will help me in Latin language, and species like that. Other thing, when you are asking, you are thinking only about renaturalization. Our legislation allow, as Ingrid already told, several possibilities for, we use this word recultivation, and we can use several kinds of recultivation. And planting of those plants is using, peatlands using for agriculture, and it is normally, okay, this is not restoration, bog restorations, but as Mr. Jatnings already said, we have 1/3 of protected territories are bogs already. So we can't complain that our bogs are very, very in danger. But of course, this discussion will continue forever among geologists and biologists.
Paldies. Šī ir interesting discussion. We will continue.
We only want to say that there is two ends of sticks, and from one side, yes, it is nice. We have some plants, nice for cultivation and for decorative purposes, and some berries, but we have, and we saw very bad examples in United Kingdom with rhododendron and rhodesia bog, where it's a big problem to remove them. They come from nothing, from some people who started growing, and we have some places in Lithuania with Vaccinium macrocarpum. Yes, they are not included in invasive species list in Lithuania too, but we should know that it is possibility. So you can think about that and maybe not grow near the natural areas. Maybe you can choose places where not related with natural areas, and maybe it is possible. But on the border with natural areas, maybe it's better to use native species and native varieties of Vaccinium. It is possible, and maybe more, how to say, natural and national, maybe.
Paldies. Thank you,
and a really interesting discussion. I will respond in Latvian about the paleocultures. 15 hectares that do not include rhododendron or berries. Those 15 hectares will be planted with reed and cane. And the rhododendron, it will not be cultivated on peatlands, but if not, then it will be grown on agricultural soils. And so I think it's better. Rhododendron is what is in demand, and why not plant it in peatlands? Okay, any other questions? A rather interesting discussion, I must admit. So, a few final words maybe from our speaker. There's another question, so it seems, from the hall, from the audience. Just a very brief comment. Many of you know that I've worked with invasive species earlier in my career. And responding to what the Lithuanian colleagues says, I think it does merit our attention. We have to bear it in mind, because these species may spill over to the wild nature, especially degraded areas. And we heard the experience of Lithuanian colleagues. And in natural areas, those introduced cranberries already spilled over into the wild. And it might be a problem, and at least we have to bear it in mind. We mustn't turn a blind eye on this problem, because it can happen. And who will be responsible then? Who will pay for ensuing problems? Oh, and we know many invasive species here. and they're responsible for economic problems as well. I mean, it may not be a problem right now, but thank you indeed, Lithuanian colleagues, for warning us, because it may constitute a problem further down the line. You're right. Thank you. All right, just a very few final words. Well, it actually was an introduction to tomorrow's visit. We will actually visit the site I've described, and so be able to see with your own eyes what's happening. To conclude, I'd only like to say that we need to communicate. All the parties need to be in touch. We have to think about these issues, and the more we communicate, the more we'll benefit from each other. And I only wish that projects like this will continue, that the research like that continue. And regarding emissions, etc., it's important for us to be aware of our emission factors. And it's important to speak with the rest of our neighboring colleagues in the same language, with the same arguments and data. Then the conversation will be more meaningful. But I do hope that discussion will be carried on tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to see you there. The weather forecast is not, I must say, very nice. The rain's being forecast, so take your umbrellas with you. But I hope that we'll be able to identify those invasive species on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Ameriks. Dear colleague, coffee break now. I propose to keep it short, 10 minutes. Take your coffee cups and come back. Right? And then we'll be able to finish in time, as scheduled. Our last part of the conference is quite interesting. We'll hear from our foreign experts, foreign guests. Good experience, and so I hope that you'll all be awake and ready for more information. So I see you here in 10 minutes' time. You can. Quite on the contrary. We have a number of speakers from neighboring countries and from abroad. And I do think it will be a rather interesting insight in their work, and also a good possibility to ask their questions. And our first speaker is from Scotland, all the way from Scotland, Miss Emily Taylor, representing the Peatland Action Project Officer, Peatland Restoration in Scotland's Peatland Action Project is the topic of her presentation. And I think we could gradually start. Or maybe I'll just wait for a moment. Yeah.
Lūdzu, puru tilbīte jau ir noskanējusi.
I've already heard the wood sandpiper. It's a gentle voice summoning us here in the hall for the last session. And our Scottish colleague is already waiting there at the podium.
Nē, bet to I think you can start.
Okay, I shall make a start.
No limited.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Emily Taylor. I'm from Scotland, so we've gone international for this part of the conference. Thank you very much for inviting me along. I'm really delighted to be here and presenting on behalf of Peatland Action. So my presentation will be a little bit different. It's more about the practicalities of carrying out peatland restoration at such a national scale, and hopefully I can maybe give you some hints and ideas of how to do things and maybe how not to do things as well. Okay, and I do hope you can understand my Scottish accent. Okay, so peatlands in Scotland. Well, around about a fifth of Scotland comprises peat soils. You can see that they're mostly confined to the west of Scotland. That's the wettest part of the country. And we have by far and away the most significant peat resource in the UK. In a European context as well, we do have some very significant areas of blanket bog, even for our size. So peatlands are very, very important in terms of the habitat they provide, but also increasingly we understand their importance as a carbon store. They're the biggest terrestrial carbon store in the UK. We estimate the Scottish peat soils alone contain around about 140 years' worth of Scotland's national greenhouse gas emissions. So you imagine just a small proportion of that peatland getting degraded every year. That has a big impact on our national greenhouse gases and our accounting. Okay, so we know our peatlands are really important, but all of our peatlands are degraded in some way. We have very, very few areas of near natural peatlands left. We have no pristine peatlands, I would argue. They've all been impacted by something in the past, particularly 200 years. I put up this aerial photograph. I spend my days on Google Earth mapping drains and mapping erosion features in peatlands. And this is just to give you an example. This is one farm that I worked on. You can see the scale bar there shows 3 kilometres. And just on that one farm, that's the amount of drainage shown there in blue. So a lot of our peatlands are extensively drained. And they've been drained for agricultural purposes, but not for crops. Been drained for grazing, to improve grazing largely. And also because we used to give grants for draining of peatlands as well, back in the 1970s. So drainage can lead to features like this, so quite significant erosion, quite rapid erosion as well. We also have extensive areas of bare peat, so we have some extraction sites, but we have a lot of bare peat sites in the uplands that look like this. And this can be brought about by very heavy grazing. Particularly, we've got very large numbers of red deer in some parts of Scotland that can cause this sort of issue. We also have fires as well that can lead to situations like this. We also have a very, very wet climate, and we're getting more and more intense rainfall events, and I think that's increasing erosion rates as well. This is what some of our field work can look like. Very difficult sites to slip and slide around. But yeah, lots of bare peat. We also have lots of commercial forestry on deep peat as well. And it's been interesting hearing about your forestry and how it's probably a good thing to go from an extraction site to forestry. However, in Scotland, we're busy trying to get trees off our deep peat areas. We've gone in maybe 40, 50, 60 years ago, and we've ploughed up and we've planted very deep areas of peat. We're talking 6 metres, 8 metres depth of peat. We've put a commercial conifer crop on, and these are monoculture crops, usually Sitka spruce, sometimes with lodgepole pine in as well, and very, very intensive drainage. And we now recognise that these sites do not grow great timber. We're coming into the second rotation, so we've clear-felled a lot of these sites. We're now looking to replant them. We now think the second rotation is going to be even poorer in terms of timber crop, and we also recognise the massive water quality issues that we're having because of the amount of forestry we have on deep peat sites. So I'm busy, particularly in my area of Scotland, the southwest, I'm busy taking off trees from my peatlands, and we've got around about 1,100 hectares of forest to bog restoration that we're looking at over the next few years. So, the Peatland Action Project, well, this was a project set up in recognition that we have very important peatlands, very important carbon store, but they're in pretty poor condition. So, in 2012, the Scottish Government set up Peatland Action by basically saying, here's some funding for peatland restoration. And we had to very quickly mobilise a project team, design and implement a project to deliver peatland restoration. And I'm really happy to say that since 2012, we've worked on over 19,000 hectares of peatland, so a really significant area, and that's considerably more than what we've done in the 20 years running up to 2012. I'll say that we've put 19,000 hectares of peatland on the road to recovery because we don't know when it's fully restored, but we know we're now doing the right thing. We know we've sorted out the hydrology and the peatlands are finally kind of moving in the right direction. As I said, 140 years worth of Scotland's annual greenhouse gas emissions in our peat soils, and our emissions from land use change equate to about our transport emissions in Scotland as well. So really significant, and arguably peatland restoration is kind of an easier thing to tackle than transport in such a rural country as ours. Now the project's really interesting in that it's direct Scottish Government funding, so it's not EU-led, it's Scottish Government funding, and it's administered through Scottish Natural Heritage, which is a public body. But right from the beginning, they recognised, as working on behalf of the government, Scottish Natural Heritage may not always be the best vehicle to go and meet and work with land managers. So they very quickly roped in lots of external organisations to help work with land managers, to help increase rates of restoration. So I actually worked for the Crichton Carbon Centre, which is a small environmental charity, and I was already out there working with estates and farmers and foresters, hence why they brought me onto the project. So, the all-important question, money, how much do we get? How much does it cost? Well, here's our timeline, the amount of money that we've had, and it's absolutely phenomenal that the Scottish Government has really got behind peatland restoration in Scotland, despite not really knowing to the fine detail the carbon savings that we're gaining. We just know it's the right thing to do. And you'll see that initially we had quite modest funding considering the amount of peatland we have. We have around about 2 million hectares of peatland in Scotland, so £300,000 is little kind of test the water to see how it goes, and gradually we're increasing our funding every year. We currently have £3 million to spend this year, but we may well get more pretty significant funding soon. However, one of my hints for how not to run a national programme is despite this incredible funding that we get, this is only confirmed on an annual basis. So I'm very envious of your LIFE project that has run for 4 years because you know where you're at with your funding and you can plan ahead. What happens in Peatland Action is we're told around about March, April time how much money we'll have for the next 12 months. And then we need landowners to apply to Peatland Action for a grant. And then we need to give out the grant offers, and then we need to start restoration. So inevitably, we're starting restoration in September, October time. They're working through the winter, and all that money has to be spent by the end of March the following year. So very, very tight timescale. And of course, we're having to work in the winter. So we have days where the snow comes in and all our machines get stuck out on the hill. So it makes planning very, very difficult. And we also can't say for sure that next year we'll have funding. We think we will because the government are so behind peatland restoration, which is great, but it does make planning and building capacity quite challenging. So where do we work then? So we actually cover the whole of Scotland now. We've got project officers based away up in the Shetland Isles, which you can see right in the top hand corner of that map, all the way down to the south in that green area, that's my patch. And it's been really interesting. When we first started the project, you could tell where the project officers lived because there's a little ring of where all the peatland restoration sites were up and running. And if this works, you'll see what I mean. This little animation here, you can see slowly, we get greater coverage of our restoration sites. And that's purely because we have the staff on the ground to work with people. So how do we actually run the project? Well, it is a complicated project. We have these very, very ambitious targets. So currently our target has been around about 10,000 hectares restoration a year for the past couple of years. We're now looking at trying to restore 20,000 hectares a year. Our main target is we want to have 250,000 hectares of peatland on the road to recovery by 2030, which is really not far away. So we work incredibly hard to try and deliver what we can. So the way that we organise the project is we have our programme manager and he reports back to the board of Peatland Action. Underneath them we have a series of project managers, and we have the delivery side, so that's all the project officers out working with landowners, land managers. We have the governance side, how do you manage such a large team? We now have, by the last count, over 40 members of staff working on this project across Scotland, comprising 9 different organisations. We don't all work full time, we wear many different hats, we do many different jobs, but we have a huge varied staff now, and also so communications between staff is very important. So today I've been sitting on my Peatland Action WhatsApp group giving them all the hints and tips and all the interesting things that have come out from the conference today. So despite us having a very wide geographic spread, we do actually communicate quite well. We have a series of funding officers which are critical. These are the people that deal with all the grants, and they're very, very good at working very hard to get the grants out as quick as possible, so we get the money out the door and we get projects up and running as soon as possible every year. We have a communications team. We recognise that with peatland restoration, certainly in Scotland, we're starting from the point where people just don't even know where the peatland is. They don't know that it's in bad condition, and they don't know that we can fix it. So we need very simple communications to get people to understand why we're doing restoration. Why are we spending this amount of money on peatland restoration? Particularly now with our political goings-on, shall I say. Recently, we've just employed a data team on the project, and this is a really exciting aspect of the project. So for 5 years, we've been running with no real capacity or resource to manage all the data that we've been accumulating. So we have all the peat depth data, we have all the restoration site data, we have a huge plethora of numbers and maps, but we've had nobody there that could pull it all together. But what we're doing now is we're working very hard to, A, have consistent reporting on our peatland restoration and be able to package up the information in ways that we could pass back to the academic community as well, so we could inform research. We're also trying to inform the research questions as well, because there's a lot of research going on, which is fantastic, but there's also some very simple questions that we have in Peatland Action that we know would really improve our rates of restoration and landowner engagement. So a good example of that would be when you have a very eroding upland site, how fast is it eroding? If you can tell your land manager you're losing X amount of hectares every 10 years, that's a major driver for restoration. He goes, hang on, I don't want all my peatland washing off down the hill. Restoration could make sense for me. So we're after very powerful messages like that. So we have the project coordinators as well, and these help coordinate the very dispersed delivery team of project officers. And I would argue the project officers are key. We're the ones out and about in our waterproofs and our wellies, out there trying to work with land managers, trying to help at every stage of the process to make restoration happen across Scotland. And we also now run a training programme, which I'll just come on to. So what do we actually fund specifically? Well, the top left-hand corner, we fund the restoration works. That's what the majority of our budget goes on, is we're paying for restoration works. That's our main target, so we need to really deliver every year. So significant funding goes into the restoration. But we recognise to increase our capacity for restoration and understand the benefits of restoration, we need to be funding other things as well. So there's me in the top right-hand corner working with a fisheries trust, and we're actually running a water quality monitoring project. We're looking at pH, we're looking at the colour of the water. We're finding that very dark peaty rivers, particularly where I am, in the summer, we had a very hot summer last year, those rivers were getting so hot and really reaching critical temperatures for fish. So we start to see, well, if you can keep the peatland in one place, stop it washing off into your rivers, there's additional benefits there from a water quality point of view. We also do a lot of survey work. A question in Scotland is, well, where is the peat? We kind of have a vague soils map, but locally it's not very accurate, so we do a lot of peat depth measurements. We go out and really assess the condition of peatland on the ground. And the bottom right-hand side here, my other hat in Peatland Action is I run the training programme. And what we're trying to do with the training programme is, we recognise we have huge ambitions for restoration in Scotland, but we don't have the people on the ground, the machine operators, that know how to do peatland restoration. So we've now been running training courses for the past 18 months, specifically for digger drivers, for machine operators, to learn about the ecology and the hydrology of peatlands. And what we try and do with Peatland Action is we're not really very prescriptive on the restoration techniques, but what we try and instill is an understanding of what we're trying to achieve. So we feel once a digger driver, a machine operator, understands what he's trying to do when he's blocking a drain, often they come up with better ways of doing it than what I can come up with. I'm not a machine operator. So it's been really interesting, and we've learned on Peatland Action that every single site is different, so it's very difficult to have the same rules apply to every site. But these guys here, these are the critical components. So my top tip for a national peatland restoration programme is have project officers on the ground, working with land managers, out talking to farmers, people who understand the wider management of peatlands, because our peatlands are not abandoned. All our peatlands are managed to some degree. So a lot of our peatlands are grazed with cattle, with sheep, with red deer as well for game, particularly in the big estates around sort of Central Highlands in Scotland. Grazing's a big issue, a big thing we need to understand. So you can see here the impact of having sheep versus no sheep. Sheep on the right-hand side of the fence, no sheep on the left-hand side of the fence. So we always need to be considering the impact of our grazing animals. We also burn our peatlands on purpose, which sounds completely bizarre. But again, this is to improve the ground for agriculture. You burn off the heather, the kaluna, and you open up areas. You get difference in structure of the heather, and you also get new grasses coming through, which is better grazing for sheep and for grouse as well. Increasingly, we are reducing the amount of burning we're doing. I think we've talked about fire risk already, but we're getting very, very dry springs in Scotland, and this coincides with the time of year that you're allowed to burn peatlands, and we're starting to see some quite significant wildfires. A lot of our peatlands as well help make up some of our freshwater drinking catchments as well. So obviously restoring peatlands can improve water quality, can reduce the need to take peat out of the water at the processing end of these reservoirs. So we've been working with the water companies, particularly in England. That's been a big driver for peatland restoration for a long time, is improving drinking water quality and improving processing. But increasing in Scotland, we're understanding the impact of peatland restoration, having a good positive outcome for drinking water. And finally, back to trees. So we have working forestry on our peatlands, and it's really interesting. We've talked about, kind of touched on, we need to do the right things in the right places. So we're busy always recognising that forestry in Scotland is a really important industry. It's touted as the £1 billion economy of Scotland, but we also know that forestry in the wrong place is incredibly damaging for peatlands. And yes, it's damaging from a carbon point of view because they can lead to significant erosion from the drains, but having an impact on water quality, having an impact on biodiversity as well. And it's when you start to look at all these different impacts it's having, not just on carbon, you start to understand that yes, we've got forestry in the wrong places. Hence why we're now looking at significant forest to bog projects. In the 1970s, we planted up probably the most significant area of blanket bog in the whole of the UK. In the flow country in the north of Scotland, we're now paying to get that forestry taken off because we know it was the wrong thing to do. But we've recognised that now, and we recognise we can do better. So, what are the benefits of a national project? Well, I think the main benefit for me is I feel I'm part of a national team. We all work in very rural locations across Scotland, but I know that within a few clicks on my mobile phone I can get in touch with a peatland expert from the Shetland Isles or from the Highlands of Scotland, and we're constantly sharing our knowledge. To the point now that we've learned so much over the past few years of peatland action, we're pulling together a compendium of restoration techniques just with our learnings from the project so far. And I offered to write this report, and I thought, you know, a few pages. It's now sitting at 18,000 words because we've learned so much. So that knowledge sharing is really, really important. And that knowledge sharing also helps us identify where we need to train and where we need to build capacity. So I can speak to the project officers in different areas of the country, and we can tailor-make training courses to really meet local needs. And when you do that, that's when you get people to come on your training courses, when you make them really, really relevant and hopefully really useful. The other massive thing is consistent reporting and data collection. So we've talked a lot about our national greenhouse gas inventories. Well, in peatland action, we can't really tell you exactly for sure the area of restoration because we haven't really come up with a rule to say that this is the area that we've restored when we block this drain. But we now know if we collate as much data as we can on our peatland restoration, once we have that rule in place, we'll be able to calculate the actual area of restoration, and that will feed back into our greenhouse gas accounting. Also, having the data team is really wonderful because they can start to actually get the data that we have and we're sitting on, we can actually put it back out there, and so people can use it and people can learn from it as well. So just an example of that, so for every project we do, we ask that people do a peat depth survey. So they have to go out every 100 metres across a grid, across their site, they have to do a peat depth. And this is really improving our understanding of peatland distribution across Scotland. And all this data is now available for free online on Scotland's environmental website. So you can log on and get thousands and thousands of peat depths. And this is really good now when it comes to looking at remote sensing, ground truthing. So it's really useful information. But I think really the kind of take-home message for me is we're working on publicly owned ground, but the vast majority of Scotland is owned privately, so we need to be working with private land managers, private land owners. And really our whole aim is to make it as easy as possible for people to engage in peatland restoration. I've got 5 minutes nearly there. Yeah. Okay, so by easy I mean, well, we do the hard stuff. So us project officers will help map a peatland restoration site. A lot of people that we work with can't use GIS software, so they really need to rely on us to help do the mapping work and do the survey work. But I think the biggest thing for me is, peatlands, yes, about carbon, about biodiversity, about water quality, but actually peatlands are about people. If you don't have people engaged in peatland restoration, if they don't understand what you're trying to do, you don't get anywhere. So I spend days out taking people outside to actually look at the problem in real life, bring people together, and we can discuss solutions. So here we have an example. We have a fisheries trust, we have the Forestry Commission, we have myself from the Crichton Carbon Centre, we have the farmer, and we have the shepherd out here on this site visit. And together we're coming up with the restoration plan. So everybody's happy and everybody understands the benefits of doing it. We also spend a lot of time looking at what we've done, scratching our heads sometimes wondering, did that really work? And this is a picture from one of my training courses. So here we are openly talking about what's working, what isn't working, because you learn an awful lot from understanding what isn't working. So here we are at a site. The snow is not too bad, actually. That's great. It finally melted that day. And we spend a lot of time talking to the people that actually do the restoration, the machine operators. I learn so much every day by talking to the guys that can actually drive a digger. I wish I could drive one of these machines. It's incredibly complicated. They make it look very, very easy, but you learn so much just in a conversation with people that are out there working. So we do a lot of this. We'll be out there helping people actually when they're doing the restoration and help guide them as to what we're doing. But ultimately, I think the goal of peatland action is we really want people to understand the value of doing peatland restoration even without funding. So, and this is starting to happen. People understand that having a huge area of eroding peat is no good for anything. You can't graze it. It's hard to walk across. It looks terrible. It's bad for biodiversity. It's bad for water quality. It's bad for carbon. So slowly you can start to see people going, actually, I could actually do a little bit of restoration there and get my ground back again and get grazing back again. So it's starting to see people undertake restoration themselves. And this is a local farmer who I've worked with, Mary Ferguson, and here she is working on her farm, and she's been on that farm since she was born, and she remembers that hillside getting drained, and now she's back out there with the local digger driver actually doing the restoration because she just totally gets it. So we did a little bit of restoration together, and she's since had that machine back out to block some of the drains as well that were causing some of the issues on the farm. So that's really, I think, our long-term goal, is just to make restoration easy and acceptable and really a no-brainer, if you like. So I'll finish there, but please do ask me any questions about peatland action. I didn't go into the restoration techniques that we're using because we could probably spend 3 days at a conference discussing restoration techniques. But please do check us out on the website and catch me after today if you've got any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, questions?
Presentation, and considering that we have ahead this work of peatland restoration is such an excellent example how work can be done, this example from Scotland, and some points and underlined indeed was most useful. And what I see is there's some points we really underestimated, like communication, communication with farmers, landowners. It is like we assume that they know everything, that they are like scientists, like understand everything. But in many cases, I assume they are quite willing to do something. Just being well explained what exactly can be done on a place. And another point, of course, is this enthusiastic team. It is people who made it actually happen on the field, that move all this process. And also, it is funding, of course, and the support of the government that you luckily have. And yeah, and of course, this structure, how you build to communicate all among the experts, among landowners and government. And my question is, how did it actually started? Which was this chicken or egg? Was this your enthusiastic team, or it was government funding and targets? How did it started actually in Scotland?
I think that's a good question. So I think it really started when we finally had some sort of emission factors for peatlands in different conditions. And they were very simple. So we had emissions factors for a near natural system, a modified system, so there's some sort of management going on like burning or grazing, a drain system and an actively eroding system. So that then got the government thinking, because we have very tight climate change targets in Scotland, so we want to be net zero by 2045. And actually they were writing the climate change plan at the time that we were starting to think seriously about carbon for peatlands, and we're written into that climate change plan as a way of delivering carbon emission savings for Scotland. So I think it was having those numbers, and whether they are correct, they've just been reviewed and they've changed slightly again, but it was an indicator to say eroding peatlands bad, peatlands in better condition with good hydrology better. There's a saving there. We can't even say at the moment to the government how much carbon that we think we've saved, because we just don't have we've not had resources to do those calculations, but they just now understand that eroding peatland is really bad carbon-wise. So it was the carbon figures for the government, but interestingly, that's not really the main driver for landowners on the ground. It is for some. They're thinking about, mechanisms for payment for carbon savings. But it's things like we can block drains where sheep are falling in and dying because they can't get back out again. We're putting in very, very wide peat dams in some areas so you can walk across them much easier. And it's little local drivers that are actually the key to getting restoration to happen. So although we've got the buy-in for government with carbon, that's great. But actually there's lots of other things below that that's really getting restoration to happen.
More questions?
Usually we relate peat fires to Southeast Asia. Now we are coming to understanding that in Northern Hemisphere peat fires are also very dangerous, not only related to greenhouse gases, all other consequences. One peat fire, an area of 4 hectares in Great Britain, accounted to near to 1% of greenhouse gas removal of all British peatlands. And in Scotland, with rather slopey landscape, peatlands could be fire-prone not only in drain conditions, but also in natural conditions. So the question is, do you have a special program aimed on to avoid fires on peatlands, not only restoration?
Yeah, so technically you're not allowed to burn on blanket bogs. That we've just had a review of the code of the best practice burning guidance, and technically you're not allowed to burn on deep peat. But of course we have peatland that's shallow peat, slopey peat, rocky peat into deep peat. So we do have fires that occur over deep peat areas. We are getting better at understanding how dangerous and how out of control fires can get very quickly. So we might start a controlled burn and we have measures in place to restrict where that fire can go. So we might have cut an area around where we want to burn and we would burn to that cut edge as a way of stopping it. But no, we still allow burning, but increasingly we understand these very dry springs, when you are allowed to carry out burning, is a really bad idea to do burning. And so we now have alert systems in Scotland that will give you the fire severity risk. And usually most people do adhere to that, but we still get people going out and burning because it's what they've always done. It's very easy to light a fire and off it goes up the hill. So increasingly we're actually looking at peatland restoration as a strategic way of managing the fire risk, and particularly for forestry now as well. So we have an aerial photograph from this year where a fire burnt through forestry, through quite young forestry, and stopped in a straight line because that's where they started the peatland restoration work and it was wetter. So although we are still allowing burning, we have tried to limit it more in Scotland, but we recognise it probably still will continue. And we're also seeing more people going out into our countryside. We have more tourists. Tourists like to have barbecues, like to smoke cigarettes, so we're seeing more wildfires in some areas as well. Yeah, we don't have we still allow burning to happen, but I think we're much more aware. And it just takes so much resource to carry out a burn. We have fewer shepherds, we have fewer farmers that are willing to undertake the burning themselves because it's just one or two of them, whereas previously there would be a team of 5, 6, 7 of them doing it. So I think it is reducing in Scotland, yeah, a bit.
Thank you. More question?
Thank you for sharing your experience and spreading enthusiasm for us. And only one question from the right side, left side, about sheep grazing. How deep is groundwater level that you can use sheep without any diseases?
The sheep still get diseases. So we have issues with, well, things like fluke. River fluke and things, we might get, little, but we, for many, hundreds of years we've grazed sheep in very, very poor ground, so we're used to managing the disease impact. But
groundwater level?
It can be right at the surface in some places. Sheep still will graze those areas, but they understand how to use an area. So we have, although we have vast areas of blanket bog that are quite uniform, most of our peatland on the west coast in particular is a matrix of different habitats. So we have hills with bracken where sheep will go. So they understand how to use it throughout the season, I would say. But yeah, disease is still an issue. It's very, very hard farming sheep in some of these remote areas.
Okay. Thank you, Emily, for your performance. Thank you, and good luck in the future. Mēs tālāk. Pauls Ledbitters.
Paul Ledbitter, our next speaker. P9 Peat Life. Geographically appropriate sphagnum-based bog restoration techniques.
Here. I wanted to take 2 minutes just to reflect on some of the things we discussed today that various speakers have mentioned that have kind of struck a chord with me. The first one is the issue of carbon and the numbers and how important those numbers are. We can overemphasize getting those numbers. It's almost like a holy grail. We have to know how many tons of carbon this, how many tons of carbon that. That can distract us from the bigger picture, and that is that the narrative needs to be all of the benefits. There's a carbon benefit. There's a water quality benefit. Emily talked about that. In England, we call it water color. Water looks like whiskey. In order to make it clean again, the water companies have to spend lots of money to get that water out of there. If the peat is kept intact, the water quality benefit is there. A lot of the money my project has had over the past 10 years has been for flooding, natural flood management, the idea that peatlands absorb water and hold water. There's also the big one. Most of the money we've had over the past 12 years or so has been biodiversity. These are blanket bog habitats. They're internationally important and protected habitats. And the final one, nobody's mentioned today, is a historic environment. the peatlands in the UK formed over the past 10,000 years, and stored in that layer of peat is a record of the historic environment. You keep it wet, you keep that record safe. So my point is, we shouldn't overemphasize carbon or any of the single benefits, but look at all the benefits. And because of that, we see peatland restoration as being a no-regrets option. No matter what you do, the restoration has a benefit somewhere along the chain there. The other thing is that somebody mentioned is the climate change emergency the UK has declared. I work officially for Durham County Council, and we declared an emergency. What does that mean? We don't know yet, but we did have somebody pretty senior come and see us and say, we've got £12 million. What can you do carbon-wise with peat? So what it's doing is connecting things that typically haven't been connected. So watch this space, but the climate change emergency, I'm hoping, will pan out in terms of funding for us, or for all of us, really. And then I guess, since another thing, who does pay for this? One of my questions to the chap in Brussels was, the private sector needs to be held accountable. The private sector has made capital, it's living on the back of the environment. It's time to pay up. The natural capital bank is overdrawn. We have to connect private sector companies with this type of work, restoration work. And then finally, my favorite one is the ugly duckling. How LULUCF is the ugly duckling of the emissions world. We often call peatlands in England in particular the Cinderella habitat, because nobody wants to take it to the ball. Basically, it's overlooked for other habitats like rainforests, like coral reefs, the sexier of the habitats. So we call it the Cinderella habitat. So a lot of those things really struck me, and it's nice to come to another country and see different people talking about similar things. So what I'm going to talk to you today about Pennine Peat Life project. It's one of the projects I manage. We have 4 projects I manage. One of them is this Life one. We have an Interreg project called Carbon Connects. We have a DEFRA project, which is UK government funded, much like what Emily's talked about. And then we have a natural flood management. But today I'm going to focus on this one. So that's our official number, if anyone wants to note that down. And that's my name, Paul Ledbetter. I work for the North Pennines AONB partnership. That's based in northeast England. AONB is Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty. It's a bit like a national park, but without the funding and the planning remit. It's 2,000 square kilometers of upland, which half of it is peat. It's the most intact, largest peat in England. And it's also the most drained peat in England. We have 10,000 kilometers of drains. We call them grips where I live. And over the past 12 years, and we work in this job, we blocked them all. So we've restored about 35,000 hectares of peatlands in northern England. So the Pennine Peat Life project is 6.5 million euros of funding, of which 60% come from the EU Life programme. And then I want to pay attention to my funders, because the other 40% comes from the Environment Agency. They've done that for flooding reasons. And 3 water companies. We've had several million pounds in my project, and in northern England even more, from the water companies, because they want water to look more like that. So they have put in this project alone about £2 million of match funding, because they very much believe in peatland restoration. And that's private sector money officially. And these are our logos down here. So those are the funding partners. And then it'll be delivered by my organization, North Pennines, the Yorkshire Wildlife Trust, based in the Yorkshire Dales National Park, and the Forest of Bowland. So 3 protected areas in England. So I'll go through this quickly. I won't bore you with all the details, but there are 4 main objectives of the project. And the one I focused on today was about the sphagnum one. I will touch on the peatland mechanism, peatland code mechanism in a minute. But so the first one is to demonstrate the restoration work we're doing. We have found that different areas of blanket bog require different techniques, and a restoration of blanket bog in the uplands can be very, very expensive. Is there a carbon benefit to that? Do the cost numbers add up? So we're looking for the most sustainable and suitable techniques. We're also going to demonstrate a contractor concept of the UK Peatland Code. Emily's organization a few years ago helped develop the Peatland Code by testing the metrics. How much carbon does a damaged peatland release? If you put these vegetation types on it, how much does it pull in? What are the numbers? How do they add up? So we're going to be testing that on 10 of our sites, because we want to have the private sector engage with us and start funding some of the work. We're going to use UAVs, which you call drones. Basically, can we use UAVs in combination with people to help assess the kind of work we do. Is it cheaper? Is it more cost-effective, time-effective? Are they better than people? How do they work with people? And then finally, as any good life project has, which is why I'm here today, we're going to disseminate to everybody that wants to know about this kind of thing. Hence. So the first thing I want to say is we had to convince the Commission about why our project was different. There's a very big project in the South Pennines called Moors for the Future. And that's a very, very large project. It's been going for almost 20 years now. The first time we submitted the bid, the Commission came back and said, no, it's the same. Blanket Bog's the same in the South Pennines as the North Pennines. So we had to resubmit and suggest to them that the Pennine chain is quite long in England. It runs from Sheffield all the way to Scotland, southern Scotland. That's our area there. And you can see the numbers, you can see the colors there showing rainfall. And you can see the Moors for the Future area, our sister project further south. So you look at the data and you can see we are wetter where we are cloudier, we are colder, we are higher. So we had to present to the Commission that because of that, there's enough differences across the Pennine chain that it's not quite the same. The techniques used in Sheffield, I'll say, in the Peak District, won't be applicable or not necessary where we are. One of my field officers said a couple of years ago, we could use those techniques, but it's like using a machine gun to kill a fly. It's a very, the fly will be dead, but it's not the best way to do the work. So we are trying to have a light touch approach, a cheaper approach to doing the work. So this is one of our sites we did last year. This is a very large site. These little bits and bobs on there are various techniques we use to do bare peat restoration work. There are bags of heather brash floating in there. There are stone dams floating in there, wooden dams. We do all sorts of things. This site is one of our larger ones. It cost about £800,000 to fix this site. We had a year to do it, so we do some very large sites. We've got a site next year that's £1.2 million just for one site. So the costs are very, very high. And because of that, we have to be very careful how we do it and measure things very carefully. So there's a large expanse of blanket bog, as I've suggested to you, from the Peak District of Scotland. And there's enough difference in that area because of elevation, because of microclimate, that the most cost-effective ways to restore are different down there than they are up here where I live. So all blanket bog isn't the same. This is very important. I'm stressing this because the Commission said, oh yeah, okay, we understand that. Because peat, not all peat requires the same treatment, and it's important to realize that upland peats are different from lowland peats, and even within upland peats, there are differences. So I'll go through the first objective, and I'll come back to this one in a bit more detail. So basically, we're going to restore 1,353 hectares of peatlands in 3 different areas. The top polygon is where I'm based in North Pennines. We have sites there. You can see 7 sites in the North Pennines. We've got 6 sites in the Yorkshire Dales National Park and 3 further south. So we have a nice stratification of drier, lower, warmer, all the way up to where we are, which is a lot colder. So even within our site selections, there's a difference in prescriptions for the work. So these are the kinds of things we're going to do. We're going to block gullies. We're going to restore. We're going to reprofile. We're going to revegetate. We're going to demonstrate how replicable that is in England, in the UK, and around the EU. And then we're going to carry out financial assessments to see what's the most cost-effective way to restore a site. Because while there's lots of money there, we estimate that if we want to restore all the bare peat and damaged peat in my area, it's going to cost about £60 million. And it would take probably 50 years to do it. Because as Emily said, we only do work in the winter. We cannot start work until about November. And by November time, Christmas is along, we can't get on. You get some snow in January. Suddenly you're scrambling to spend £1 million in 2 months. So the timelines are very difficult. And again, from Emily's point, we need a slow drip of money. We don't need tons of money every year. We need a bit of money every year to do the work properly. And we work with IUC and UK Peatland Programme to promote that idea, consistent flow of money. So objective 2, this is about the peatland code. This is an ecosystem services mechanism. Can we value the carbon, particular carbon in this case, in a way and get a legally binding contract so a company like Sony would pay for the project under corporate social responsibility, and it's a way of the private sector contributing to peatland restoration for the carbon benefits. So we're going to draw up plans and designs. It's a very very laborious process. One of the things we're finding is it's actually quite complicated, this process, and we need to feed back that we need something a bit simpler. Some of the agreements can be up to 50 years. You can see some landowners not wanting to do 50 years worth of work with us. Objective 3, this is probably the most fun one, and that is using UAVs. Very powerful tool. The price of UAVs has come down by half from the time we started the project. Initially, we thought we were going to use UAVs with wings. We're now using with rotors because they are lighter, they're easier, they don't crash all the time. They're working out to be quite an effective tool for promotions, for doing short videos, but also taking high-resolution photos of the site so we can compare before and afterwards. And some of these images can be up to 5 centimeter resolution, so very, very accurate. And that's the one we're currently using. It's a it's not there. There it is. It's a quadcopter. It's very small, and it means you can take it out when you're out in the field rather than have to go out on a special day. So we want to see if those are how useful they're going to be. And then dissemination, like I'm doing today. We do a lot of work around the EU. We've had people to the UK from various places around the EU seeing the work. And much, again, like Emily said, is get people out to see our upland blanket bog. You don't believe how windy it is up there, and how even in July, you'd think it was January sometimes because it's so windy and cold, and it's an interesting place to be. And I grew up in Canada, and I know cold. So develop a program of local regional workshops, and we would invite anybody who wants to come to England this year to see some of restoration work to get in touch with me. And then we're working with an NGO called Eurosite, and we've just set up a European-wide working group talking about peatland restoration issues. So we're going to 4 times a year have a discussion about the kind of work we do. Again, if anybody's interested in joining that group, it'll be probably phone calls for the first little while about how we do things across the EU and share information. And then, again, like you've done here, coming to this conference is good so I can see what these reports look like that I have to do for my life project. So thank you for that. So I'll focus on this one a bit now, which is sphagnum. The sphagnum trials, basically, sphagnum is a gold standard. Everybody wants sphagnum in there. How do you get it back? We're lucky where we are in the North Pennines. Our sphagnum is pretty intact. Where the further south you go, it's drier. Because of that, there's less sphagnum. How do you get it to come back? So we're going to evaluate different ways of doing that. So the first thing is very simple stuff. We're going to, can we cut heather-rich brash, a sphagnum-rich brash, and spread it? That's our kind of nuts and bolts of how we do restoration work. We're also going to look at taking clumps from donor sites and transplanting them. Can we do that sustainably? What kind of results do we get? This is the kind of assessments we're going to be doing. You can see that is a piece of peatlands that has been cut with a special machine to cut the sphagnum-rich heather, which is about that high. We put it in bags. We cut several thousand of these a year. We transport them up to site, and we spread them on the bare bits. We get fantastic results from that. How sustainable is that for the donor site and the patient site, let's say? And then in some of the areas that have been alluded to by Emily, we have plantations in our area too. A lot of those plantations have lots of sphagnum in them. We have to get agreement by the powers that be to go in there, take sphagnum out, and transplant it. How effective is that? We're going to test that. And we're going to use 4 artificial products too. We're going to use clay pellets, moss beads, moss plugs, moss slime. So what's a bead? They're basically something we've developed with one of our partners in southern Scotland. That's a clay pellet that's been impregnated with sphagnum and in some cases cotton grass, other such things. You put them out, how do they grow? Very, very cheap way of doing it. Does it work? We don't know yet. We're going to use moss beads too. These little guys here. That's a very expensive bit of kit. You buy them from a company and you spread them out. Do they work well? We don't know. They've been tested elsewhere with mixed results. We want to test them properly in our area. And then this is the sphagnum plants that we have grown. We put them in by hand. Last year we planted about 30,000 of them. We planted 190,000 cotton grass last year as well. So a lot of it's very labor intensive. And then slime is my favorite. This is something that's made in a laboratory, which is basically, as I said, a slime that you put on top of the bare peat, and it might grow something. So we're going to test that as well. Not to prejudge it, but I think these things are overly complicated and possibly overly expensive. But I'll come back in a year or 2 years and I'll let you know how it's gone. I think these plants are very simple. Sphagnum is quite simple. We can overcomplicate some of these things sometimes. I think taking good sphagnum plugs and putting them in, the ones I've done, are growing quite well. I'll show you some of that in a minute. So are they cost effective? We don't know. So the natural products, as I said, are the sphagnum-rich brash, and these are the species we're after. Somebody talked about the peat formers. So these are the ones that we're trying to get in there, and we want to see how it works. And these are the specialized machinery. I think Emily said, again, there's a real shortage of some of these people in the UK. Because there's so many projects going on, there aren't enough people, aren't enough helicopters, aren't enough plants even to supply the work that we do as a UK-wide community of peatland restoration people. And then sometimes we do simple things like this. We find a sphagnum lawn, we get permission, we take some of it and we spread them out, and they grow really well. I think these are going to be cheaper. I think these are going to work better, but I don't know yet. So then we do the usual stuff. We have quadrats set up all over the North Pennines, monitoring this stuff. And you can see in this simple picture here, year 1, nothing, treatments with brash. A year later, then 2 years later, these things can respond very quickly. They don't always, and as you appreciate, I'm showing you the best examples. But they can respond sometimes in less than a year, get really good results. So that, in a nutshell, is the sphagnum trials we're going to be doing. It's about, can we get sphagnum back? Because sphagnum is the gold standard. It's the one that we want in our bogs. It makes them wetter. It makes them more carbon rich. Does all sorts of good things. So we're going to try and have a sphagnum-based approach to that. So in general, the results for the project are 1,353 hectares of blanket bog restored. I checked the numbers for this year. We've already beaten that by a country mile. So that's good. These are the interesting numbers. When we had to write this bid, I had to pick out the carbon numbers, and at that time, those were the carbon numbers. And again, as various people have said, those numbers have changed, so we'll see how that plays out. And then wider awareness about peatlands. We don't want peatlands to be the ugly duckling or the Cinderella habitat anymore. Better methodology for the use of UAVs. I'm sure you all use UAVs, but we want to have them as part of our business model, how we do things. We can also make money doing UAV surveys from other people. It's a way of keeping staff employed. All this stuff's very specialized. One of my biggest tricks is to keep my specialized team employed by raising money from all sorts of sources. And then the UK Peatland Code, that's about, can we have a contract with a private sector company to pay for some of this work? Again, watch this space. I will advertise some of the workshops we have on this to this group when the time comes, in case you're interested. And then a UK-wide, an EU-wide awareness of the UK Peatland Code, which I'm just doing now. And then what we want to do also is we want a legally binding contract. This is the scary thing, where a landowner signs up with Sony or a whiskey company or a water company, whatever it is, and they actually have a legally binding contract. That's one that's going to be very difficult to do, I think, for all sorts of reasons, but we'll see how it goes. So then just a few pictures to wrap up. Results. These are sites we've done restoration work, and you can see this will be a year 1 thing, and then you can see a year later you go from that to that. So that's simple spreading of brash that has sphagnum in it. It works really, really well. And you can see, again, the hand on the top is year 1, which a sphagnum plant's been put in, and then a year later we have that. Again, works very well. We use a lot of leaky dams. We have wooden dams, we have stone dams, we have coir rolls as well, which are basically sediment traps. It slows things down. And again, a year later, you get that kind of thing. This is a coir roll, as I just mentioned. This is interesting because this is coir, as in the tropical plant, made somewhere else in another country. I'm urging all of my producers who grow things, say, why can't we make coir rolls in the UK? Why can't we have sphagnum rolls? Why can't we have cotton grass rolls? So if somebody wants to look into, we should be buying stuff that's made, that grows on a bog to fix a bog. And people like the idea. Our Carbon Connects project touched on that a little bit. But you can see within 2 years, you've gone from bare to, revegetated. And then again, a couple of more of those kinds of things. A lot of this work is very labor intensive. You got to be out there in the cold. We have very few volunteers because it rains all the time up there. I was there, goodness me, a few weeks ago, and it was beautiful in the village I live in. And up there, it was just like winter. But if you don't keep up, this is what happens. They take your boots and you have to walk off the moor in shame. So it's a lot of work to do. As I said, we planted 190,000 individually planted cotton grass plants this year, which I'm proud to say I planted about 3,000. So that's, in a nutshell, the Pennine Peat Life Project. and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Thank you. Questions? Don't have any.
Sorry, I know that this is not a nice question, but what do you expect from future if the Brexit happens to those projects?
So, what, sorry?
What will happen in the future? What do you expect in the future after the Brexit, if it happens?
We have no idea. We have no idea. So what we now know is every now and then I get an email from the government saying that if we Brexit, that our current project is covered by the UK government. So if we crash out tomorrow, which we hope we don't, that don't worry about it, the UK government's got it covered. We're being told now to continue until not to continue. So I suspect what will happen, especially with Interreg seems to be saying keep applying. Life seems to be saying, well, I'm not sure yet. But the official word from DEFRA is you can keep applying until you can't apply. And then I imagine what will happen is that the UK government, any projects that go live before Brexit, the UK government will just pick up the tab on the other end, or we will pay into the life pot anyway and continue as is. But it's the uncertainty. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Thank you. More questions? Paul, with or without Brexit, good luck, you know. Mūsu runātājs.
So, the next speaker is Māra Pakaune, who will speak on the topic of peatland renaturalization experience in Latvia. She is life restore expert from the University of Latvia and also represents the Association of Baltic Coasts.
Pleasure to be at this conference and tell us about some more results of Life Restore project. So I'm going to talk about a small experiment in comparison with that about which we heard in Pennines, carried out in our Life project. And also I'm going to deal with post-harvested peatlands and vegetations, spontaneous vegetation which has developed there after peat harvest. So, first of all, a few words about renaturalization. I think we have heard about it. There are posters outside, and of course you can read in the book. But actually it's a way that how we can get back the natural mire-like vegetation after peat excavation. And actually what we've done in restoring some mire functions, and of course the main function of mires, it's peat storage and water storage, peat formation and water storage, of course. And I would like to say that only if there are in good hydrological conditions, this reindustrialization can happen. So here is the site of our Intemno National Park. It's a demo site and it's a renaturalization site where we have last year chosen as a place to do this sphagnum planting experiment. I would say it's really an experiment in a fairly small area. So Intemno National Park is one of the largest and nicest areas. It's actually not far from the site where we are going tomorrow on excursion. So, and yes, and I would like really to point out with this slide that sphagnum species are very, very important for the mires, for peatlands, and therefore we must care about them. And therefore it's very important to really in Latvia also to do these such kind of renaturalization experiments with sphagnum planting, and of course it's a small scale in comparison with other countries. So last year in May we collected some various kinds of sphagnum species in Draveņu peatland and actually reintroduce them in this Intemno National Park demo site. The situation last year was not very favorable, or actually I would say not at all favorable for this, because it was extremely dry, that dry spring. So we were actually all the summer caring about the results and how sphagnums will grow. And now in June when I visited them, What do we see? We actually planted the main sphagnum species which are characteristic for this area. It's Sphagnum rubellum, Fuscum, Cuspiratum, and Magellanicum. Nowadays we separate, it's in different species, but we call it for the moment like this. And if you go there, you can see that there is in this 4-hectare site, there is a quite large difference in water levels. In one site we see that it's fairly good condition. Sphagnum species are growing, but on this other side it's fairly dry. So this experiment has to be followed. Monitoring has to be carried out also after the end of the project. And when we planted these sphagnum species with them in separate areas, came also other species. And in comparison, for example, with last year, we see that there is not only Drosera rotundifolia growing, but there is also Drosera anglica. So some species are coming new in comparison with the last year. So this, I would say I'd like to mention as an example of renaturalization in Temne National Park. About 10 years ago, there was another live project, and actually in this area, the large Danish ditches were closed by peat dams, and also the nearby Katova peatland. In this area, the water level has been raised, and actually during these years, you see in the photos that raised bog vegetation is starting to develop with cotton grass, with Ringhospora alba, with diverse species of sphagnums. So this testifies that if there, in the case, as is here in Temne National Park, if there is good hydrological condition, it's possible that the Maya vegetation comes back. So, and it was carried out in the live project, Conservation Wetlands of Temne National Park. So, now I'm going to pass to another theme, the theme of my presentation. It's about vegetation studies in the post-harvested peatlands. Actually, in the project there were carried very diverse studies, also geological and just vegetation studies. It's one of the chapters of all these, all the many diverse studies which were mentioned in this optimization model. You see, during the studies there was lots of peat fields with small vegetation, but in one of the sites the peat field was covered with reed, which was even much taller than me. So I was trying to get into it and find out what species could grow behind these reeds. In total, within the project, we studied 32 sites, 32 post-harvested peatlands, and the peatlands were very diverse. In some, the peat extraction has been ceased a few years ago, in some 70 years ago, and results show that the vegetation, best of all, develops in peat pits, in those places where peat was harvested by hand, so and it's actually older than those milled peat fields. So, and the sites which we studied, they were all over Latvia, in different regions. And actually, during this survey, what we determined that there can be very different stages of peatland vegetation development after peat harvest ceasing. And this is, I would say, it's spontaneous vegetation, and this develops in case there is in case it is very dry conditions, there is only cotton grass. I will show later about that. But in case it's better conditions, there can be even more better vegetation developing. And I will also say that during the study we determined very different situations where the spontaneous vegetation develops, starting really from natural mayas, going to with these changes. Degradation can be very different, going to minor changes, modest changes, moderate, major and maximal changes. It's really intensively drained peat. But in our project, our study started from after you see here in this scheme natural maya, degraded maya, peat extraction site, and actually our study deals with the Fourth picture, it's vegetation development. In this case, it's some kind of transition maya develops in this previous peat field. So this is a scheme how this natural vegetation, plant species assemblages change one by another, going to different plant communities maybe in the future. So, and in my presentation, so I would like to compare the study results with some other countries. With Pušķija peatlands in Lithuania. It's the site of another Life Climate Life project, international one, 5 country, Life Peat Restore. I would like to compare also with peatlands in Slovinsky National Park. It's all these sites are post-harvest sites, and also with the peatlands in the Netherlands, so that you know that these stages which I'm going to describe, they are not only characteristic for Latvia, they are found also in the other parts of the world, no, I would say in Europe. So first of all, most common case when we go to the peat fields is dry peat fields, where dominates the cotton grass. And such situation we saw in Pušķija peatland in Lithuania, in Lauga peatland in Latvia, and also in Slovinsky National Park. So even in some cases we saw these Slovinsky National Park very, very dry fields, like you know on the book, where only the peat has been very dry. So it's one case. So we have such peat fields which are a little bit wetter, and there can already start to grow some sphagnum species. In addition to cotton grass, there can start to grow also the sundews, Drosera rotundifolia. There can start to grow, as in Slovinsky National Park, Drosera intermedia. For example, Drosera intermedia is a protected plant species in Latvia, and I was very happy to see that this species in Poland and also in the Netherlands, that it can grow. This for us very rare species, about few habitats in Latvia, that it can survive in such Katova peatland. So here also in the Netherlands, these are actually in the Netherlands, most of the peatlands or raised bogs and mayas have been destroyed. So there's there are millions and millions and millions of euros spent for restoring these Katova peatlands. And in some places we can see these sphagnum species growing, Sphagnum cuspinatum, some other species. But with the Netherlands is a specific case that the sphagnum species are dying out, which I saw there last year, because of too high nitrogen deposition. So that's the question: how can we restore a site, a peatland, if the sphagnum species are dying out because of this very high nitrogen depositions there? So here is about another thing that we have. It was mentioned that in Latvia we have 3 main maya types: raised bogs, fens, and transitional mayas. Of course, we have springs and very many plant communities. But on these peat fields, we can. I was very glad to see that we can see that really raised bog vegetation under good hydrological conditions can start to develop. I could see it in Vārnēnu peatland, for example, in Latvia. I could see it in Pušķija peatland, the site in Lithuania, and also another Maya type, transition Mayas. We can see, for example, very close to Riga, there is a nature reserve, Melnais Lake Nature Reserve, where we see that on Katova peatland very nicely develops transitional Maya vegetation, like also, for example, I saw it in the Netherlands, so, and also in Slovinsky National Park. Yes, a few examples that fen vegetation. For Latvia, it was a very rare case that we could find on a Katova peatland that a fen vegetation develops. And it was a very, very special site which we found together with my colleague Agnese, which we spoke, that's in Pursmaya. Katova peatland were really calcareous fen vegetation develops on a peat. So actually it's for example, somebody knows a nature reserve, Angora Nature Park. It's about the same vegetation like in calcareous fen, like in Angora Nature Park. And here on the Katova peatland, it's a pity, it's a private property, but this fen vegetation develops. And there are species communities developing which are really of European importance, with Xenus ferruginus, with Cladium mariscus, and even what we found, Lippers lazuli, it's a species that of EU importance, primary importance, and Cladium mariscus. Yeah. And also in the Netherlands we have this fen vegetation. A few slides still more. And, but very common we see peatland afforestation. It was in Slovinsky National Park and also in Latvia. But I would like to mention something about Slovinsky National Park. They are making a unique and very interesting experiment that on peat fields they have established artificial floating islands. With these islands, it's an aim to diminish the greenhouse gas emissions. So. And also is the example from peat pits. And indicator of peatland degradation in all the countries I mentioned, it's Campylopus introflexus, really invasive species, if we speak about it, because in the Netherlands all the dunes were covered and they just took hectares and hectares of this species to get rid of it. So my main conclusion is that for the vegetation, spontaneous vegetation to develop on Katova peatlands, very primary important thing is that there is enough water, hydrological conditions are good, and of course it's very important that there is what kind of peat and how deep it is there. So if the conditions are fine, the main things, my vegetation can start well. Thank you very much.
Paldies, Mārta. Liels paldies. Vai ir jautājumi?
Thank you so much, Mara. Any questions from the audience? We do have a little gift for you. And let us now proceed. Let us welcome our guest from Lithuania, Nerijus Zableckis, who will speak about wise use of degraded peatlands, a tool to mitigate climate change. He's a project manager of the Lithuanian Fund for Nature.
Yes.
So this is about your future.
So something happened.
Yes and no.
Computer is too tired now.
Mm-hmm.
People are stronger. We are still
Okay.
Yeah, computers are against. Now it's okay. So, should I say labvakar now? I hope you are still alive, so I try to be quicker. So, I was asked to speak about peatland conservation, and actually I was thinking what to tell, because peatland revetting, it's quite already known issue, and then since we are doing different things now, not only revetting but also so-called polyculture, which is wise use of peatlands. So I will present what we have done in Lithuania so far, and why it doesn't work? Now it works. So what means wise use of peatlands? Is it like agricultural fields? It's a quite common view in Lithuania because we are fen-dominated country. Or should it be like everything for beavers? Usually we are blamed the nature conservation, having everything, wanting everything to allocate it for beavers, or shall we talk generally about going back to Middle Ages and keeping our peatlands to protect ourselves against Livonians? Yeah. So Paludiculture, that's a new way of using peatlands, and sphagnum farming. Today we talked quite a lot about them. In any case, when we talk about paludiculture, so we talk about peatland usage. We talk about usage, but not drainage-based usage. It must be, water must be high, peatlands must be wet, and then you can do what other things above the peatland. A bit about Lithuania. So we have 10% of Lithuania still remaining as peatlands. And mostly of them are fens, 80% almost, and quite small amount, less than 10% raised box. The rest is transition mires, and majority, almost majority is used in agriculture, and the same amount for forestry. And peat extraction in Lithuania is only 2%, even if we count mining areas, it will be even less, about 7,000. It's even some 1% and a bit of areas under mining. So that's why agriculturally used peatlands are the headache for Lithuania, and they are, all of them are almost all drained. Protected peatlands, we have of them about 27% under protection status. And first restoration in Lithuania was done in the early 1980s. That's in one of the nature reserves. And you see not much remains out of that damming, but that was quite brave to do damming in Soviet times. What we did, actually, when we talk about peatland restoration, we always talk about biodiversity, habitats, and so on. And we try to estimate what was the impact of Natura 2000 site revetting on greenhouse gas reduction. So we took, here you see on the map 19 sites, which generally there are more, 31 sites, where some sort of restoration was implemented. And the thing is that no one knows where impact was made, actually. It's so complicated. And the problem is that Lithuanian protected sites, they don't have proper monitoring. And when you ask what is the real impact, is the water level higher in your site, actually it's very hard to get answer. But nevertheless, we try to estimate, and we used official reclamation data plus expert judgment. We got about 8,000 hectares. Total area is where something was implemented, it's not written here, it's about much bigger area, but where we really know that drainage systems are stopped, it's 8,000 hectares, and it gives us only 50 kilotons of CO2 savings, equivalent savings. So it's actually nothing. I don't have slide about money spent on Natura 2000 revetting, but it is huge money. So it means 1 kiloton would cost us thousands of euros. So it means it depends also how you calculate. That slide before, we used the calculations were made based on IPCC coefficients. If you use other types of methodologies, here is, if you are familiar, that's the greenhouse emission site type, so-called GEST methodology. It is more accurate, but you need to have data on water level, on habitats, vegetation. Then you get much better. As you see, there are much more input for data, much bigger. Then you can get much better assessment of gases. And today we saw in presentations that Latvians, actually what is good, that you are doing improving coefficients, of course, it's a question of correctness and other things, but actually we need to improve coefficients, and especially if we talk about agriculturally utilized lands, farmers actually are always blaming that coefficients are not correct. I think everyone who uses peatlands is saying that coefficients are not correct. So we need, in our countries, we need more science to participate. And what is the problem in Lithuania? We are having now lots of discussions because there are new politics coming, a new common agricultural policy, new climate change plan with all those new targets, big targets, and science is absent actually. In most cases, we have nobody to whom to speak. So, and using guest, we have another live, very similar name, but live peat restore, not only restore, but peat restore, and we have 4 abandoned sites and one site, part of the site which is already exploited. So we did, they look this way, abandoned nice sites, yeah. And I won't go into details about the types, just we have this guest coefficients, they are a bit different from the IPCC. Much more accurate at some point. Here are some views how they look, those abandoned sites. And we did assessment what will happen after restoration. So here we already restored one of those sites. That's the picture from spring when we had still water, and we still have some water there, a little bit. So we got emissions in the 5 sites, so we can reduce by 70% of emissions after in a perspective of 50 years. And here, what happened in the sites, just what will change the habitats, the community. So it means if you are a vet, so simply saying you are a vet, you get better communities, you get bog alive, and you get less emissions. And when you use coefficients saying that there are huge methane emissions, that's nonsense. After 30 years, you will get nice raised bog and know what methane. So we have to keep in mind this big goal by 2050 that methodology must be changed at some point. So yes, agriculture. So we coming back to political things. So the biggest problem is that agriculture emissions are extremely high, and in Lithuania we still used all the 2006 coefficients, which are much lower, and after 2020 there will be much higher emissions, and it means if in Latvia you have to save emissions by 6% in those non-ETS sectors, in Lithuania you have 9%. And now in LULUCF sector we have 4% emissions already. I mean, not absorption, but emissions. So altogether we have to save 13% of emissions. It means that agricultural sector, LULUCF, transport, all of them are now in big panic, thinking how to reduce emissions. And here we come with the peatlands. And I'm not joking, because they are now, today there was parliamentary meeting in the parliament, so farmers are even supporting us, saying that peatlands must be revetted. Now the question will be how much and where. Just what is interesting to say that yes, we did a study on polyculture possibilities, on potential, which peatlands can be revetted. So we did GIS analysis based on different criteria, and we got 4 categories. The green one is the most important for us. It shows that those green areas, they indicate peatlands which can be revetted. They are mainly agriculturally utilized lands without protection status, no habitats. They are, so to say, degraded peatlands. And you see there are quite many of them on the eastern Lithuanian side, and the middle Lithuania, some sides. So, the 41% of peatlands, in our opinion, could be revetted. And here is distribution, the same showing. And what is also interesting, that melioration status. Melioration in Lithuania, as in your countries and Baltic states, is has bad quality. It is already too old, 50, 60 years old. So it means our study shows that 30,000 hectares are already has bad quality in polycultural sites. So it means even farmers agree, okay, it costs a lot of money to bring it back to life, those reclamation systems. So here we find common talk to farmers. And what we can do a lot of things in peatlands. We can grow. We can grow different kind of things. Maybe not so many as it was shown today, because we are still afraid of invasive species, of gas emissions. We need high water table, so not all plants can tolerate such conditions. And what we do in Lithuania, we also do sphagnum testing. Sphagnum, not testing, I would say, but we apply this method. That's the Klasman-Dahlman mining site in Aukštumala bog. We have a piece of 10 hectares in the edge, 10 hectares, and what we do there, we use German type. We consulted how to establish the fields. I think that's the one methodology generally. So we did the network of ditches, we did the reservoir, a water pond. Then these days there must be electricity, and because water is the most important thing. Otherwise, sphagnum will die, and it costs a lot. What I can say, it's really extremely pricely business. But the thing is that you see that's the edge of the bog. It's very difficult to keep water in such place. And and we have to pay for water. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Nerijus. Ir jautājumi?
Questions from the audience?
Lūdzu.
You showed a picture of dams. Are they plastic or metal dams?
Plastic.
Plastic, yeah.
We use plastic because we use plastic in places which are hardly enterable, in order to save. Because if we drive there by excavators to put peat dams, we would make much more damage. This year, for example, we even changed. We started to build peat dams, and we saw it was winter. It started to sink and destroy all the surface. So then we said stop.
Okay. More questions? No more questions. Okay, Nerijus, thank you very much. And of course, our next guest, I won't say last guest, because it's Juri Otsalm, Igaunijas dabas fonda projekta coordinator.
Who is the project coordinator from Estonian Fund for Nature? Our honored guest from Estonia then.
Hello everybody. So it's time for reception, but I keep you for a while and I share you some experiences we are having with our restoration projects going on in Estonia, and also a short introduction to topic which Nerijus already introduced, polyculture and options for Estonia. On this opening slide you see the excavator which is used usually to clean up water bodies or build harbors, and our experience is that on drained peatlands this machinery is not very useful. So if you plan anything, it is not advisable to use this machinery, although it once helped a lot when the usual excavator sank, then it helped to get it out. So how we are doing in Estonia with wetland restoration, especially we are targeting transitional mires and raised bogs. So currently our perspective within the next 4 years is to cover around 21,000 hectares with the help from LIFE program and State Forest Service funding and also Estonian Environmental Center funding. And we could say that 21,000 hectares seems to be much, but it is actually only the 2% of trained peatlands in Estonia. But on the other hand, again, it is mainly done in nature protected areas, in areas which have been selected as bigger mire complexes, so the areas which have the biggest value at the moment. But also we face several challenges in Estonia, and one of the challenges is to work outside of raised bog and transitional fence, and it is minerotrophic fence. And there is little experience on that, and I think the next phase in Estonia is to work more on these minerotrophic fence, because these have been trained most, and there is very little left of these habitats. Then the other challenge is, of course, the public awareness. Usually private landowners are not very willing to allow to work on their land, and also they say that it's very welcome activity in Estonia, but not in my backyard, please. Also, another challenge is, of course, that there is so little experience by contractors, like the companies which own the machinery, and there is rather little time to do the work, so this is a big challenge, but I guess this is everywhere the same. And of course we have had very short monitoring time, so actually we cannot say how successful we have been. The project I'm coordinating is Life Mires Estonia, and our goal or our aim is to accomplish restoration activities in 7,500 hectares, and we work in 6 different nature reserves all around Estonia. And the main partners are University of Tartu, which is responsible for species monitoring, and Archeovision, which is responsible for archaeological research. So one idea we came or we discovered is that maybe this archaeological research is helping us to raise public awareness and interest towards peatlands. And of course our archaeologists are very keen to find a peat body which is not found yet. So how we work? Just some examples of different topics we cover. As I said, we are following species, and our target species are birds, especially Tetraurogallus or capercaillie, and also we follow amphibians, dragonflies, and butterflies. And we did some public science work or citizen science work. So our one target species, as I said, is capercaillie. We know something that where they are located, but before the restoration work we wanted to have appropriate data that where these birds are located, where they are nesting, and also as we are planning or we planned some cutting activities or forest management activities, then we wanted to know exact locations of these species. So we involved 200 volunteers, and they walked 4,500 kilometers in 10 days, covering 150 square kilometers, and they saw 300 specimens of these birds and 50 nestings. So basically they went from here to France and back, and then they saw 300 birds we were looking for. And this is very important information to us to plan forest management, and also to make the similar action several years after we have completed restoration work, in order how in order to know how this species is doing after restoration, because they are also very dependent upon the different type of forests. So, okay. So here is just one example of our restoration area. So it's a raised bog and surrounded by forestry drainage ditches, and also on the upper side there is a small mining area which was forested, and also Tetraurogalus was present there, and we wanted to know exactly where this bird is nesting and playing grounds, where are these, and then we were confident to plan forest actions. And one of the issue with the drainage is of course that we are losing open habitats, open raised bogs, and also related species. So then, yes, we managed to make forest cutting, and at the moment we are going to start closing ditches in this area in August. And this is a picture from winter, and if we do forest cutting, then there is also a question what to do with the timber we cut down. So in certain areas which are close to the roads, we can manage to take it out and it is sold. But on some other areas it is just collected to piles, and then tractors go over them, so they go deep into the soils. And from our experience from Finland and Sweden, it shows that these trees will be covered with mosses quite soon. Another way to involve public is to use conservation holidays concept, or to bring volunteers to work in nature reserves, and we use them in remote areas, and these people build peat dams. And we have had volunteers from all over Europe, and currently every year we have like several camps like that. Another big challenge to carry out restoration is when we have very old ditches and we have kind of valleys formed because of compression of peat. And Nereus and some others showed us that these kind of problems could be solved with plastic dams. Then we not invented, but we use timber instead of plastic, and then this timber is covered with geotextile and also with peat. So the building process in this January looked like that, and it was very quick with 2 excavators and very skilled excavator drivers. And at the moment we can see that these dams are working, but this is only the first spring. The very usual way is to build or construct peat dams. The only challenge, or the thing which we don't know, is that if you have the wings of these peat dams, then the earlier experience was to remove also vegetation below the wings of the dams, but now the Finns have developed further, and they don't remove anymore the vegetation under the wings of the dams. But these peat dams are rather cheap, and they work well, and you can see that they are very strong, so people can walk on the water as well after they have been built. Also, in some occasions we need to build dams which regulate water, or we don't want to spread the water to certain areas. And we also were thinking about plastic, but then we came to thinking that maybe we can use bags made of geotextile, which are filled up with peat, and then the water flow is going over this geotextile bag. And so far this also seems to be working. So it is also, again, rather cheap, and the environmental impact, or we leave less materials to the mire. Another challenge also in Estonia is how to recolonize abandoned peat mining fields with sphagnum. And we did our experiment in last autumn, but our hydrological restoration was very quick. So before we started to get sphagnum to the field, everything was too soft, so we had to go there in winter. And now we don't know if it was successful because sphagnum was in piles for several weeks. And we used reed collection machine to work on these wet conditions. Also, our team works a lot with drones, and we developed our algorithms to see the heights of the area, and also to see what is the tree cover and where it is located. This is very useful also for after restoration monitoring. And then the other algorithm which was developed is to monitor the plant coverage and changes in plant coverage. So part of our restoration area is covered with drone orthophotos, and then we have had like traditional botanical transects and quadrats, where we have very strict description of plant coverage and species composition, and then we have training areas around that vegetation plots. And so far it seems to be very convenient way to work onwards, and also we have suggested this kind of monitoring for estimation of impact of peat mining areas. And another way we try to assess impact of drainage is that we used Landsat photos to see how the, for example, forestry coverage has changed on our restoration sites. And one of the challenges was, of course, to find cloud-free pictures, and this was a big work for our specialists. And what we saw is that the forest coverage has been increased during last 15 years. So that was, but not very severely, but still it had increased. So this is also one way to see how our impact of restoration is proceeding. And also, when we are doing restoration work, then sometimes we need to make high measurements to see if the dams are on a right position and right height. And then we use also drones, and we can get very quickly the information if something needs to be done. And we also try to understand how big is our carbon footprint. So we collect or we made analysis that how much fuels we have spent. So fuels spent for planning and monitoring and leading volunteers to our work, and this is almost 9 tons of petrol since 2015, which is 22 tons of CO2. And then also we make calculation that if our machinery is working on a restoration site, what is the carbon footprint over there. And so our subcontractors provide data about the fuel usage again. And for example, there is a case of Soosaare, which is 167 hectares, that contractors spent something like 10 tons of fuels, and it is about 7 tons of carbon. But also we made forest management over the area, and there was 670 cubic meters timber taken away, which is about 150 tons of carbon. So it shows that if we do forest management, then the main impact in sense of carbon is if we take biomass out, because most of this biomass is used for energy, so it's very quickly going back to atmosphere. So we consider that if we leave the wood to the site and the tractors are going over it, and so it disappears to the soil, then we actually are more carbon friendly. And some words about potentials of Poluticulture, as Neerius showed already, then we have had a common project together with Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, and it's coordinated by Michael Žukov Foundation. And we made some preliminary analysis, GIS analysis, that how much of this potential trained peatlands there are for poluticulture, and it is quite a big number. It is about 600,000 hectares which have been trained, mainly for agriculture in these 3 Baltic states. And for example, in Estonia, it is already getting a national policy that at least if you have agricultural land on peatlands, it should be grassland in future. So that's the intention for Estonia. Last week I visited Finland and Luke, which is Finnish Research Institute, and they have just established some trials, and we are also considering these similar trials in Estonia. And the potential species is reed, the salix or willow, also taifa sounds very interesting. And but there was a company in Finland which is making substitute to substrate based on peat. And there is on the bottom there is this package of this product. So they make substrate for horticulture from reed and canary grass and add some sand as well. And it looked very promising, and they have had trials, and they have patented this substrate. This company is 9 years old, and their challenge or their intentions is really to replace peat and to use reed. And if we see that how less reed resources are used, for example in Estonia, then it's quite a good potential maybe. But their challenge, as it is the challenge for all kind of poluticulture, is how to collect this reed. And here on a picture you see one of the machinery they used, but they say it's too costly to use such a machinery to collect reed. And their intention is also that maybe reed could be grown on restored peatlands. So there are several options, but there is a lot of unknown regarding this aspect. Okay, thank you and enjoy the reception.
Thank you. One question, yes.
Man ir jautājums,
A question relating to the cost, reintroduction of sphagnum. How much will it cost? Let's say 1 hectare of sphagnum reintroduction, how much will it cost?
Varbūt angliski var pateikt.
Because I don't know this
Well, the question was relating the costs, how much the reintroduction of sphagnum per hectare would approximately cost, if you can tell.
Okay, I can check it, but if I recall, it was. I have to check it. Was it 5,000 or 2,000? I check it from my computer, then I told you. Per hectare, yeah.
So cheap?
Too cheap. Well, if you buy from me, I can sell it with a higher price. But it.
One more question.
Sphagnu introdukcijai.
The donor territories for the introduction of sphagnum, are they in a way regulated or planned, or we just went there and took them? How does it work?
Well, in Estonia, yes, it's you have to have agreement with the land user or landowner, and in this case, our intention was to revegetate something like 5 hectares, so we used 0.5 hectares, half hectares. And the area was located beside existing mining area. And this existing mining area in Estonia, we have kind of surrounding buffer, which is attached to the license of this mining company. And so basically we went to the mining company and asked whether we can take it, and the mining company provided also their machinery, so we actually bought this sphagnum from them. And the way how we got it, we took upper 10 centimeters from the raised bog. So this summer we will go to see how it looks like, how fast the sphagnum could come back.
Okay. Any
more questions from the audience?
I guess it is the same area where the mining place is. I know that some company in Estonia is digging charcoal out of earth. Is it correct?
Charcoal? You
charcoal
mean oil
which
shale?
you burn afterwards.
You mean oil shale?
Yes.
Yes, well, there is many companies.
And you have like bogs like really near, and water is like running from bog into the like already digged area. Do you have some plans to fill those holes in the ground afterwards, so that water wouldn't flow from bogs in the ground?
Yes, this was quite an issue a few years ago, because Estonian Energy, the company which is doing the main mining, started to ask from several scientists to assess the situation. And then two groups were working. One was giving theoretical numbers which showed that there is no impact on water level in bogs, and the other inserted piezometers to different depths of the mire, also underground to mineral ground. And then they found out that actually the mining is leading to decrease of water level. And currently they discuss about compensation measures, that maybe the company should close the ditches which are bordering the nature reserve, or and in case of new mining areas, then there is some buffer zone which is now bigger than it was initially, and also more monitoring is taking place. But regarding existing mining sites, then the threat is still there, where there is closeness to nature reserves and natural areas.
Paldies. Liekas, ka vairāk nav jautājumu. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much.
Viss nekādas spīdzināšanas ar noslēgumu vārdiem un
Right, I won't torture you with any closing remarks. Let's time to move on. Reception right here outside. Tomorrow, let's meet here at 8:20 and go on a field trip. I thank everyone, including the interpreters. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you, the technical staff. Let's see each other soon again. And thank you for having me as your moderator. Thank you.